All right. Another Saturday night. Another Saturday night shoot the breeze. I want to thank everyone who's here already. I see Kevin Carre out there already. I want to thank everyone who's here and everyone who will be joining us tonight. Drop a 1 if you can hear my voice, please, just to let me know that I'm being heard out there on these internet streets. You know the deal. I usually jump on early on to give you a preview of what's coming up tonight. And so I'm about to do that. So tonight we will be talking about. We have a lot of good topics tonight. In fact, I had to not put some topics up. Right now, my Word is frozen. Why is it frozen? I don't know. Damn it. All right, I have to do this another way then. Tonight we will be discussing things. I have to do this another way, so bear with me since Word is frozen. We're going to be talking about Kanye West. Kanye West had a very big conversation on the Drink Champs, and it's led. He's done a lot of different Kanye type stuff lately. So we're going to talk about whether or not he's a spook who sat by the door. We're going to talk about 1-minute films. I actually like the idea after seeing this prompt. I think it's something I'll be into. We're going to talk about the future of AI. We're going to talk about this particular slum in Haiti. We're going to talk about whether or not Black people in America have officially become politically irrelevant. We're going to talk about the future of warfare. We're going to talk about technology or tradition. Is STEM teaching Afrocentric or more Europeanisms? We're going to talk about a story that I just looked at the story too on Instagram about a little girl at 2 who started puberty at 2 years of age. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about Africans denouncing Christianity, the awakening. We're going to talk about who profits from Black hair products. Right. So those are some of the things that we're going to discuss tonight. I'm going to drop the link for those who want to join the panel. But I want to say something before I do all of that. I want to say something. This has been on my mind for a little minute. I see Tanzan is here saying Amani. Amani to you, Tanzan. I see Bibi Rodriguez is out there saying salute. Real Black Gentleman is out there as well. The Pro Black Perspective is out there saying peace, peace. I want to say this real quickly. I'm not going to dwell on it long. Bobby Wright is out there too saying Habari Ghana. I want to say this to would-be panelists tonight, and this is true tonight and going forward. I witnessed some bickering beef on another show last night, and I just want to say peace to Keta, who just joined in. Gas him up is saying good morning to his neighbors. The bickering beef stuff has to stop, and particularly on my platform here. I didn't build this to be like all the other shows that does the beefing nonsense. If you really check something, when I talk about shows that I've been watching, if you notice, I rarely mention a show outside of KWAZ radio. I just don't have time for the bickering beef stuff that I see on a lot of these other platforms. Shout out to Pan Africanism Strikes Back. He's pretty cool, and Afro Think Tank. But I don't do the bickering beef. So if you can come up here, and I'm gonna say it like this too. I'm gonna say it like this too. If you can't come up here and you can't be cordial, you can't be a builder, then don't come up. Don't come up. For real. Because that takes away from why people are here. That takes away from why I think most people mess with the shows on KWAZ radio mess with my show in particular, particularly Shoot the Breeze. This is not a bicker and beef type thing. Check the egos, like Gas just mentioned. Check the egos at the door. You know, a lot of us who are on the panel are Caribbean, Africans from the Caribbean. We joke on people, right? It seems like Africans from the continent do the same. We joke on people. Don't make it too personal. You know, keep them lighthearted. Keep them as little jabs, but don't make it personal, and don't be pissy about stuff here, right? This is, for example, this is a show where I come through and, you know, I'm taking a sip. I'm bibbing on something. You know what I mean? Some of the other folks are bibbing on something too. And we still don't have these big problems. This week past, I had a panel discussion with a group of men and a group of women. I got to say something about the women. I've never had drama from women. And we would say, as men, we would say, oh, women are drama-filled and emotional, all this stuff. I've never had a blow-up with women. You understand? I've never had a blow-up with women. So I don't expect men to come here and do that type of thing. Tragapi 262s in the room. He said roasting is foundational to Africans. It is what it is. You know what I mean? So anyway, Black Beauty is here saying they agree. So yeah, so that's my word on that stuff. Let's have a good show. I'm gonna drop the invite link right now for those to come through. Let's have a good show. Check the egos. Let's have fun. You might get roasted. You might not get roasted. You might get a jab. Someone might call you a simp if you go too far with the shit, etc., etc. And let's just keep it at that. Fun times, great discussion with some depth. All right. There's the link for those who want to join. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to start the show. And those who want to join the panel can join the panel. And again, respect to everyone who's on the panel, all right? Let's start the show. And on the other side, I will drop Shoot the Breeze, topic number 1 tonight.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
All right. We've had several people join the panel since the preview, and I appreciate all of you who joined tonight. Let's welcome in Kevin Curry, 42. Kevin Curry, how are you doing this week?
Yeah, I'm happy, man. You're great day, great life, man. Great show the other night.
Good. Yeah. Kevin Conroy was a part of the panel with all men discussing that one video that include Dr. Cress Welsing and Dr. Poussant. Good discussion. I'm going to drop both the female panel and the male panel. I'm going to drop them back to back this week. You guys, give me some ideas in the chat. What's a good day to drop those back to back? I also got to be mindful of not dropping them when someone's doing a live stream as well. Gas them up. How are you this week?
Yeah, man, I'm great, man. Getting over a little, I guess, flu or cold,
Oh, wow.
but
Okay.
there's nothing a Kardashian can fix, So, yeah.
That's interesting. Yeah, Gas was a part of the conversation with the all black man panel. That was a pretty good discussion, and Gassam had a good show last night as well. So make sure you guys are tuned in to the Gas Them Up on YouTube, the Black Pentagrammers. Let's welcome in the Sister Tanzan. Tanzan, how are you this week?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. I tried to tune into your show. It looked like you didn't go long today.
No, it was too early in the morning. I was just trying to get out of there.
Okay. You guys could check out Tanzan on KWAZ Radio on Tuesdays at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But she also has a show on Swahili Nation. That's like Eastern Standard Time is like what, 3 a.m. in the morning Eastern Standard Time, I think.
Yeah, I go from 3 to 5, between 3 to 5, depending on when I wake up. But yeah, around that time in the morning.
Yeah, so you guys check that out too. Swahili Nation is actually kind of cool. I actually like what they do. It's something to study. We got the forecast. Our brother from KWAZ Radio forecast. How are you this week?
What's going on, Koku? What's going on, everybody?
Yeah, I'm good. I saw you guys watching that game with Bakari. I was actually there. I was just quiet in the background watching that Jackson State game earlier today. So peace to y'all. I see in the chat Kevin Cartwright says do it Wednesday. Matron says do it Wednesday and Thursday. Okay, I'll keep those 2 days in mind. Let me know if there's a time, Eastern Standard Time, that y'all appreciate. Real Black Gentleman is with us. Real Black Gentleman, how are you this week?
Oh, I'm doing well. Well rested.
Good. Last week you hung out in the chat. You didn't come up last week, so I'm glad to see you back this week. Thank you. No problem. Oni is with us. You guys check out Oni's video from earlier this week. His podcast. He did a episode on dating advice. Oni, how are you this week?
I'm good.
Good.
Yeah, I'm good. Actually, I think I might be sick, but I'm good.
Yeah. You sound like you have a head cold or something like that.
I don't know what that is, but yeah, maybe.
Yeah, no, that's a real thing. That's not some weirdo shit. That's a real thing where you have like that stuffiness up in your head. Not so much in your nasal
congestion. I'm going through it right now.
Oh, you are? Yeah. I find that's the worst kind of sick to be when your head, because you can't. It's hard to keep your thoughts straight and stuff. Let's welcome in my homeboy. Shout out to the 242. Shout out to you, Lutra. Buana Hagaziki, how are you this week?
I'm great. Shout out to the 242. Coco,
Yes,
I'm dry tonight, so around about 12 o'clock, I'm not gonna get slurry of my words. I'm kind of clear.
Every couple of weeks, you have to do that, right? You have to just be dried out.
Hey, you gotta get dry sometimes.
Yeah.
I brush my woman to be watching me.
Oh, right. Well, I ain't gonna be dry tonight. But, I'll sip on. I'll bib on something for both of us. Then, if that's the case. Daily affirmation by Pauline just joined the chat. So did Jonelle. Peace to y'all. Thanks for coming through. Folks are saying 5 to 8 to drop the episode. The episodes Wednesday and Thursday. I'll do that. I'll make sure coordinate with my my podcast mates on KWAZ Radio. I don't want to overlap anyone or anything like that. With that said, let me grab. I've been doing all that talking and didn't do it. Let me grab Shoot the Breeze topic number 1 tonight. For some reason, my word has just frozen up. I don't know why that is. And it's still frozen. So let me go to Discord and grab it. Let me see if I could remember what was the first prompt tonight from the Discord. Oh yeah, the first prompt was about Kanye West. So you gotta bear with me a little second. I gotta go a little slower because my word is frozen up. The first prompt tonight is Kanye the spook who sat by the door? Drop a 1 for me if you guys saw or at least heard about some of Kanye's antics the last week or so on the Drink Champs. And then before that was wearing a White Lives Matter t-shirt. Just drop a 1 if you guys are familiar with what I'm talking about. Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to share the screen. Right. So here's the screen. So we're gonna watch this and then we'll talk about it.
But as far as Meek Mills, Puff Daddy, whoever, none of these niggas, all you fake hard niggas, f you. Hold on. Okay. All you fake hard niggas, f you. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck because you can't shoot nobody anyway. And the reason why you got chalk is because you did a deal, you fucking fed. You know what I'm saying? That's why you gotta come at me, because part of the deal for you to be a do all that and get out of jail is that you promise that you're gonna go pull my coat card. So y'all niggas shut the fuck up about me. Now let me say it calm. You niggas shut the fuck up. So I want y'all to run up on me. No. I want y'all to come kill me. No. I want you to smack me. No. I want you to do all that you rap about. No. All that you rap about. I want you to come do it now. Come down to this joint right now, please, or otherwise shut. But as far as Meek Mills, Puff Daddy, whoever, none of these niggas, all you fake hard niggas, f you. Hold on. Okay. All you fake hard niggas, f you. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck because you can't shoot nobody anyway. And the reason why you got chalk is because you did a deal, you fucking fed. You know what I'm saying? That's why you gotta come at me, because part of the deal for you to be a do all that and get out of jail is that you promise that you're gonna go pull my coat card. So y'all niggas shut the fuck up about me. Now let me say it calm. You niggas shut the fuck up. So I want y'all to run up on me. No. I want y'all to come kill me. No. I want you to smack me. No. I want you to do all that you rap about. No. All that you rap about. I want you to come do it now. Come down to this joint right now, please, or otherwise shut. But as far as Meek Mills,
all right, so that's that part of the interview. I guess folks was kind of interested in. I didn't see this before, but the prompt says that, is Kanye the spook who sat by the door? Now, a few of you in the chat, and some of you up here from the panel, is familiar with Kanye's antics the last few weeks. Kevin Carre, is Kanye West possibly the spook who sat by the door?
No. I guess he has something coming out, that he's merchandising. I don't trust it. I don't trust it at all. This is all we live in a very consumer society. So people are eating this up. They're eating it up. It reminds me when I was a teenager, my last year in high school. A lot of you in the panel can remember this too. That whole East Coast West Coast beef that cost 2 people their lives. This is what it reminds me of. It's nothing more than for attention. What has this guy really done for us? In the past, and he's doing it now. Well, the way I look at it, it's just coons turning on coons. I'll pass the mic.
Yeah, I find it interesting that this is the video that's been posted for this prompt, because I thought there was other things he said, and maybe the person who posted this was protecting, but he had a lot to say about the small hats that I thought was more pertinent than this. But Bakari's out there in the chat. He says Kanye is just a spook. Trigger Happy 262 says he suffers from severe double consciousness. That's an interesting thought, that he has double consciousness. Let's hear from Tanzan. Tanzan, what do you think about Kanye West here?
Well, I stopped taking him seriously a long time ago. I mean, if this is the level of spokesmanship that, the community has, it's not very. I mean, I'm not saying some of the things that he says, are don't make sense. I mean, he mixes in, like, people who mix in truth and lies. He mixes in, truth and nonsense. But his behavior in the past has shown him for, who he is, his choices in life, and all that. So I don't really think that people should be taking what he's saying too seriously. I think once you hop over the fence and you go on the other side, then whatever you have to say about your former community is really, pointless and irrelevant. He chose his side. He went over there. Just be happy and cool with it. And yeah, this is not the video I thought that we were going to listen to, but yeah, he's still trying to hop back and forth and go back and forth between the two, and you can't have that. So it's just the fact that we're giving so much credence to an entertainer who is not really somebody else. I would even take a Sowell or a politician over this guy, because even if he did say some intelligent points, the presentation, the way he says it and everything, it just takes away from the message. So yeah, I don't know about him being a spook by the door.
Yeah, that's interesting, Tan. Tan, of all the things he's been doing recently, what video would you have expected more than anything than this one?
And I haven't been keeping up, but I think there was one where he said something about slavery or black people, or maybe I'm thinking of an old one. But I think he said something controversial about slavery, as he always does.
Yeah, I didn't get through the whole 3 hour and 40-minute video. But what I did get through in the first 50 or odd of maybe hour, again, he had a lot of vitriol towards the small hats, the Uish. And so I thought that would have been a video.
I heard about that. I think it's that Nick Cannon situation. I think he is going to go through his apology circuit pretty soon if he hasn't.
Oh yeah, they kicked him out of a bank. They were like, we don't want your money, and this dude is a billionaire. They were like, we don't want your money, et cetera, et cetera. So they'll have him on the apology tour soon enough. Forecast. What say you about Kanye? Do you think Kanye is a spook who sat by the door?
I think he's the coon who's sitting by the door. But yeah, I would say that with Kanye, I think that he got like real bad mental issues, like probably in my opinion, where he needs help. But I also think he's a marketing genius, you know what I'm saying? But I will say, people should stop saying that, come kill me, come to my house, come do this, come do that to me. Because you never know who's going to do what. And somebody who know Meek Mill and who Meek Mill have no control over might really go do that, you know what I'm saying? And people do that kind of stuff. So, yeah, stop saying that kind of stuff, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, during the summertime, didn't we see a case where a rapper was like, well, come and see me. I'm going home and I live at this address, and they actually went and killed the dude? Like, yeah, stop saying that, man. It's low energy. It's stupid.
That also happened to that famous Chicago. He's old. He's been dead now. I forgot what his name was now. Little something. He was saying, I'm playing craps at this so and so. Guys came up and shot him, killed him.
Yeah. Come off of that stuff. Bobby, you're right in the chat, said he's absolutely not the spook who sat by the door. Trigger Happy 262 says, well, double consciousness probably not the right wording because he already has consumed a European ethic. It's just a matter of him always being congruent because he is black. That is the contradiction. Keto said celebrities aren't leaders, just distractions, soap opera vibes. Bakari earlier said Kanye is just a spook. Bakari, welcome to the panel. How are you this week?
Great, my brother. How about you?
I'm good, thanks. Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, I'm good.
What say you about Kanye? Is he the spook?
Kanye is a fool. Yeah, he's a spook. Kanye, George Bush can stand up right now and say Kanye don't care about black people, and would it be perfect? I hear people saying how he went in on Jews. I really didn't hear him get disrespectful with Jews. I didn't hear anything disrespectful about a small hat, whatever. I ain't gonna speak on nobody else's channel the way I speak on mine about them, but I didn't hear him get disrespectful toward them at all.
He wasn't disrespectful. He wasn't disrespectful.
Yes, and the point, he only went in on black people. He was sitting on with Drink Champs, which is owned by Revolt, which is on Revolt TV, which is owned by a black man, and he said F that N-word, right? Those are the only people, he went in on. I know he claimed to be a billionaire. Everything about Kanye is suspect. I don't know if he's a billionaire or not, but I'm gonna be honest, I highly doubt it. That's just my opinion. But this is the same person that said black people chose to be a slavery was a choice. And he say he refused to be a victim. He's saying F them N-words, talking about the man that owned that black man, and they'll get it twisted. I ain't no Diddy fan at all. But see, I put all this together just listening. F that black man who owned Revolt TV where you doing an interview. F him, F that N-word, right? F all the other N-words. But why did they take my SoFi concerts? Why can't I just get my SoFis back? You say you just billionaire, build your own stadium. The same person who told black people who don't have millions of dollars, y'all choose to be a slave. Y'all want to be a victim. I'm not a victim. Sitting up there, why would they take my SoFi shows? I just want my SoFis back. Can I get my 4 concerts back at SoFi, huh? And then we minimize it to make it about one group of white people. It's white people. Because the guy that owns SoFi ain't a small hat. He's a German. It's white people. What Kanye did, and he constantly mentioned Kundis Owens, even going back to the White Lives Matter.
You're breaking up, Bakari. No, you're still in the matrix.
You hear me now?
I think so. Go ahead.
I mean, okay, you can hear me now?
Yeah.
Even back to the White Lives Matter, even to the White Lives Matter shirt, it was to bring attention to Kundis Owens' documentary, where the only thing they do is crap on black people. They don't care what it is. They know how to take it to Black Lives Matter, the organization, because they know how black people feel about Black Lives Matter, the organization. But then you insult George Floyd. He did everything. And I'm glad Diddy took that video down. I'm not going to give that to them white folk, because there was a black man on that station who didn't appreciate what he said. Even Nori came out and apologized and say Diddy didn't appreciate what was said. I'm not going to say no white people took it down, but I know that black people came out and said something about it. So that's who I'm going to say took it down, because our black people have power to do something too. And I'll give the mic.
No, I appreciate that, Bakari. Thank you for that. Real Black Gentleman, what say you? It's Kanye, the spook who sat by the door. By the way, you guys go check out the review that myself or Zuli and Buana Hagaziki did of that 1970s film, The Spook Who Sat by the Door. I think it's a good listen, so go check it out. But Real Black Gentleman, it's Kanye, the spook who sat by the door.
No, he's trying to be an intermediate. I mean, he gets his money from a lot of people. He's when he speaks, he's always trying to speak to like multiple like markets and multiple audiences and stuff. That's where it's all confused, because it's like he's Midwestern American one day, next day he's inner city hood. There's a lot, and then he has this. I mean, there's a lot going on with him. He's doing it his own way. I think that he knows what he's trying to say, but a lot of times it comes out, you know what I'm saying, kind of scrambled. I don't see him trying to be anything more than just trying to put as much his messaging out as much as he can to make money. I mean, he is an entertainer at the end. He's going to try to get attention, Some of the stuff he does on purpose, some of the stuff I don't think he means to do. And again, he could do a lot less with you know. You can't have white lives matter. You can't wear that. You can't do that. You know that you're wrong. You know that you're out of pocket when you do that, Kanye. You know that you can't. You again. You kind of like playing you playing the devil's. You know, you playing the position that is supposed to like mediate between what niggas is saying, what Black Lives Matter. You can't do that. You can't do that. And so like he puts his foot in his own mouth so much. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't do that. You have to learn how to like just stand still for a second. That's part of it. Part of it is he does too much. I'm gonna pass the mic.
No, I appreciate that. Yana B is in the chat. We actually got to hear Yana B's voice last night. She was on with Gassed Them Up and them. Intelligent Sister. She says, hello, everyone. Kanye once said, quote, I sold my soul to the devil. That's a crazy deal. At least it came with some toys and a Happy Meal. And so she says, leave him be. Yana B, I think we still have room. If you want to click the link, it's in the chat. You could join us. Oni, what say you? Is Kanye the spook who sat by the door?
Oh yeah, we know he ain't. Like we know that.
Right to the point.
What about Kanye? Yeah, it's just celebrity talk. I ain't gonna hold you. It is just entertainment. It is like there's not much to expect from this guy. I mean, he's talking about different entertainers and how whether they're impactful or whether they're not impactful. It's not a realistic summary of the world or a realistic type of worldview. He's obviously obsessed with celebrities himself, and he's just talking about celebrity culture. It's really, you know, like when they say blind leading the blind, it's like here's a celebrity giving celebrity gossip. This is not spook who sat by the door. The spook who sat by the door was you know, an individual who was talking about bringing armed revolution in America, no less, right? This is like nothing, not even remotely related to that. This is a guy who's like, hey, you other celebrities don't, you know, like who cares? Like it's really a big who cares. You know, like even if you're talking about, hey man, these other people have influence on celebrities, like okay, you know what I mean? Like again, it's still celebrity discourse. I don't no, he's not remotely like not even remotely. That's all I can say actually. Oh no, oh sorry, I wanted to also add that you know what Brother Bakari was talking about, because I heard him say it on his channel, and now he's saying it again. That the idea that the dude's on Diddy's platform talking shit about Diddy, you know, and then he's like, why was it removed? And the thing is this, like I do the same thing. Like if you come on my platform and you talking shit to me, you know, like yeah, I'm probably not gonna keep that video up. You know what I mean? And the same if I like started talking shit about Koku, you know, here, right? He's probably gonna be like, yo, all right, you know, come on. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, you're on Diddy's platform. So I think it's kind of you know, I think it's kind of silly for us as a people to be like, oh, well, you see, you can't criticize certain people. It's like, okay, you know, one, like, you know, our ambition shouldn't just be criticizing a certain people, but outside of that, notwithstanding, it's like we have to also bear in mind that you really shouldn't like criticize the host. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's just like proper protocol. And the dude right next to him was like, no, stop saying that. Like you asking people to kill you, one, and two, you crapping on the host. Like what? Like where is that? Like where does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's all good points. Buana Hagoziki, did you keep up with this Kanye nonsense this past week or two?
A little bit, and I take the position of I don't know, and before everybody in the pile jumps on me, just hear me out. Okay, so the first thing is, everyone would understand that Kanye's position, when he gets the hold of the media, is almost like Donald Trump's situation going on. He sells controversy to sell his records and his clothing. I mean, I'm sure everyone sees through the whole, saying something that's outlandish to draw attention to himself. And he said, well, yeah, and it just so happens is either his album is coming out or some clothing product that he is putting on the market is coming out. So I'm sure everyone kind of knows that. My problem with Kanye is that he does play two sides of the fence, and it's interesting because that he does have a bias in two sides of the fence, because as Brother Bakari said, he is F P Diddy, F Meek Mills, but in the same breath, when he mentioned the Jewish community and he started talking about Jamie Lee Curtis, Jamie Lee Curtis was on publicly saying that his children should be taken away from him, and he didn't say F her. I find that curious because I would think that a person who would publicly say that my children should be taken away from me, I would be more angry at, as opposed to a person who is just an entertainer like I am. So I'm saying, why would he do such a thing? Why would he do such a thing? Maybe it's in his own pathology. Maybe it's his own mental weakness. But when you get past the rhetoric, and this is the reason why I am very careful, because I watch the people's actions, not necessarily. And it is odd to look at a man who's wearing a T-shirt that says "White Lives Matter." That's very odd. But if you look at it from a capitalist point of view, just a capitalist point of view, yeah, just the money. If you're a capitalist, that shirt is gonna sell like hotcakes. Why? Because there's a large swath of people in America who represent the majority of the people in America who would be totally fine and willing to buy that shirt. And the fact is, from a very popular black rapper, it's gonna sell off the hook. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't know. I don't just taking the politics away from it, just looking at it from a completely financial perspective. That's a smart move because he's playing on the emotions of a large swath of the American population. Now, someone would say, well, it's to the detriment of the black population. Sure, but if I thinking solely, on the lines of money, for me, that's a smart business move. But let me also say this. The reason why I say that sometimes we should get past the rhetoric is for all of the horrible things like slavery was a choice and all that thing, all those kinds of things. For all of the ridiculous, outlandish things that Kanye has said. Kanye built a black school, private black school. Kanye donated $2 million to George Floyd. I think he paid for his funeral, the family of. Kanye bought Parler. Now, if you look a little bit deeper at that scenario, we are in a situation where we are policed, heavily policed in the things that we say, because the people who control these kinds of media outlets, right? They are very cautious of certain things not being uttered on these social media platforms. Now, for me, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. If this person was to provide an outlet, because I don't believe in harnessing the freedoms of people having a right to express themselves. So if I am able to go on his so-called platform and freely express my views about even my enemies, even if it's about the Jewish community, and not have the fear of having my video taken down, I'm all for that. I'm all for that. Even if it means the white supremacist has an audience to promote their ideas. I believe that people should have a right to freely express themselves. And for him having the ability to create that platform, I don't feel like it's a bad thing, in particular for black folks, because we get handcuffed a whole lot of these social media platforms. So for me, I follow. I kind of like try to see past the rhetoric and get at what people are actually doing. And I also think that this person, as outlandish and far fetched as he may seem, some of the utterances from Kanye is the sentiment of a large swath of American people, in particular white people. I think that this man might have political ambitions in the future, and I think that he's creating a stage for that to happen. You know what I mean? I just sometimes for me, I just get beyond the appearances and I try to look a little bit deeper at the situation to see what this man is trying to actually trying to do. Because people may say he is crazy, but he may just be as crazy as a fox. You know, people don't get $11 billion just by getting $11 billion. You know what I mean? It had to take some intelligence, some consistency. You know what I mean? It ain't just drop in his lap. So it's not that I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt. I just watching to see what he's gonna actually do, as opposed to his rhetoric. I try to get past that, but I'll stop there.
No, I appreciate conversations from the other side. So yeah, I appreciate that, Buana Hagaziki. Let's see what Gas has to say about it. Gas, is Kanye the spook who sat by the door?
Um, well, I guess I answer that with a question. Have we ever had a spook who sat by the door? You know, it doesn't exist in my opinion. You can't be at that door. The system is the system. Kanye seems to just be crying that he's not getting his chance at black capitalism, and that's, you know, I say it all the time. If you scratch these people deep enough, that's all they're crying about. They just want their own turn at the table. So, you know, Kanye, he said some things that were interesting, but I don't think he's anyone that you should take serious. You know, all these guys say that they're billionaires and this. It's like the undesired are always rewarding the unwanted. I think people have to get to a point where these people mean nothing. That's all I got to say for now.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. I think Kanye is using shaming tactics. I think Kanye has the money in whatever form it's in, but he's not getting the access that he thought he would have. Remember, one of the last times he had a big rant, it was around this idea that he couldn't get into the Italian clothing houses or whatever you call them, right? Around those designers and stuff. I think Kanye is looking at the good old boys club, and he's upset that he's, you know, with all his money, which he probably grew up thinking that, you know, to have a bunch of money, you could get into that club, you could get into that high society, and he's realizing he isn't, and he realizes the kind of people who are predominantly in that club, which is like these small hats, and so now he's trying to shame them into letting them in. That's how I took it in the third of the interview that I've seen so far. He seems salty against a particular group because that group is keeping him out. With that said, I heard from Bakari, right? Yeah, with that said, let's go to Azuliism. Azuliism, how are you this week?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. All I gotta say about this is that when you
You're in the Matrix too. You're in the Matrix too. We got to get your sound right. You're breaking up. Are you there? All right. I guess Azuli is having some technical difficulty.
I think Shari Chisholm just took him out.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
We got your line
I'm
on
saying
Richie.
that
Yes.
even though that Kanye is, when you look at the movie and compare to this, Kanye is doing certain stuff that I saw in the movie, but neither here nor there. Kanye has said a lot of stuff in there that none of these all so-called conscious, none of these politically radical people have said. So I don't know what Kanye is doing.
I disagree with that as well.
Which rapper?
I think
which rapper has said any other thing he just said?
Rappers unconscious, but
no, I'm talking about the other rapper that's supposed to be conscious, the Talib Kweli, the Roots. I've never heard him say no shit like that.
Most Def said some stuff like that, and that's why you don't really hear from Most Def again.
Nah, not the way Kanye just put the shit on wax. So Kanye went on Piers Morgan, something I just saw, and called him a boy. Piers was like, "Who you calling a boy?" Kanye said, "That's how I feel when the way I dealt with us." So I mean, I don't know what Kanye is doing, but I gotta say that he's saying a lot of stuff that a lot of people, a lot of actors, are not saying. So I don't know if maybe you're right. I'll see if he has like a album coming out. I don't know to my knowledge, but I guess I understand what everybody's saying. But even the thing with P. Diddy, he said something. He's like, I don't know if that's the video when he said, "Yeah, I ain't gonna kill me. Come kill me." All that shit y'all talking is bullshit. So whether it's I don't know what he's doing it for. He's saying something. That's all I gotta say.
I'll say this. You'll notice something from black celebrities, particularly in the hip hop side of it. They tend to actually clown black folks for much of their career, and then when things start to whatever, then they get on this kind of conscious train. It's like they listen to, they listen to Oni or Gas or Bakari or Tandan or something. Like they listen to some conscious shit online, Uma, and then they pick that up when they're trying to get something for themselves. One of the most shameless versions of that to me, and I hold this against him. Dave Chappelle came out here and did what was supposed to be like a comedy set, but it kind of wasn't to me. And he complained about being a young man and signing a bad deal, a deal where he doesn't make money really off of the Chappelle show. And he asked folks to boycott Netflix and this, that, and the other. And he got his money. He got a better deal. He got his money. What did that do for black folks? You see what I'm saying? When Kanye comes up here bitching and moaning about some small hats not letting them into the all small hat or the all white club, right?
Nah, don't say.
He's trying these shaming tactics. What's that going to do for the people at large? Go ahead.
While he's talking about, he also spoke about the black fathers being alienated. He spoke about a lot of stuff. I get what you're saying, but he did speak a lot of other stuff that has nothing to do with him getting his money. If you listen to the whole thing with the he did something with Carlson, then he did something whatever he did with Piers Morgan. He spoke a lot of stuff that nobody speaks about. Out of that has nothing to do with the money part.
No. He's not going to speak about
can
the
I
money.
say something? Hey,
He's not
but
going to
he
speak about the money. Go
apologized
ahead.
at the end of Piers Morgan. He apologized at the end of Piers Morgan. He sat there and did all that ranting. Kanye and anybody who
but that's
think
what I'm
Kanye,
saying. You cannot.
He apologized. He claimed he's worth all these $1 billion. Why the hell you apologizing for a way you claim you actually feel? I don't know how black people continue to fall for these people's stuff. I have no idea. Even with Dave Chappelle, I've been telling people about Dave Chappelle. But I guess I live in a world by myself. I tell black folks, I don't listen to Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle is very disrespectful to black people. Call you the N-word all the time, his whole stand-up. But then stand up there and do a stand-up and say, well, I can't crack any more Asian jokes because my wife told me my Asian people say that's disrespectful when I crack jokes about their eyes. But every black person don't think it's cool to be called an N-word. That nonsense Kanye is up there talking about, the same stuff he has insulted black people for doing. It's the exact same thing a so-called billionaire, because he the person who said he's the richest black man in the history of this country. He said that. The same thing. That's what he said there in the why can't I get my SoFis back? Oh, I apologize for anybody that I've hurt. So I apologize, Piers. He cowed down like a little punk.
But at the end of the day, we know he said he's worth 10 billion. They should say he's only worth 2. But the thing is, once you said it, you can't undo it. That's what you're doing. Whether he apologized or not, the word is out, bro. You can't undo. Maybe that's what I'm talking about, playing the spook shit. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, yes, he did apologize, yeah. But at the end of the day, he said what he had to say. You can't undo knowledge. Once you put the bug in somebody's ear, you can't undo it unless you murder them. So that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to understand. Whether he apologized, yeah, so what? Maybe he had to apologize. Because that's not, he gotta apologize. Them niggas give him his check. So at the end of the day, maybe to me, he knew he was gonna apologize anyway. But the word is already out. Whatever he wanted to do, he already put it out there. You can't undo it. So I don't know, but I'm not dismissing what you're saying, brother. But I'm just trying to play devil advocate.
How come you use this clip here for the prompt?
Which one was that? Was that the one he's talking about? Which one was that? I don't remember.
This guy. This is the one where he cursed out Diddy and Meek Mill and dared them to come and do him something and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, the reason I used it because that was the only one the people short clip for the minute. That's the only one he did or whatever.
Oh, I see. Yeah, okay.
And who all know that Nori wasn't gonna apologize? All that all that, who didn't know that? Yep. The mother dudes ain't gotta apologize because they part of they big money.
But you heard that George Floyd's family is about to sue Kanye, so he had to take that clip down because he could be part of that suit too.
Yo, that suit ain't going nowhere, man. It's all shit. No, ain't going nowhere.
Hey,
but
look at Alex Jones. That guy owes $1 billion to his family.
Hold on. Hey, I know y'all can hear Bakari trying to say something in the back there. Bakari, what are you trying to say?
Nori did not apologize to white people. He apologized to George Floyd's family and to black. That's who Nori apologized to.
That's true.
That's who he apologized. That's who he apologized to.
That's not true. Nori was crying on the whole show when Kanye was talking. I watched the whole 3 hours. No, that was
okay, good. But Nori did a apology on the Breakfast Club when they asked him. Nori said he apologized to George Floyd's family, and he started talking about how he want Dr. Umar them to come on, and then to pacify Charlemagne the God. Charlemagne was like, "Don't go down the road, Nori." Nori was like, "Okay," and basically he apologized to black people. While the man you're bigging up disrespected black people, he didn't call them not one derogatory name. The only people he disrespected was black folk on a black man platform, and he get kudos.
Nah, you wildin'. You giving Nori props? Nah, I saw him apologize, trying to get him off throughout the whole 3 hour show. He was crying about that. Oh, don't say that. Don't say that. No,
yeah. During the interview, Nori was indeed saying stuff. No, we love the Jews, right? We all love Jews, right? Like that was cringeworthy. But he did go on, as Bakari said, he was on the Breakfast Club and he issued apologies to the family of George Floyd, and I think generally to black people. You know, so he did apologize. Someone just dropped off. Who was that? Maybe that was Azuli. Hopefully Azuli comes back. Do we have any last words on this prompt?
Yeah, I have something to say. The Jewish banker where Kanye West is supposed to keep his money, say, come get your $3 billion and take it out of my bank. Now I'm wondering if there is like a black bank in the United States where he could have moved his money out of that bank and put his $3 billion in someone else's bank. Because see, I think that sometimes it's just a lot. I understand what the brother's saying. Make no mistake about that. But I also understand, well, I don't understand yet. I'm aspiring to understand these kinds of problems. But a man in his position, where you have billions and billions of dollars, you know what I mean, kept up in these financial institutions. And also I believe that he have his financial instruments, different kinds, all hooked up with all kinds of Jews and different kinds of financial institutions. And I'm sure that they would have put economic pressure on him. And most people, you know what I mean, if there was in that economic situation where you have a bunch of Jews sitting at the top of these boards saying, well, listen, we're going to block him. We're going to take him down off our media sites, cutting off his avenue to either make money or even retain the money he has. And then also, when you put yourself in this position, you don't only have to worry about the financial institutions. You have to worry about the IRS because they control that shit too. You know what I mean? It's like he get. I feel like he would be pressured and threatened from different sides. You know what I mean? So I don't know who would have come out of the woodwork and forced these guys to say what they say. Because whether we believe it or not, whether we believe it or not, and I would like to think this about myself as well, to be a completely independent person. But when you decide to take certain positions, in particular in America, where the Jews control a large swath of the so-called financial institutions there, and not only financial, legal institutions there as well, there comes a whole lot of pressure along with that. And I'm wondering if all of us who talking very strong right now would be able to stand up to the same kind of pressure, or would we just apologize just to get that pressure off our back if we was placed in the same situation? I'm just curious about that.
All right, I appreciate that, Untouchable.
I want to actually touch on that because
Go ahead.
I think we were talking earlier about like let's say people have egos and let's say people whatever, right? And I'm just like, and now I just thought about it, right? Here these Jews, not because when I forgot he changed his name. When Bwana was saying that Kanye West had $3 billion in Chase, I was like, hold on, let me look up that, And so, because I remember him saying he only had like 100 million in Chase, right? So, according to Kanye, he had 140 million in Chase, right? But the thing I want to say is that that's like I don't stick up for those people, right? But what I could say is that they don't tolerate fuck shit. And I'm not saying that what Kanye West is doing is fuck shit, but from their paradigm, from their perspective, they don't tolerate shit. They don't say, hey, you know what? You on your own thing, you have your rights and you can say whatever you want about me and I could do it. And I'll just sit there and I'll be cordial. No, these motherfuckers, they say, hey, you know what? I'm not gonna put up with your bullshit. And I don't owe you shit. Yeah, you have your money in my bank, but you could take your money and shove it. And I mean, I think that we actually probably, like, sometimes when we talk about like let's say what it means to be a man or whatever, right? And I'm not saying that these people are examples of men, no, but what I'm saying is that is a clear example of a different people or another people saying, hey, you know what, yeah, you ain't gonna talk shit about me. You know what I mean? And I think I actually kind of like, I think that that's just interesting that we as a people, though, we say, hey, you know what? Somebody's talking shit about you, ride with it. Somebody talking shit about you, rock with it. Because no other people say that. Every other people says, hey, you know what? Like, if I go up to a white man, it's like, in fact, I think I saw that. No, but I'll tell you this. There was a video of this white professional gamer, right? And so he's playing, I think, Fortnite or something. And then after, brother on the other side, shoots him and kills him, right? And then says, fucking white people, right? The white guy has a meltdown. He's like, really? And he just says the N-word. Like, he starts making a song about the N-word. And he starts saying it like 50 times. But it's like, yeah, other people do not put up with things. But we as a people, we kind of, and this is the thing that we always kind of reflect on. We say, hey, you know what? Why is it that we could always talk bad about black folk, but once we say something bad about other people, they just all of a sudden we can't? And it's like, yeah, because other people say to themselves, let us protect our own freaking identity. Let us not make people trash talk us. And I would say this, that because that's the one thing I kind of sometimes disagree with Garvey on, but Garvey did write and say, hey, look, when other people in the press are saying stuff about black folk, you need to jump on it and correct it right away. And my thing is like, no, I don't necessarily think that you should just follow around on whatever they say, and they can let them say what they're saying. But at the same time, it's like that probably comes back to that same mentality where it's like, we say to ourselves, hey, look, if somebody's doing some fuck shit, let it ride. Be polite, be cordial. It's okay. It's just fuck shit. And it's like nobody else sees it that way. And these people we call the small hats, they don't see it that way either. And I think that's something to process, particularly because it kind of relates to the other conversation we had.
I think the reason why we are slow to to do the things that other communities do is because other communities have backing. They have institutions that back them. You know, a Chinese person could tell the Jews go fuck yourself. Why? Because the Chinese have financial institutions of their own. You know, and so do I think the Asians do, and so do other communities do. Whereas we, you know, in the West don't have, well, we may have institutions, but we don't have institutions as strong and as developed as these other groups of people who have very strong ties to their countries of origin, etc., 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 and they have very strong institutions. This is the difference. We are at the mercy of other people's institutions. That's why this man could say whether it's 3 billion or 100 million, it's a whole lot of money for you as a banker to say, come get your money and take it out of my bank. That's big balls business. You know what I mean? And I don't think that, I don't know. Like I say, I'm asking whether we control like banks like that to be able to say, okay, you know, go f yourself. I'll just take it to my black bank and put my 3 million or $100 million there. You know, I don't know if we have these kinds of institutions that exist. So, well, that's probably the reason why I was asking the question. But I just think that that's the difference. That is the difference. We are at the mercy at this time as opposed to other communities.
Yeah, I'll just say later in that interview, Kanye was asking that question about black banks, and they told him Killer Mike owns the bank. And he said something like, the next time you see Diddy and I together, we'll be buying a bank or building a bank or something like that. So I think he was put on. But it's funny, there's a bank that was always advertised on these social media platforms called something like One United Bank or something like that, which is a black bank. And it's funny, no one seemed familiar. It didn't come to mind when that conversation was going on. So I thought that was kind of interesting too.
I think I think a lot of those black banks, a lot of them, at least I think at Carver, is like might be subsidiaries of Chase, you know. But I do want to touch on what Bonner just said about the Chinese could say go fuck yourself to the Jews. And it's like, yeah, the thing is, the trouble is this, that like I said with the name calling thing, you know, the Chinese don't, why would they waste their time saying that? You know what I mean? Like the trouble with us as a people, I think, and I know this is mostly with the liberals and so forth, but a lot of times we put value in name calling, you know? And the thing is that other people don't have to do name calling. You know, the Chinese, it wouldn't make any sense for them to say, hey, you know what? This is an ethnic group in America. Hey, go fuck yourself. Why? You know? Whereas we, you know, what we do is that, you know, we not like we kind of get off on calling our own selves names. Like we just like, yo, man, shut the fuck up, nigga. Nigga. Like even listening to Kanye just now, oh man, you stupid niggas, blah, blah. And then, you know, the nerve to turn around and be like, well, the Jews would let us say nigga and let us say go kill each other. Like that motherfucker, you just said that in that clip. And they just said, oh, I could sell this record because you already saying that dumb shit. You know? Like I mean, you making them seem like the supervillain for selling the thing that you already talking about. It's like, but that's what you're talking about. That's the music that you want to put out at this point. That's how you address your own people. You know? Like we could see this is like literally a black platform, black people sitting around, and the way how they talking to each other is, man, get that nigga, tell him to go kill me, blah 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 blah. And then the moment that somebody else says, you know what, I can sell this because somebody else want to hear this because this is some stupid shit y'all doing, right? It's like, why would you do this to us?
All right, let's move on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 2. Also, let's end those innuendos now. We get the point. Shoot the Breeze topic number 2 is, are 1-minute films an avenue we should explore, or is it too limited? I personally looked it up, and I kind of like the idea. But let's see what the video clip attached is about. So it seems to take us to a tweet from Africa Research Hub, right? Africa Research Hub. So fair use. And it's titled 1-Minute Movie. This is the full film. So let's I don't know why this thing never comes up for me. Okay. Let's check it out.
What do you do? Where do you live? What's your sign? Do you have any brothers, sisters? I would love to know them.
You're cute. If I knew I met you today, I wake up early already.
And now, time's up.
That's life.
Oh, it's too pity. Can I have a souvenir?
What do you want?
I don't know. How about a kiss?
We just met.
Yeah, but life is short.
Maybe. Somewhere else. Another time.
Too bad.
That's interesting. I hadn't seen this film earlier. I did look up the topic and I saw some interesting stuff. Let's start with wait, does this freeze up? Let's start with Real Black Gentleman. Real Black Gentleman, what say you to this? 1 minute films, an avenue we should explore.
I'm not too limited. I mean, I don't even like the idea of like, I'm not even trying to go down the idea of like limiting like that's like that whole TikTok thing. It's like, why would we even try to go down that road? It just doesn't seem like, I mean, I think you should make, films should be as long as they need to be. We shouldn't try to go for a niche as far as like films to try to get people to do things. If we're like behind that trend, we're behind that trend. I think that, what I'm saying, trying to shoehorn that in wouldn't be really, I don't think it's really, it really doesn't do anything to try to bring more people's awareness, into like, various things. I don't think it's the whole idea, well, people don't have time to like, and that, that if they're short, then they'll pay attention. But the problem is if they're short, then chances are we might run into a situation where you'll have a whole lot of short stuff that people are just going through. I mean, I'm not big on it. I'm gonna pass the mic.
I appreciate that. In the chat, Trigger Happy 262 said, "Damn." Lero just said 1 minute films for what? I do think we need more positive black media images. However, I see something useful in it, especially in terms of curriculum type stuff. I see something very useful in it. Let's go to Gas Them Up. Gas Them Up, what say you?
I think it could be, beneficial like anything. It might have its detriments. Perhaps, in terms of cost, it might open the door for people to make films and reduce your cost. I'm not sure if that's possible, but yeah, I'll wait to see what it produces.
All right. Bwana Hagoziki, what say you?
I think it's too short for character development. I think it's too short to really get the gist or understanding what's going on. I didn't particularly like this. It was confusing to me, very confusing. And I never met a black woman this hungry before. By the way, yeah, I wish I could be women like that. But no, I think it's too short for any kind of understanding or even character or scene or any kind of development in terms of trying to get some kind of understanding of actually what's going on. If maybe it's 10 minutes, maybe 15, but 1 minute, I don't think it's enough.
All right. So Buana disagrees with me. Forecast, what say you to this idea?
I do think that as a lane, 1 minute or short, movies, like a lot of propaganda pieces do that already. There's a lot of stuff, already out there, and if you even do like look on like YouTube, like if you really want to be real, like the shorter videos do better than the longer one, like 4 or 5 minutes ones, you know what I'm saying? And it's just about presentation, you know what I'm saying? Now this, even look at this, you know what I'm saying? Showed a black dude like pretty much lying to a black woman, and then like he's getting shot in the head with a car full of brothers. You know what I'm saying? What is this? You know what I'm saying? Like it's propaganda film. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what the purpose is, so I'm just saying. But you could use these kind of things for propaganda purposes, though.
Oh, absolutely. That's what I mean. That's what folks was doing back in the 1940s and stuff, 1920s even, right? Short films that just get to the point, and the point sticks in your head. Now you're gonna have to be clever in how you structure it, but and also in agreement with Trigger Happy 262 in the chat. I'll read his message in a second. Like, you really supposed to be looking to use whatever you have, whatever tools you have at your disposal, whether we own it or not for now. But whatever tools you have, you should use it. And you people's going on with with the youth and stuff now. This is what they're consuming. They're consuming 6-second material and making it go viral and all this kind of stuff. Like the forecast was saying, right? They're using, short these stories and reels and all this kind of stuff, and getting across whatever messages they want to be. If it's funny, if it's sexy, whatever. I think you could use these things to your advantage. Let's hear from Tanzan. Tanzan, what say you?
Well, I'm a huge fan of them. I mean, firstly, even if we don't know what is going on, it's intriguing. I think that it could be a venue towards something else. I think a 1-minute film could be a transition into maybe a series, or 1-minute episodes where they show something small every time and so on. But it keeps people wondering what is going on. I don't even know what the story is, but if they had more, I would definitely want to see. And the production quality looks pretty good. And someone said the attention span of people nowadays is very short, and you have to grab them. And especially people look at the time, how long is this going to take me to get through? And if it's too long, they're just going to move on to something else. And even YouTube has encapsulated the TikTok model nowadays. They have those shorts that can be for anything from 10 seconds to, I think, 30 or something, or 2 minutes. So even YouTube, which used to be for lengths, even they had to cut down on a lot of their content length, unless it's not monetized. So it used to be 10 minutes, I think now it's 8, and so on, and they've put a lot of advertisements in there. So this is also a way to watch something uninterrupted without worrying about paying for it, or being constantly interrupted. So for me, I think I'm for it. Yeah.
Yeah, I like what you said, Tan. Yeah, I agree. I think I'm for it too. Let's go to Kevin Conway 42. He's a videographer. What say you?
Yeah, you have to adapt to the new age, the new era, and the youth out there. Last year I shot it was under a minute highlight film of Carmelo Anthony's son. He was a freshman, right? And it did, and someone said earlier, it did way better than all my videos. It's still doing way better because, as I said, people attention span today is short. Look at the news cycle, right? No one's thinking about George Floyd. I mean, it's still in the news, but people have moved on. What's the next new outrage? I said we can make our own 1-minute film or whatever film, to counteract the propaganda. That's the only way we're gonna win. We gotta fight. We gotta fight fire with fire. But that's all I got to say, though.
Yeah, we got to use all the tools at our disposal. Only our 1-minute films an avenue we should explore, or is it too limited?
Yeah, it looks like it's a good avenue. So one of the sisters I sent this to, she was like, "Oh no, you see how bad the black man is?" I was like, "No, fuck." But like, the fact that she could have that visceral reaction kind of tells you that you could do the opposite, because really what happens is that most of us were really intrigued by this couple before he done shot her, and that alone, like this whole two black folk just bonding, that's already a good thing. Obviously you do want something else, like it could have just been that the dude was like, maybe next time, and then he's like,
he wakes up or something. Yeah.
Or like he's like, he like grabs his necklace with his widow on it. You know what I mean? Or not his widow, but his dead wife or something. It's like, oh, okay, he's still thinking about his ex or something, right? And it's like, oh, okay, we get it. I think there's a lot of value in this sort of thing, and it also is more. I would imagine it's more cost effective, especially when it comes to editing down. Obviously, the scenery is going to cost the same, but if you can find a way, because most people are looking at TikTok, a lot of people are looking at YouTube Shorts. A lot of people are looking at YouTube Shorts. So, and then like not just that, a lot of people are looking at stuff on Twitter, like they're not necessarily clicking the links that you might send or what have you, but they're like, oh, okay, a minute clip, let me see what's going on. And so if you can do something positive and worthwhile, then yeah, you can possibly, propagandize your own people towards something. And like I said, the cost thing and like the limited actor time, like you could, like, yeah, this would be I feel like this is a way to break into an industry and also take advantage of the fact that there's a lot of things, like there's a lot of shorts that people are looking into.
Yeah, I agree with all that heavily, man. I agree. Does anyone want to add a last thought here?
Yeah, I just want to add real quick. I think part of the thing that I always notice is, YouTube, all these things, these are still an industry. This is a business. And so, as much as we encourage people or discourage people, whatever it is, to engage in anything within this industry, we got to also teach them or expose them or send them to the resources where they're learning contracts. You see some of these memes. I was watching a video, one of those memes where the kid was screaming, "Oh my God!" Now he's an adult man, right? And he did it over again, and of course his voice changed. But I'm like, man, so many millions of people sampled your sound and your voice all across YouTube and across platforms. Did you, find a way to, own your own intellectual property? Did you register your own company? So it's like when you look at this so-called thing called hip hop. Hip hop was started by these kids in the Bronx, right? It started by kids in the Bronx. Now, if you look at hip hop, especially from New York, if you look at it, it's very interesting. If you see what happened, right? The guys from Queens came in parts of Brooklyn came to dominate it. Why? Because most of their parents in Queens, you look at the Russell Simmons, you look at all these guys, their parents were blue collar or close to being white collar semi-professionals. So they had access and they were around, the Mzungus and the people in the industries that control things. The kids in the Bronx who started it, they're in the Bronx. They don't have access to know about Contra. I mean, look at what happened to Grandmaster Caz. Probably one of the most popular hip hop songs. The hip hop. What's that song? I can't remember the title right now. I'm a little under the weather. He wrote the lyrics to Big Bang Hank's verse, and he never got paid to this day. Rapper's Delight, yeah. So he never got that, and so now you see that as this thing called hip hop started being removed from the parks and they had to monetize it, the kids who had access, the certain class level, they're the ones who were able to capitalize best. Eric B, they lived in Long Island, Rakim. These were all kids with middle class parents who would have a black lawyer, who would have this. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm saying that as we either encourage or discourage, because this is particularly going to be with the youth, not our generation most likely. I mean, we can do it, but even if we do it, we got to understand the business. Everybody should have some sort of company registered. And I'm not giving business advice or tax advice. Don't sue me. But everybody should have a business registered in their name. You should own your intellectual property. Even if you do a poor man's copyright of your own stuff, you got TuneCore, DistroKid. You can record your sounds and release them, and control your own image and entity and whatever you produce. So like I said, that kid, he made that when he was 17. It was played and sampled in music videos and records and on TV millions of times. This kid probably never saw a dollar from it. You like Andy Wall said, you just get your little 15 minutes of fame and then they use you up. They take that energy, sap it from you, and they throw you away. So I hope that we're encouraging, especially because it's going to be the young kids, the young black kids. This is, not to talk about Kanye, is why I don't take these things serious, because this is what this industry, particularly in America, does, and in the UK, it turns blackness into a commodity. It takes the energy and the expressions that come from these kids who are black, African, whatever you want to call them, saps it up, markets it, they get paid off of it, and our kids never own it. But now here's the other part. The minute our kids and people that look like us start to put ownership clauses in place, I don't know if they'll be so receptive to give us those platforms. So I'll end with that.
Yeah, I appreciate
I'm glad you brought that up. I always mention that you must. Yeah, in the beginning when you're having fun, it's fun, but you gotta look down the road. When I started I was able to be around professionals when I first started in this business. I started out doing reggae concerts, like getting up, going to Queens when I was still living in Brooklyn, going to Queens, Jamaica. I forgot that lounge by the LRR, going there, waiting for the artists to come at 3 a.m, getting home at 7 a.m. But I learned never sign a work for hire contract. A work for hire contract is where it says, yeah, we'll pay you a lot of money, but we have the ownership of everything you do. And I've mentioned many times before, I always bring up Schuster. His family is still trying to sue Warner Brothers for the ownership of Superman. They're not going to win. He signed a work for hire contract, so the intellectual property belongs to Warner Brothers. That's the thing to print money. But I still tell these kids now, I'm still in the sports industry. I'm telling them, listen, your stuff is getting out there. Like one kid told me, oh, PIX stole my image. There's this kid from the Bronx that got killed. They used his video. He was the only video. I'm like, yo, you should have registered that with your lawyer. But gas him up. I'm gonna say a poor man's copyright will not hold up in court. You must always register your copyrights.
Yeah.
No, well, I mean, like I said, I don't want to just give information out there. At least let them start. So if you do, you're right. It won't hold up in court, but at least do something. Do something. And like you said, get the lawyers, do something. And it's just sad. I mean, you look at this so-called nonsense called Bronx Drill. I see the mothers of two of the guys from the Bronx, K Flock and D thing. No disrespect. I don't want nobody's mom upset at me. But these women aren't sophisticated. They're not getting good contracts. They're not, they're just happy to get a deal so they can get out of the projects or whatever. And I'm just tired of our people getting exploited like this. And it's like, yeah, there's racism. I mean, look at what they did with Kai. They said, take your money. We don't want your money, right? But at the same time, there's no rule that says you can't go to zenbusiness.com, register your S Corp or C Corp, register with the state of New York and start, doing your quarterly filings. There's nothing that says that. And then, applying with a bank, whether it's a black bank or whatever, or Bank of America, then you get your business credit, your NADEX scores, your Dun & Bradstreet. There's no rule, there's nothing that says we can't do that. Right. And then now we got corporate credit, so I don't know. I don't want to rant on too long, but.
No, but guess what? You got to understand something about the era we live in now. Where it's hyper consumer society we're living in right now. So you can tell people that all about all that stuff. They don't want to create anything. A lot of them don't want to create anything, or they just don't want to learn. They just want to, I just want to be famous. I want my clip to go viral, and that's it. I'm like, yo, you could be making so much money. There was a guy I knew. I don't know if you remember this a couple of years ago in Times Square when that cop was trying to chase the car and he got dragged on the street.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah, it went viral all over the country. I mean, all the major networks used that video. The guy that shot the video, he has like a good following. I mean, he's a great photographer, but I mentioned to him, like, listen, you still have time to register that video and you can sue all them guys. You'll be living good. And this is when he's not like in his mid-30s. This is when he was in his 20s, not mid-20s, but he's like in his early 30s. But he could have made so much money, but he was too caught up on fame and chasing girls. Now.
No, you're right. You're right. It's sad.
I think that Kevin really just defined what the problem is just a second ago. When you cut the attention spans of people to a matter of 1 minute, you know what I mean? There's something that's going to be missing. There's going to be missing context. There's going to be missing different nuances. And then, as he suggested, that these people just want to be famous. They don't want to take the time that it takes to study the contracts, the Dun & Bradstreet, to get the business licensing and all that good stuff. That takes time to get some understanding. And even as Gas was saying, at least the elementary level of business sophistication, that takes time. So even to get to that point, when you it's like you're working against yourself, because when you cut the attention spans of people, they're not going to be interested and the time that it takes to get to a level to understand the business end. There's a show end, and there's a business end. You must develop, and that takes time. And I don't think that you should take away from that. It's almost a difference between you eating fast food or you eating cooked food. The fast food may be good, but the cooked food ultimately going to be better for you, even though it takes longer to make.
Yeah. Oh, Mr. There was something else, and you too, Mr. Gatt. There was another situation I ran into. A lady, she's been at it a long time. There's a very famous, iconic image of back in 1987 of when the stock market crashed. I think they call it Black Friday. I forgot what they call it. But
yeah, Black Friday.
She took a great photo of this trader. Right, there was all this tick on the background, and he was like holding his hand like in his face, like, oh my god, I lost all my clients' money. Right, that photo went viral all over the world in that time. It went all over the world. The woman made a very big mistake. She sent her negative to those guys in France, AFP. I think I forgot what they call that. They got sued again by the guy from that covered the Haitian earthquake. But she lost those negatives. They're like, yeah, you own the copyrights, but we have your negatives, and we're not gonna give it back. She was just so happy to get her photos out there. I told her, you could have just sent them a print. Once they own.
But that's why I think and perhaps maybe one day we'll and if I do have a critique about Black YouTube, it's like this information you just gave, more than just setting up your copyright, knowing like, hey, if you're in digital media or if you're in print media or whatever, taking pictures, don't send anybody your negatives. Send them a copy with like some sort of waterproof mark on the back that says, hey, listen, you understand what I'm saying? Like, these are the type of information. And that's why I don't take none of these people serious. And I type in the comment and the people get mad. It's like, there is no community. There's none of that stuff. There's no culture. We're wasting our time lying to ourselves because, look, there's videos on YouTube. And I'm saying their name, Jewish Americans. It's not an insult, right? They have videos. I think it's called the L'Haim Network, where they offer advice. Of course, it's on YouTube, but predominantly to themselves, where they're giving financial advice to the members of their own community, how to invest in real estate, what to look out for this, what to look out for that. You don't hear or see any of the Black ones who do make it. We ain't giving that information out.
No, actually,
we say stuff like the game is to be sold, not told.
Yeah. Gas is right about that. We have this bad habit of saying, well, you got to go do the research, brother. And I was like, dude, if you know what the fuck is going on, tell me what it is.
Yeah.
Right?
Because everybody has that I have to be the only person their mentality. And it's like, look, unfortunately, if we're not gonna, even if you don't help the person, provide the information. So now everybody, like what the brother just said, it makes sense. I never thought about that. Like, oh, wait a minute. Yeah, don't ever send your negatives, because look at how they can get you. So you can own all the copyrights you want. They'll still get you. Oh, okay, you got to send a copy.
Yeah.
Black YouTube should be having these type of conversations.
Can I tell you a story, actually? I shot for St. John's University. There was a game, it was a rainy day game. Duke was playing St. John's lacrosse. Duke plays St. John's every other year. One year they'll come to New York. Next year, the other year, St. John's will go down to North Carolina. I never signed any contract. Although I was subcontracted under the guy, I never signed anything. So if I wanted to, I can sell those images, and St. John's can't do anything. I also used to work for another college, right? They let me go. I'm like, hey, no problem. But now, if you want to keep using my images, you got to pay me a licensing fee. And the same thing when I was at the Post, I always tell a story. They're like, oh, well, you signed the contract. I'm like, yeah, I did. That's for usage rights. You don't own the copyrights. But you're using photos of mine from years ago that I was never assigned to you. So what they end up doing was going in the system and deleting everything. They don't want any kind of lawsuits. So you got to be careful of certain words in your contract too. Even if you're not signing away the rights, there's a certain word you got to look out for. Perpetual use. Be very careful of that. If they say perpetual use, but in the beginning, you should.
It's funny you saying that. I had a professor in college tell us how he got screwed over on the deal. And he said if he knew what he knew, he would have put in his contract in perpetuity for his children.
Yeah.
And he kind of got screwed on the deal because he didn't put that word perpetual in it.
Yeah. And Koku, remember you said about Stevie Wonder's lawyer?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like the other day too, another group, they called me up. I think it was two. The Toronto Raptors and NBC. They're like, "Oh, hey, Mr. Reed," especially NBC. They're like, "Oh, it's a photo I took years ago for the Post, like back in 2009. I forgot about." So they're like, "Yeah, she made the Olympics, and if we can use your photos for the 6 o'clock news." I'm like, "Okay, no problem." So I wrote them like, "Listen, I won $5,000, and you can only use it for 6 o'clock news only on your broadcast network. It can't be on your social media. It can't be on your website. It can't be any only one-time use." "Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Reed, we can't afford that." I'm like, "Whatever. Yay, you came to me. I need something."
But you see, and that's what we black people, and that's why I'll be honest, Koku, I'm not a fan of black capitalism. I'm not saying people shouldn't get their money. These people control the system to the point that the minute you set up the structures to start, mitigating how they take advantage of us, then they say, okay, we'll just starve you of the capital. They did it to Kwame Nkrumah, right? He said, "Oh, I'm going to sell cocoa." Then the Europeans said, "All right, we'll just flood the cocoa market. We'll take a loss for 3 years. Let's see how long you can, sit out and wait." And he couldn't. And he had a coup and all these other things, right? He couldn't withstand it. So I'm just saying, like, you can just see, oh, this guy, he knows what he's doing. He wants us to only use the image once. He wants a decent amount of money for it. Yeah, we're not going to give him that deal.
But now, especially in our profession as media people, there's nothing they can do at this point. That's the legacy media. They have to adapt to YouTube. They have to adapt to TikTok. We can make money without them. That's what I gave NBC the middle finger. I'm like, I don't need you to make money. Back when I left college, yeah, I wanted to come work for you because I didn't know any better. But now I've been through hell and high waters. I'm like, I know what to expect. I'm still learning. But end of the day, I can have YouTube. I can get monetized. I can use TikTok. I can use Instagram. I can get sponsorships. I don't need you. I have a network. And someone always say this. Remember this, everyone on the panel and whoever's listening. Your network is your network is your net worth. I'll pass the mic.
Right. Let me just read these comments from Trigger Happy 262, and then we'll move on to Shoot the Breeze topic number 3. He says, "There's no such thing as an enemy territory on our territory. Lots of the youth is on TikTok. If you want anything to move, have to engage in enemy platforms, and people have short attention spans." He says, also, short stuff is probably a good entry point for aspiring artists, filmmakers, comic writers, animators, script writers, etc. Short stuff is good entry point to practice. Also, another point, short stuff can give you more volume of content as it can be continuous and large, hence relevant. And larger, hence relevant. He says, think of some of the social media connections. They all make short skits and some make the longer ones on their platform. It's a good recipe. And Pan-Africanists need to capture propaganda as a form of soft power because there's people's idea or Pan-Africanism is a joke. For example, Dr. Umar is funny to people because he is seen as too serious. Yeah. Yana B says it's called branding. Athrazer says, too many songs, weak rhymes. That's mad long. Make it brief, son. Half short and twice strong. The Gizza, I like that. Jizza, I like that. Hajj Podcast says at a certain point, you have to work to better yourself. If you show no inclination to even seek out the info and have to be force-fed, how useful or motivated are you really? I agree with what you're saying, but I'll also say that you have to use your discernment, right? And two things. You have to use your discernment of who you're going to give the game to. You have to know that you're not giving the game to a blank wall, right? And second of all, too, another thing is we got to stop being concerned with the outcome of other people's efforts or lack of effort. If you have the knowledge, help someone. Not everyone is gonna mess it up because when you turn it over to them, they can't do it. Like, and even if they fail at it, that's them failing at it. You know what I mean? But we should be more responsible to our own folks and readily share this information. Gas, you mentioned a Jewish channel giving those people their advice. I've never heard of it. What's the name of that again?
It's something, the L'chaim Network, something like that. I gotta check it. I'll send it to you on the email on the back end. I can't remember. You can share it with everybody on Discord. But yeah, they dropped like so many jewels. Even another one, Mike Milken, the Milken Network. I mean, these guys sit down there and give conferences every day, billionaire advice, just throwing out all free game. You know, no disrespect to Gillian Wallow, but I'd rather listen to those guys than Gillian Wallow tell me some stuff that, you know.
Yeah, for real.
Yo, there's another guy. He's not Ooish, but his name is Kevin O'Leary. You know, I listen to a lot of the crypto channels, and I learn a lot what's going on right there. People, you know, that's right there. Kevin, check him out, Kevin O'Leary.
Yeah, Kevin O'Leary. That's not the dude from the Shark Tank.
Yeah, that's him. Yes, that's him.
Matron said white people finance each other's failures. I think the forecast has to hop off, but thanks to the forecast for coming through. You know, make sure you guys are subscribed to the forecasters channel as well. Those of you who are listening. You know what? I want to go to Shooter Breeze topic number 3. We've spent a lot of time on that first prompt. Shooter Breeze topic number 3 is, what does this tell us about our past or future, in parentheses, AI? So this came with a link that seems to take us to a tweet, it seems. So the tweet says, this is how AI was used to recreate the faces of Egyptian monarchy. So you're seeing the different deities, and you're seeing what the AI says they look like. Okay. Some interesting things to witness there. The forecast says he'll still be listening. Shout out to the forecast. Trigapi262 says, LOL, we already know Cleopatra is now black at max 25%. Marcus Garvey is the way has shown up, saying good night to her. She joined us for the all-female panel discussing black man, white woman. She said it's hypothetical AI. Kevin Carre in the chat says they couldn't lie with Amenhotep. Matron says if we don't take control of our narrative about the past and present, we will have no future. We will once again be written out of existence. Lero says an Egyptologist made this video, LMAO. Kevin Carre, you had stuff to say about the video in the chat. What say you about it?
My past was a love of Egyptology and studying Nubia. First thing I got to say is the pyramid in Sudan is older than the pyramid in Egypt. But looking back, do you remember a guy named Professor Beer in the art department?
Yeah.
He was one of the most honest man I've seen. So we were looking. I took the class back in '98. It was only 2 black people, me and another woman. So a bus comes up. It was like a plain bus. He goes, "Hey," it was. Let me see. It was like 23 white people and 2 of us. He goes, "Hey, can anyone tell me why this is a black woman?" And everyone was like, "Yo, what are you doing? They're in this room. We can't be admitting that stuff with them here. We can't be." But as I said, these people have been doing this for centuries. You know, they've been trying to say, "Oh, they're the one that built the pyramid," but you can barely be in sunlight without getting a sunburn and skin cancer. But they're saying in the Caribbean, right, that we I don't know if they still say it, but they who holds a handle controls the blade. If you the programmer of that AI, you're gonna make whatever you want it to do. But I'll pass the mic here.
No, I appreciate that, Kevin Carre. Let's go to Gas Him Up. Gas Him Up, what say you?
Well, I want to announce that my next show on Friday on the Cast Them Up show or the Black Pentagram, um, I'm going to be arguing that the Medu Neter has never been deciphered, and everything we think we know about Egypt is a lie. It's funny because I'm glad that they're at least admitting these things, that black people were all over the world. But if you guys remember on the show we had a few weeks back, we talked about the Romans, and I'm not saying I was correct, but I feel that I did a good enough job to show that ethnicity, in terms of blackness and whiteness, is not what we modern people have been subjected to. And so, if the Greeks, I'm gonna say it again, if the Greeks and the Romans learned everything from Egypt, all of a sudden, then they become, white civilizations. It just doesn't make sense. So, they've tried for years to make Egypt a white civilization, but they couldn't. When they look at the images drawn, not the Medu Neter itself, but when they look at images and paintings, you see obvious people who would be considered today African, Negro, Negroid, Bantu, whatever you want to call them. So it's after a while you can't lie. So you can only lie but so much, So
Absolutely, yes. I appreciate that. Real Black Gentleman, what say you? You're muted if you're talking.
Oh, yeah, I can't trust the AI. All this, not a nothing darker than a paper bag. There's nothing of color. Not a nap. Really? So every run's really just gonna be blended. See, AI is always funny because it's always like it always plays into the averages of averages of averages. It's like not a thick lip, not a wide nose, not a nothing. Nah, you know what I'm saying? That's bogus. I'm a pass.
I appreciate that. One Eye Ezekiel, what say you?
Yeah, I think that gas and the black pentagram, they would call this witchcraft. It is. I don't. It is crazy to me that in 2022, these guys are still trying to come up with these fantastical notions about who the Egyptians were. And it's just a brief study on humanity. It will tell you that any place people go or come from, they would leave some semblance of a culture, history, all the buildings and sites, etc., etc., etc. So if the hypothesis is that the Arabs, were so integral in the building, and I know there's historical stuff as far as Egyptology is concerned. I think Kev probably is the best of us, knowing about Egyptian history. But I think that if you say that these people were so interwoven in the culture of Egypt, and where they would have come from, they would have built and left historical sites. They would have left a culture that is similar to what the Egyptians would have created in Egypt. I don't see pyramids in Arabia or the Mediterranean. I don't see the similar culture that is in sub-Saharan Africa, which is consistent with Egypt as I see it in the Mediterranean and those areas. So why is it that these people, when they came to this part of the world, just came up with all these, rich cultural religions and foods and traditions, and even with the assembling and building of the historical sites that they created, not only in Egypt but in Sudan as well. It goes back, it goes down. So why didn't these people who came from Saudi Arabia create the same kinds of things, then leave and then recreate these things in Egypt? You don't see any kinds of things like that exist. So I just think that it's just mystical. And like I say, like the pentagrammers would say, this is just witchcraft, man.
Mr. Untouchable, those people in Saudi Arabia and Egypt, Northern Africa, those are not the original people. Those are the people descending from the Mongolians, or the Turks, like especially that family in Saudi Arabia. Those are not the original people of Saudi Arabia. There's old photos of dark people like look like us in those places.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, those are not the original people. As I said, those. If you look at them, they're always covered up. They're protecting themselves against the sun.
Okay.
That's not their culture. They'll claim, oh, we're from Egypt. Remember, they were destroying those monuments. Them
Absolutely.
Europeans.
Absolutely. Yes.
And if you're so much if that was so much of your history, why would you want to destroy your history?
Absolutely.
Or even better, I think Abu Simbel, the Ramesseum, they were going to drown that.
Put it underwater.
That like those big 4 statues that like 4 kings sitting down.
Yes.
That's the Ramesseum. They were going. There's a lot of stuff that when they were building, I think the Aswan Dam, they flooded out of that artifact.
Why would you destroy your own history?
Yeah, it makes no sense.
Yes.
But take again over here in America. You got the $5 Indians. I remember one time I'm at Union Square and I'm seeing this dude. He looks more Swedish than I'm like, where you from, man? Oh, I'm from somewhere in Montana. I'm part of the Cherokee. I'm like, nah, you don't look, you look more European than thing. But that's them. It's that, as Kogu said months ago, imposter syndrome.
Yeah. With that said, Oni, what say you to this?
Yeah, I'm telling you that computer creative. You know what I'm saying? You look at that, broad nose, thick lipped, and all of a sudden there's some Arab. You're like, come on now. I remember one of them was like the one that looked like people say he looked like Obama or something, right? They like turned that to a whole month, and it was like, oh, I can see, I mean, I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think that was right there. Yeah, they just turned it to a whole ass pale ass. Come on, come on. That computer creative, man. But that's the thing. The thing that we have to realize about artificial intelligence, right, is that it uses the knowledge available to all of us on the internet. You know what I mean? Because there was this other AI program I had on my Discord where we could you could kind of just ask the AI to draw something for you, and you just tell them whatever. And so you'd be like, draw Marcus Garvey, and then they draw you a good picture of Marcus Garvey. And you'd be like, draw Thomas Sankara, and they draw you a good picture of Thomas Sankara. They like draw a wood elf, eating an apple, and they draw you a wood elf eating an apple, but basically, the premise, or even, draw, a building falling from the sky, and it'll draw, the Eiffel Tower, whatever. And basically it will do what it looks on the internet and derives of whatever. So this kind of tells you what the available information is, or what the consensus on the internet is in regards to what the Africans or what the Egyptians look like, right? And I'd say this too, because like I think I asked the AI, I was like, draw what a god looks like, and it drew that white cloud, all that shit, and I was like, draw a black god, and it drew a African American type, whatever. But that's like yeah, I mean, as far as this, it could tell you that what you put out there, right, information wise, or what Wazungu's putting out there information wise, is going to be what is common knowledge, you know. And I remember a long time ago when I was like recruiting people to my meetings and shit, stuff like that. And I saw this young sister, and I wasn't going to recruit her because she was too young or whatever. But I was like, hey, what do you think the Egyptians look like? And she was like them Arabs, you know, like the people at the corner stores and type shit. And I was like, yeah, you see, like, and that's the thing that we kind of go through, or we kind of experience it. And so what artificial intelligence is doing is that, because this is like also the new wave, right? What artificial intelligence is doing is that it is showing or exposing that this is the information that's going to be quote unquote common sense, quote unquote the learned opinion, moving forward into the future.
Yeah, that's a heavy point, Oni. That's a real heavy point. You're right about that. I forgot to get Tanzan's thought. Tanzan, after hearing everyone and your own take on your own viewing of the video, what does this tell us about our past or future as far as AI goes?
I say that AI is just doing what its human master is, telling it to do. Because this, racially ambiguous, mixed, weird people look to me like those images in those museums of, the first human beings, whether you can't tell what they are, they're just shaggy looking, but you can't really tell what they are, all those mommy movies where it's just a weird, the rock type of people, like, are they, aren't they, that sort of thing. So it gives everyone a chance to, to project themselves into the images. So there's something for the black, something for the white, something for, there's a full white Albanian looking woman there, like, yeah, in Egypt, really. So it's just the continuation of this obsession with Egypt. They won't let it go. Like, they would think, in the books they tell you the cradle of civilization is where? It's the Tigris and Euphrates, the Mesopotamian kingdom, the Sumerians, Babylonians, Akkadians, etc. But when you look at the amount of scholarship, a lot of it always just leads to Egypt, Egypt, Egypt. Like, even in their religious texts, even in the historical text, everything always just leads back to Egypt, and they're obsessed with it. Like they won't let it go. Who are they trying to convince at this time? If they already convinced themselves that, this is their civilization, they built it in some weird, they've even tried to claim aliens, like they'd rather anybody have built that civilization but the Black African people who live there. So they will try anything. They will try AI. I'm sure in the future they will try some scientific proof that yes, they were indeed white people. Like, at this point, it's just sad and desperate. But it's part of their continuous, consumption of Egypt. They will never get enough of Egypt from their knowledge. Even you look at these philosophers, they were obsessed with Egyptian knowledge, from their, the Masons to the scientists. Newton was obsessed with the knowledge of Kemet, to, the Arabian with the algebra and so on. So they were always obsessed with that knowledge of Kemet, but they want to dress it up into, something different, something, logical and rational and so on. And just to end, with this intellectual and actual physical consumption of Egypt, in the when they discovered Egypt, they would actually grind the mummies into powder and physically consume them because they believed it had some healing powers. So that's part of the delectable Negro anthology. But yeah, this is just they're still soliciting AI to wreak their visual havoc. That's it.
Thank you for that, Tan. D-Web in the chat. Make sure y'all guys are subscribed to D-Web. He's doing more things with his podcast. He has the Harsh Reality Podcast Presents series, and now he has a new series with Rhonda Marie. If you remember, he interviewed her in the past, and now they have a joint venture. So you guys make sure to subscribe to that channel. He says, from what I understand from people who have done research via blood types, there are basically three original people: Asians, Africans, and Arabs. But that's just one perspective. Derico Cooper Photography is here. He says, draw me a picture of the real Hannibal Barker. So he's acting as though he's speaking to that AI that only had on his Discord. His Discord is called the Pan-African Discussion. You guys make sure join his Discord too. His Discord is way more lively than mine. So make sure go over there and get your fill. KW Don 7 says you have a Negro in chief debating that Kemet was not black. Trigger Happy 262 says, what is the culture of modern day Egyptians? So I'll ask this quickly to the panel. What is the culture of modern day Egyptians, and how is it related to ancient Egyptian culture? I guess Kevin Carre might be able to speak to that a little bit more.
Those are invaders. Those are not modern day. Those are just people that pushed the original people off the land. So
it's just an alien. It's just an alien culture.
Correct.
Does anyone else want to answer to that?
No, I think what he said is right. That like you asking, like it's like what's the culture of modern day Americans with Native Americans?
Yeah.
like one of them is the invader. That's what it is. Like
Triggered Happy 262 also asks. Also, some have argued that Arabs are actually quote unquote Afro-Asiatic or mixed. What are your thoughts on that? Does anyone have any thoughts on the so-called Afro-Asiatic?
They're only our brothers. Hey, my brother. Only when they want your money.
Yeah.
Well, you only enable to date their women or whatever. Get Abid, get out of here.
Yeah, I as far as Afro-Asiatic,
He's not doing that excellent accent.
Hey, Kev, let me hear the accent again. Let me hear the accent.
That was perfect.
You are too much for me. Go away, Abid. Pay now or get out of my store.
You know something weird? I actually don't know that accent, so I was just kind of like, what? I didn't know that was a good accent. But what was it? Yeah, as far as the Arabs, Afro-Asiatic or mixed, I do think they're mixed. I don't think Afro-Asiatic means that they're mixed. I think it's just a language group. But yeah, I do think that they're mixed because they look just like Latinos, you know? And Latinos, generally speaking, are also mixed. I think that, I think that they... Because the thing is that if people really know about what the Arabs are, the Arabs of today are known as Mustarabs, and they were also invaders into that region. So, and I think like I said, a lot of the older, quote unquote religious text does tell you that these people, does tell you the origin of these people, or it tries to tell you the origin of these people, and in telling you the origin of these people, the religious texts themselves say, oh yeah, they're nomadic shepherds. They are invaders. So I think and then oh yeah, they do marry into other people's cultures and type stuff. So I think that's what so yeah, I do like, I think it's pretty, like, especially when you compare them to the Latinos, I think it's pretty evident that they are mixed. But that's all I would say.
Well, I'm gonna say two things very quickly. One, the word mummy. Does anyone know where that word comes from?
No.
It comes from the Arabic word mumia, which is descriptive of the blackish tar that they used to use to tar the road. And if you look at skeletons of white people, their skeletons don't turn black. So there's a reason why the skeletal remains of those mummies were very blackened. As for the question regarding Arabs, or these are all modern day, and that's why for me, when we had that conversation on the Black Pentagon, I think we just have to be careful, because if we're trying to escape the Western man, we have to be also careful of his own categorizations of the world. There's no such thing as an Arab, right? There's no such thing as Latin. Right, there's a great book we can check out, The Idea of Latin America by Walter Minot. What does Latin mean, or Latino? These people don't speak Latin. These are all Castilians. These are all, people who are speaking Castilian. And if you go into Spain, you'll see that the people from Catalan don't even like the Castilians. They hate their guts. So, a lot of times we're taking modern day concepts and projecting them backward. And I think we run into problems by doing that. I would hope that we get to a point as Black people intellectually where we start removing ourselves as best as we can from these, blueprints of intellectual thought and parameters that these Europeans have constructed for us. So, like I always say all the time, right? Like they'll come and say, "You're a Nigerian." I say, "Yes, I'm Nigerian. Thank you. I like it. Thank you. Yeah, you right, man. Thank you, sir. I'm Nigerian." And it's like, at what point do you stop accepting this crap? You know, when we stop accepting what they're defining us as, it's like Harry Potter. It really is, you know, black magic. It's occultism. It's linguistic voodoo. So they name us, and we just go along and accept it. You know, so yeah, I hope one day we can remove ourselves from these definitions that they've given us.
Real quick on the archaeological side. Now, Coco, you and I live in Brooklyn, so you've been to the Brooklyn Museum, right?
Yeah.
There, if you go to the second floor where all the Egyptian artifacts are, you will see something that's there that they claim that's part of their civilization. There's like a couple of hair picks, ancient hair picks, and the handle is obviously a black woman with a beautiful hairstyle. I'm like, where does that look like a European? They always claim also. They always say, oh, the Egyptians weren't African, they were Eurasian. So, you know, I went and got a book on Eurasian archaeology, and I also got other books on African archaeology in that region. If you look at the Eurasian stuff, there's nothing that relates, and their stuff is beautiful, but there's nothing that relates to ancient Egypt. But if you look at the African archaeological artifacts, you see the same thing. The beads, you know, them using red ochre, right? Them using that headrest. It's all over Africa. That thing when you go to sleep at night, that headrest. That, you know, like they claim, like when they found Ramses, I think the third. Oh, look, he had red hair. They didn't quite understand that he died in his 90s. But that red hair is from red ochre. That's a stain from the red ochre. But you know, it's neither here nor there from them. You can't really take anything that they say seriously.
Trigger Happy 262 says, "Yeah, I'm pointing it out because this is the same arguments people make to try to recategorize Islam as an African religion, that they are mixed Africans, so it's a quote-unquote African religion." He says, and arguments like this will make it seem like Arabs are part of a family affair. I get all of that. I at this point, I think black folks just have this particular weakness where they think they're just a part of this quote-unquote human family. So everyone's family to the majority of black folks. That was a good conversation, y'all. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 4 is, what are everyone's thoughts on this slum in Haiti? You know, anytime Haiti comes up, I gotta reach out. So I'll reach out to Azuliism if you're out there listening. You know, check out the video and then tune in. You know, come on the panel and give us your thoughts, seeing that that's your hometown, you know. So let's check this video out.
So this is the toilet here. It goes straight into the water.
And they go and bathe on that sea.
We've been told that there's no shooting currently at our checkpoint. There is at another checkpoint, but not at the one we're going to go through. So we've got to get through this checkpoint and basically get out of here while we can. Machine guns being fired over this wall. There it is.
My guy shot where he's standing.
We need to stand against this wall because bullets come over the top. Walking past the houses here, this is made out of porta potty. Look at these living conditions. This is plastic and old corrugated iron. The government burns rubbish. It doesn't put it in landfill.
Nope, they burn them.
So people play lottery here and you can win 2,000 goods. What's happening here?
So I have to put my car in this area. So when they shoot it, when the bullet's coming from that area, so it doesn't hit my car.
It's really that frequent all the time.
It's happening all the time.
Is this lady going to show us her house, Sean?
Yep.
It's a bullet hole there. So you'll just be sitting here and bullets rain down over the whole neighborhood. So they caught that fish from
that sea where they were doing their needs as well.
The toilet. Are they not worried about like a bullet going up and hitting a plane? This is probably the poorest place in the Western Hemisphere where we are right now.
It is, exactly.
You can't go to the coast here because there's snipers. This is the front line right here.
Yeah, this is the bricks wall. They knocked all those blocks down with bullets.
The other gang.
The other gangs. Okay, we're almost done here. We can't stay for too long.
Okay, now we have to just get out of here because we don't want to be caught in crossfire. So to leave today,
we're going to have to cross to the area where the shooting is.
We're going to have to go through the shooting.
Yeah.
Haiti, the poorest country in all of the Americas, a country that has faced constant struggle from earthquakes.
7.3 magnitude earthquake, 220 100,000 people killed.
To gang wars.
Gang war rages on in the capital city of Port-au-Prince. Kidnappings and killings getting even worse throughout the country.
Armed violence has reached unimaginable and intolerable levels.
Countless kidnappings.
The country's most powerful gangs is believed to be behind the kidnapping of 17 missionaries.
This has become daily life. Tires burning on city streets, protesters furious at the government's inability to confront kidnappers.
Corruption.
Democracy, coup d'etat, moi pas besoin. Democracy, kidnapping, non pas besoin.
And untold poverty.
These are amongst the poorest people in the world,
with an average salary of less than $3.50 a day. The situation has become so desperate that there is currently a mass exodus from the country.
200 migrants stopped at sea.
Deep in the jungle in Panama, parents clinging to their children, bracing for the hundreds of miles ahead.
More than a dozen Haitian migrants are dead after the boat they were on capsized.
Millions of people fleeing, risking their lives for the chance of a better one. So what is this notoriously dangerous country like on the ground? Well, I guess we'll just have to jump on a plane if we want the answer to that one.
Gunshots and terror echoing in the streets of Haiti.
What is this place?
This is actually a war zone.
Guys with guns everywhere.
These are some of the roughest streets I've ever seen.
And they said they're going to arrest you.
Well, I guess I'm going to a Haitian prison right now.
Jamais, jamais.
This country is so extreme.
The assassination of President Joe.
The furthest I've ever been pushed on any of my trips. So basically now we have to just get out of here because we don't want to be caught in crossfire. The bus will protect from stray bullets, is that right? Yeah.
No, it's not free at all.
We saw a kidnapping, so we have to wait behind this wall until the shooting stops.
Killed by the gun, will die by the gun.
Welcome back to Port-au-Prince, capital city of Haiti. Today we're heading to Cirque du Soleil, which is rated as the most dangerous place in the world. Take that for what it's worth. We're obviously not going blind into this place. We do have contacts with gang members and potentially we might be able to meet some of them and ask them some questions. There's a full-blown gang war between police and rival gangs. Around a month or so ago, 470 people either killed, disappeared, or seriously injured in this neighborhood, which has sparked a mass exodus. Used to have, I think, a population of 400,000 people, but thousands and thousands have evacuated. They can't stay in their homes anymore. It's just far too dangerous. My local guide, Sean, who you'll meet shortly, he's mentioned that there's a high likelihood that we're going to hear some fire today, some open fire in the streets. So I've got to listen to what I'm told, keep my head down, see what it's like in this neighborhood, hopefully meet some people who are still living there and hear what they're going through. Let's go. We got to drive about 40 minutes, meet a guy on a motorbike, jump on the back of that motorbike because you can't get in because of flooding. So you can see the desperation of this place. Let's go and see, meet the people, hear their story.
Today we're heading downtown to Cité Soleil, City Sun, and try to meet a couple of gang members in that area. They're expecting us. The worst slum area you'll find in the country. Port-au-Prince, which is the capital, which should be the safest area in any country, but it's actually the most dangerous. Cap Haitian right now, it's blooming with tourists. There's a lot of tourists that is going to Cap Haitian. But Port-au-Prince, the capital of Haiti, is actually the problem. And that's where all the kidnapping are happening. It's not something that you would have heard happen in Cap Haitian or Jacmel or any other places in Haiti. Port-au-Prince is actually the problem, not Haiti.
And Cité du Soleil is the most dangerous in
Cité Soleil,
Port-au-Prince.
exactly. And have been since 2004 until now. It still is.
Picking up some water to give out when we get to the slum. Food security is terrible in this country. Okay, so we're just kind of arriving now. We're just past the armored vehicle, and you said this is the area where there's rival gang shootouts?
Yeah, exactly. This is where exactly that the rival gangs, the what you call the G-PEP and the G9 will start their fights.
And that's the gang names?
right?
Yeah, exactly.
And so this is like the border area of G9's territory?
Yes, exactly. This is the checkpoint. Go on.
Okay, so we've just arrived at the checkpoint. It's all good? Yeah. Okay, this is a very intense area. We just pulled over. There was like 4 guys ran out with massive machine guns. Going to meet one of the gang members who's at the outpost here. This is the checkpoint far down there. It's basically like a war zone. So Sean, we just arrived at this gang checkpoint, right?
Yeah.
And can you just introduce this man and what does he do here?
G9 qui est en face Brooklyn. Brooklyn c'est GP.
They're fighting against other rival gangs, which called G9. So what they're doing, they want to come inside of Cité Soleil and start shooting and putting fire in some housing. So their jobs here is to protect any invasion from G9.
And this like brick wall, this is the front line right here.
Yeah, this is the brick wall. And then they are
I saw another one, yeah. So this is like no man's land in between.
Yeah, exactly.
Reminds me of war zones I've been to in the Middle East and places like
Well,
that.
that's exactly what is happening here. You can see all the bags with dirt in them, and all those blocks. And he just tell me of cameras. Just recently, they knocked all those blocks down with bullets.
The other gang.
The other gang, so they had to fix it.
And when was that?
This Tuesday.
Okay, so just a few days ago.
Recently, yes.
How often are you engaged in shootouts?
Almost every 3 days.
Every 3 days?
Yes.
Right, so right now anything could happen.
The G9 gang with barbecue, that is actually a shooting toward them.
So barbecue, for people who don't know, is the leader of the other gang.
Leader of G9.
Once a Haitian police officer, he is now the leader of a powerful confederation of gangs called G9.
Okay, we're almost done here. We can't stay for too long.
Okay, let's go.
Let's checkpoint.
Cheers. Crazy. So we just pulled over and we've been told by this guy to park the car here because
when they're shooting,
the bus will protect from stray bullets. Is that right?
Yeah. So when they're shooting, this bus, bullets will hit this bus.
And not your
car. So that's my car. So I have to put my car in this area. So when they shoot it, when the bullets coming from that area, so it doesn't hit my car.
It's really that frequent all the time.
It's happening all the time.
Okay.
All right. I think kind of get the idea of what this area is like. Let's start with Kevin Carre. What are your thoughts on this slum in Haiti?
Well, I'm not looking at the slum so much. I'm looking at this guy. You know, you have. I always have a problem that you bring these outsiders in, and just the way that they're narrating it. I mean, I don't live there. I'm just hearing about this, but why bringing out? Why keep bringing these outsiders? You know, that's what I see from this part.
All right, Tanzan, what say you?
Oh yeah, I definitely, you see, this is a problem all over. We want to just show off to somebody. We want to be seen whether we are at our best or at our worst, because this is all there is. It's like those tours they used to do of the dangerous neighborhoods in various, American hoods. They'll just have a tour bus of people, looking and taking pictures and looking at, that poverty and the violence and so on. They just, it's something that they like to just watch and enjoy. So, and look, we're willing to show it to them. So yeah, they can go to any village, they can go to any hood, they feel comfortable working anywhere in any place in the world and just having, instant access to everything. So, but no, it's not a nice slum. Nobody wants to live in a slum. And yeah, it's we have similar ones, but ours are not as violent. So yeah, that's all.
Real Black Gentleman had a lot to say in the chat. Talk about it here, Real Black Gentleman. Unmute your mic.
Hey, yeah, it's just, I mean, oh man, it's never fun. I mean, I'm not from Haiti, and I don't mean any kind of, because I mean Haiti is definitely like that champion that got cheated. You know what I'm saying? If somehow just the water situation could be straightened out, that'd be the thing. It'd be like with the gangs, like that place is just so so much just. You know, there are people who make decisions and they constantly make the immediate decision to look. These niggas in Haiti are not just isolated. There are people who collaborate with white folks in Haiti. All this international stuff, there's always these strings attached. There's always these relationships and these intermediary little companies like the UN and all these charity organizations. There's a whole hierarchy and interconnectedness between those different agencies. It's just so much, just the infiltration of it. I mean, it's heart-wrenching because it's like I from the outside, it's like I want to do something, but in order to do that, you have to get everyone else out of there who basically wants to keep Haiti poor. You know what I'm saying? And you know, the people who are poor want power, but they want to do it at the expense of their own brother. And what I'm thinking is happening is that there's a lot of people whispering, you know what I'm saying, people's ears and trying to give people, you know what I'm saying? Just, I'm telling you, the Haiti it was that champion that got cheated. It's like if just the earthquake that happened in 2010, that when I saw that happen, that really hurt. I wound up giving a little bit of, but it was like, then I realized all the church. It's like, what can you do? It's like, this is where American power and Black people just like, it really just, the world is what it is for a reason. And you can't really blame like the ancestors per se. But like when you look back and you think about a lot of the decisions that could put Black people in America much, much closer to Haiti than what we really are, like the natural sense of like being like, just to be blunt about it, like why aren't we in like Miami like no one's business? If Black people in this country, 50 million strong, had a presence geographically closer to Haiti, just like business and industry and just having stuff buzzing around the sea, it wouldn't be that bad. But we are in LA and Chicago, geographically scattered from a place like a Haiti, where we when you look at the geographical, Florida's right there, but our people aren't. And like, we can't really do anything. The Haitians get over here because they have to flow over here. But we can't seem to get a code. And this is where I say Black. It's hard to talk about Black people in this. A lot of countries on earth, Black people can talk about Black people, but unfortunately, the United States is the white nation. Even though the Black people in America can do remarkable things and have done really, really great things in their own might, we are diffuse and nebulous. We are like a cloud, a gas cloud in the universe, in the galaxy, that has yet to collapse itself to form a star, a capital point. There's no like Black hard thing that can like really, all right, the Blacks in the American delegation, and we're going to respond to this Haitian situation. Nothing like that exists. And if we could do that, that would be the biggest thing. I know it takes infrastructure, but. And my whole thing is like, this is where like I kind of would I'm gonna be brief. I'm gonna go back to the whole TikTok short time attention span thing. Like, unfortunately, in the real world, in order to get things done, shipping a boat across the sea is not a 1-minute venture. And I want to discourage a drive towards a short attention span mentality, because it's contradictory to the hard, enduring work that we still have to do. Because this shit is not going to, the revolutionary is not going to be on TikTok. It's not going to be on a video screen. it is good when you already have something established to use it as advertisement. Yeah, but you have to build it first. I'm gonna pass the mic.
Thank you for that, real black gentleman. Marcus Garvey is the way in the chat says they should check their Irish gangs in Ireland and go find out why suburbs create folks like Dahmer and Ed Gaines. Dorico Cooper says they also said that they had to wear stab-proof vests, and being stabbed with syringes filled with full-blown AIDS blood was a serious threat. That was to a comment he made earlier. Bobby Wright says this is the result of the Haitian people never being able to develop their country's economy and natural resources and mineral wealth because of continuous Western interference. He says Western exploitation in cooperation with the corrupt Haitian state. D Webb kind of commenting on some comments that was made in the chat and some sentiments here on the panel. He says, I mean, if he's the only one willing to go, he's talking about the white boy doing the report. None of us going to report what's going on. Half of our media talking about nonsense like Gas Him Up hit on earlier. Speaking of Gas Him Up, what are your thoughts on this slum that we watched in this video?
It's like every other slum we've been showing about, where black people stay. There's some warlord, there's some gangster. Years ago, there was one on Trinidad, right? My boy's from Trinidad. There was some guy named Spanish or something. You guys remember that one? On Vice. And you had that big police officer who was a Mason and all that stuff, Look, is every these people, it really turns into like a safari. It's like going on a safari for them, You get these matter-of-fact white boys, and I'm sure they bribe their way through. They put up the camera and they get around and like, man, look, I'm in the jungle with the Negroes. And it's, look, at this point, the leaders in Haiti know what's going on. They know what they can do to do the right thing. The problem is that I think black people in general, we want the rewards of authority, but we don't want the responsibility that comes with authority. And you can see that play out in our so-called leaders. They're not prepared to make sacrifice for themselves, right? So it was effectively a coup, the new president who was brought in. Why was he brought in? Why was the old president of Haiti assassinated? Why did they arrest these foreign mercenaries in the Haitian debacle that happened a few months back? Right. So what's really going on here? It's just, like I said, it's hard to have anything functional, whether it's Haiti, the Caribbeans, or Africa, when the leadership, they just don't care. And it's easier to sell out to white boys and have a blonde girl, who looks half black, and she's your side chick, and your wife has Brazilian Remy, and, your kids are in Oxford and Harvard. Why do you care? They don't care. And I don't know. I'm not sure I have a solution on how to effectively make them care or wrestle the state from their control. Because as you see what's happening in Haiti, they've been punished by the Western system for wrestling control of the Western nation state, which they were not supposed to be given. See, because Haiti, on the show yesterday, we looked at the contracts that were given to so-called African countries from their time of independence. And you see Ghana in 57, Nigeria and Gambia were all given the same document, right? So Ghana got theirs in 57, Nigeria got theirs in 60, Gambia got theirs in 64. And it pretty much is copy, cut, and paste that they gave them. But, when it comes to the Haitians, those Africans didn't sign a document. They signed it in blood. And they weren't supposed to have access to that nation state. And so, they've been punished for it ever since. I hope that one day, I'll end with this, I hope that one day that the spirits, and the energies of the world can provide Haiti the energy and the strength they need to revisit that ancestral power that allowed them to fight the French in the first place. And I hope that they're able to, be seen as an image for all black people to fight, these Mzungus and their systems. I'll stop with that.
I appreciate that, Gas. Tanzan, what say you?
Shoot, I thought I already spoke. I said about the the exploitation of poverty, when poverty becomes simply a spectacle. So he's not doing this because he cares about Haiti or anything. He's doing it for whether they like the attention, all of that. So that's what I'll say. If we can't listen to our own people, then what can this person do to make us change something? If it takes a foreigner to come and tell us to care about our own people, then we never really did. So yeah.
All right. Bwana Hagaziki, what are your thoughts on this slum in Haiti?
Good. So before I begin, let me put a caveat to any Asian people who might be sensitive to a Bahamian person talking about Haiti. I'm just only giving my opinion on the matter. But what I would say is that there are a million things that I could sit and talk about with this particular video and on what this guy is actually trying to do. But I'll try to be as brief as possible. First, let me say that the camera lies. And when I say that is the camera doesn't necessarily have any context or give any context to what is actually happening. All they do is point and shoot. And then the narrator, who is this white person from America, you don't know if he is CIA, you don't know if he's some government agency, you don't know if he's connected with some right-wing organization. He just comes in to go to the worst parts of Haiti. In history of tourism, you don't really find that. Time coined the phrase violence tourism. You see these white men come in and go into the worst areas, absolute worst areas to define a country. And my question is, okay, you go into the slum of Haiti, why don't go where Sweet Mickey lives? There are places in Haiti that is comparative to Beverly Hills. The camera doesn't show that. And I wonder why. They talk about the internal conditions at Haiti, but they don't necessarily talk, or even in a second, on the external conditions that created Haiti to be in the state that it's in right now. After the hurricane and 200,000 people died. And in that 200,000, you may have mechanics, you may have engineers, civil engineers, you may have contractors, etc., etc., etc. That's a large swath of people dying. And after that, Haiti was promised billions of dollars in donations. You know who was at the helm of that? Hillary Clinton. So the Haitians argue about not ever actually even getting that money. And someone said, well, if they got that money, they would pilfer it anyways. The leaders in Haiti would have pilfered it anyways. Well, you really don't know. I personally think. Another thing, too, is that no one questions the fact that this clown says that the typical Haiti earns $1.50 a day. Okay, well, if they earn $1.50 American a day, how do they have the ability to carry around machine guns and ammunition? These things are very expensive. How are they getting in Haiti? So no one is going to talk about the cocaine trafficking that's passed through Haiti. No one is going to talk about who's benefiting from the cocaine trafficking. We're stopping Haiti is a shipment point. They used to stop in the Bahamas. Now they stopping in Haiti. Why? Because the conditions of Haiti is chaotic. So someone is benefiting from the chaos. Because if no one is checking the borders, if no one is checking this, if no one is checking that or whatever, then you would have the ability to move in that territory easily, land your planes, and then get into the United States because of the chaos, because of the conditions of the chaos. So there are people who want that chaos to persist, whether externally or internally, because they benefit from it. That's not disclosed in the documentary. I find too, because when we talk about this whole idea of fighting back, there is a person in Haiti right now who I think the American government is sanctioning. His name is Barbecue. So he is being labeled as a gang leader. Now, this is the thing that they put on all people who are able to organize people and they may have a particular bend that is against the interest of the United States. So I wonder what his political position is and why he is being uh, um, uh, in particularly pointed out to create sanctions against him in particular. You know what I mean? Because he may be trying to be revolutionary and fighting for the country. I don't know. I'm not on the ground. I don't speak Creole. You know, but I am curious to know. I am curious to know. And I do believe as a solution, Haiti does need guns. I do believe that. And I believe some of these people need to be taken out, and not necessarily the Haitian president, but some of the so-called elites that exist in Haiti who are very, very wealthy. There are some billionaires that exist in Haiti. That's not mentioned in the camera. This is why the camera lies. This is why the camera lies. You know what I mean? I personally think another thing is I think that the West, and not only the West, the elites are trying to create a condition where they are trying to create Negro removal or so-called urban removal. Why? Because Haiti is an absolutely beautiful country. So if I create a condition that would make the country of Haiti inhabitable, or a condition where people will want to leave, I could build my nice resorts on those slums they call we're sitting on the beachfront, and make billions and billions of dollars. I could put up my Hilton, I could put up my Atlantis right on the coast where these people occupy right now. So I would, of course, I would want to make these inhabitants, this situation unlivable for the inhabitants of these places right now. Of course, another thing too is that they talk about the slums of Haiti, but they don't drive to the exclusive areas where they have industries, American-made industries, where they make jeans, where they make different American products to sell into the American market. Why don't you go in that section of Haiti? Why don't you go in that section and expose the Americans who are paying the Haitians $1.50 a day to produce products that's resold in America for $30, $40, and $50? Where they wouldn't pay their own American citizens that kind of salary. They pay the Haitians that kind of salary. And that little, in these little enclosed areas of Haiti where they have their industry. This is why I say the camera lies.
Buana, let me ask you a question, Buana. What would you say to the black capitalist who says, well, that doesn't matter. It's business. If the Haitians don't want to work for $1.50, they don't have to.
Well, now you going into that. Gas. I understand your point. I don't know where you're going with it, especially because you perceive me as a black capitalist, so that's fine. That's fine. But what I would say is this. I think that capitalism, even black capitalism, there should be a social element to capitalism. I believe that should be a social element. You can't have people working in conditions that are substandard and subhuman. You know what I mean? So for me, my capitalism is putting a social element into capitalism. Maybe I may pay them less, sure, but I'm not gonna have them or restrict them to conditions that I consider to be inhumane, having child labor and shit like this going on. I wouldn't want my money or try to get my money from that kind of capitalism. There are some who may say, hey, let the dead bury the dead. It is what it is. I don't take that particular position as far as capitalism is concerned.
All right, let's have from Oni. What are your thoughts on this slum in Haiti?
Oh, okay. All right. What I would say is, yeah, okay. What I would say is, yeah. Well, I mean, like, I'm gonna mirror what D Web said about, like realistically, who else is going? Like Buana just said a couple of times, hey, why doesn't he do this video? Why doesn't he do that video? And the reality is that the white boy don't gotta do the videos that we should see. You know what I mean? But what these white people do, a lot of them, they be doing some like low-key brave videos. I don't want to give white boys, compliments and nothing like that. But they be going to places that a lot of people just wouldn't really voluntarily go, And it actually reminds me of this video that I accidentally came on my YouTube recommended some shit. I don't know. And YouTube recommended, like, I watched this video of some dude He's going around. He's like, he's supposed to be going around some New York hood, and he's just asking random brothers, "Hey, do you want to get sliced? Like, are you looking to get sliced?" And then they, they pull out their blades on him, and they, like, what you like, you want to shoot you type shit, right? And then it's like, no, it's a prank. And then another guy comes along with a box of pizza, and of course, not everybody's taking it lightly, but it's like, putting yourself in danger to show something is something that, like, it's just something that people are doing. Now, I'm not saying that black people don't do it, because black people, of course, we do it, right? But I mean, I could say that this white boy, he went to Ukraine and shit too, like the Ukraine war and type shit, that's just journalism, and that's like a part of journalism, real journalism, that we like, we have to bear in mind, so like, I could say this, for instance, like, for instance, Chancellor Williams did that. He went to Africa on his, like, he was like, yo, I'm gonna sell my house and I'm gonna go to Africa type shit. And like me, I'm like trying to go to Africa as well. And I'm saying to myself that I might be walking around on, like, I don't know what kind of regions I might fall into, but it's part of the work that people are doing when they want to, like, when they want something, like when they want to see something in the world, So this is the, allegedly the worst area in Haiti. And, for most of us, it's like you say the worst area, like you said, the worst area in Brooklyn, right? And that just means stay away. You know what I'm saying? But what he's doing for his people, at least, is he's saying, look, I'm going to show you what the worst area in Brooklyn is. I'm going to show you what the Ukraine war looked like. I'm going to show you this, that, so on and so forth. And for that, I'm like, like I said, I'm not trying to give the dude his no props or nothing, but it is something that I think that we don't do enough of. Because one of the things that I'm always kind of upset about, well, not really upset, but I don't want to say ashamed. I just want to say that the one thing that irks me a little bit, or just a little bit, is this reality that when we talk about the news, right, we're talking about what other people are saying. You know what I mean? We're talking about what white folk, put on a big boy pants for, and they go out and look at the world and try to report it back to themselves. And then we read the AP journal and we're like, hey, well, this is what happened. But like, do we have these investigators? Do we have these journalists? Do we have these people putting their lives on the line to report the information? Or are we just, sometimes just playing the, whatever's on CBS, whatever the other white man, whatever the white man did, so that's just like with that going to the hood and doing pranks, which is stupid, but and I think they're called like idiot something, like they know they stupid, right? But the thing is that, like, yeah, I mean, I could see it sort of what it is. Now, as far as my thoughts on it, it, like, I would agree with Bwana and say that you don't know the full picture, but I mean, like, there's some parts of it that like, I feel like this is, like, some of this is happening. And that said, in light of the reality that the United States, or the United Snakes, is looking to invade Haiti, this is kind of the pretext that that the United Snakes is going to use. And this is something that they've been doing. Like I said, with Maurice Bishop, right before he was invaded, the ABC, the American Broadcasting Corporation, they went down to Grenada and we're like, hey, we're doing a report, and what's going on, what's this, so on and so forth. So it's the same trick, so on and so forth. Maybe this white boy is being used by the American government. Who knows? Maybe this is all just propaganda for us to be like, oh, okay, something has to give. But regardless, the reality is this: that where are the videos of us saying, nah, everything's straight? You know what I mean? If everything's straight.
Yes. So only when you have time, I want you to check out a person. His name is Philly Dom. He has 57,000 subscribers. He is from Philly. PH. How you spell it? PHILLYDOM. Okay. He has a YouTube site. He is from Philly, but his background is Haiti. He went to Haiti. Check out his experience there and how he talks to the people in Haiti, and how the camera is a little bit different than this man's proposition. There's another guy I want you to check out. His name is Checks in Effect. CZECH in Effect. He's another black YouTuber that goes all over the world, and he even goes to the very dangerous parts of these.
Great content from him. Great
Yeah,
content.
I think that he even goes to the dangerous, the so-called dangerous areas. Because when they say that it's no go, usually they meaning white people. They ain't really meaning us. But let me just say that I think he went to Haiti as well, and also he went to Brazil in the favelas, and he goes to the so-called he went to Venezuela as well. He goes to the so-called dangerous areas to talk to the people, have conversations with them, see how his context and content differs from this brother's context. Just when you have the opportunity, just check it out.
All right, bet. I just subscribe. Bet.
All right. I think I got everyone on that one. If there's no final words here, let's go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 is, what is the underlying message here? This came with a link. I feel like my computer's moving slow now. This came with a link that takes us, it seems, to Twitter. Yeah, okay. My computer is moving kind of slow. It takes us to Twitter. It's taking a minute to come up. So here's a tweet from DJ Pooh saying, say their names. So let's see what this is about.
Marcus, Richard, Jesse, Adam, Carla, Gordon, James, Phillip, Nat, showed them not to play with us. Duke, Langston, Thurgood, Robert, Hank, Jesse, Jackie, Muhammad, Paul, Stokely, Mega, Webb. About 3 Benjamins, a good 2 Freds. Women like Harriet, Rosa, Ida, Shirley, Sojourner, Madam, Maya, Mary, Bessa, Ella, and Retta. Even baby Ruby was out here applying pressure. Gil, John, Booker, Sid, George, you nuts if you don't know who he is. Bayard, Charles, Roy, Carter, Cecil, just for drinking them white folks' water. All kings and queens, yes, for real. And to the ones that we lost, like Emmett Till and all those here, we gonna continue to hold it down. Say it loud, black, and I'm proud. It was Martin, Malcolm.
I'm going to play it one more time from the beginning. This guy kind of reminds me of Michael Jamal Warner for some reason, but let's hear that one more time.
It was Martin, Malcolm, Huey, Alvin, Marcus, Richard, Jesse, Adam, Carla, Gordon, James, Phillip, Nat, showed them not to play with us. Duke, Langston, Thurgood, Robert, Hank, Jesse, Jackie, Muhammad, Paul, Stokely, Mega, Webb. About 3 Benjamins, a good 2. Women like Harriet, Rosa, Ida, Shirley, Sojourner, Madam, Maya, Mary, Bessa, Ella, and Retta. Even baby Ruby was out here applying pressure. Gil, John, Booker, Sid, George, you nuts if you don't know who he is. Bayard, Charles, Roy, Carter, Cecil, just for drinking them white folks' water. All kings and queens, yes, for real. And to the ones that we lost, like Emmett Till and all those that's here, we gonna continue to hold it down. Say it loud, black, and I'm proud.
All right. Okay. So the problem says, what is the underlying message here? Let me drop the link in case Marcus Garvey is the way, or Yana B or someone decides they want to join the panel tonight. Something's lagging, and I can't do anything about it now. With that said, Kevin Carre, what was the underlying message in that video?
Know your history. Know who these important people are. You know, and it's another thing too. This is great for education. You know, it's like a flashcard game. You know, get the memory going. Then after the memory, you can start researching who these very important people are. You know, from our history. But I'll pass the mic here.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Tanzan, what say you? Okay, Tanzan's not there. Let's go to Gas them up. Gas them up. What say you?
Yeah, I think it's great for history, but I don't know, man. For me, I'm just
Oh, sorry.
okay. Go ahead.
Oh, I would say I can't get I know that the message is great, but the medium is not the best, because I cannot get the tune, from my head. And while the message is great, the delivery of it is not so great, because I'm looking at this very important, pictures in history, and all I can remember in my head is what these bees want from an N. So yeah.
DMX, yeah.
Yeah. But great message overall. Great message.
Yeah, yeah. So Gas, you go ahead now.
Yeah, I just wanted for the record, I allowed a woman on the panel to go before me, so they're gonna say Gas is a sexist Nigerian, which I own proudly. I own it proudly to be sexist, but but no. Funny. Another thought just popped in my head, but say again.
But the Nigerian part, not so much.
Yeah, I'm not Nigerian. These people are confused. They don't know what they're talking about. But the thing for me is like, it's cool, but at this point, I'm just sick and tired of all these. Like, it's like I look at it like, it might sound arrogant. It's like going to church, or it's like 7th grade algebra, which I think everybody should refresh themselves on some elementary algebra and things like that, just to keep the mind witty. But at the same time, it's like, there's a reason why we have 7th grade and we have university. At what point are we gonna, get past? It's just like slogans for me. So I don't know. I just think we need to, or at least if we're gonna stay with these slogans, let's channel it. Then the other thought, it kind of like with the brother Kevin, what I said, what I was saying earlier is that the minute you try and function in the capitalist system differently, the capital will not flow your way. Right? If it's maritime law capital to become liquid, they're going to dry you out, right? So you'll end up broke or broken. What do I mean by that? That beat, what these bees want. Are you telling me DMX could not have rapped exactly what that guy was saying? Of course he could have. DMX could have that same beat. I believe Swiss Beats helped them produce it or produced it, whatever. They could have sat in the studio and made an uplifting song. However, the record industry is not going to give them the money to make and promote that uplifting song. They're not going to promote that type of music. So it just shows that, let's say, oh, well, we don't need them, we'll do it ourselves. Well, you won't have the global reach because they own all the infrastructure in terms of playing the global game of capitalism. So how are we going to defeat them in that? And I don't think that, we've really done a good enough job analyzing the blueprints of the systems that we're under, right? So, like I said, it's a cool concept. Like the brother said, it can be used for education, but I think, that a lot of times that's where it stops. People just know how to make a great slogan. This Jesse, but half of them people on this thing is government agents. You know what I'm saying? I'm not mad at it. Go know your history, but I'm not messing with no messy Jesse. I'm not. But hey, look, I'm just like I said. It just shows to me that the content of the music that is promoted to our children, you can take any of these beats and make uplifting educational music to put them in a positive frame of mind or reference. Yet the industry will not promote that because the largest consumers of so-called black music, so-called black culture, which I am saying, no offense, doesn't exist. It's a commodity. The consumers, the people who consume it are white people. White people don't want to hear black empowerment and black upliftment. I've seen that with my very own eyes on an anecdotal level. I remember in university, I'm playing, forgot who it was, one of these black power dudes, and this white guy who, he was in one of my study groups. I could just see his face change. But if I was playing, some Lil Wayne murder music at the time, Lil Wayne was the hottest, and Rick Ross, he liked that type of music. But when it's black empowerment, it's upsetting to him. So I just think, like I said, we got to really start analyzing the blueprints of the systems that we're under control by.
Yeah, I've seen that firsthand too. I've seen a conscious band about to play in like a, what do they call those again? Where they have a bunch of acts playing. It's like I can't think of the word. It's not concert in this case. It's like a demo or whatever, right? And this opening act was a conscious group, and I seen a black dude get up and say, "I'm not trying to listen to this shit," and he just walked out. This was in Manhattan, Everyone else was polite about it, but a black guy, kind of a street guy, was like, "I ain't trying to hear this shit," and he bounced. D Webb in the chat says it really ain't for anyone on this panel who would be more than knowledgeable with these figures. I think more so for the youth or the low vibrational. Sister Raw came in earlier as well, saying greetings to the family. So peace to Sister Raw. Bobby Wright said Philly Dawn did a number of vlogs with Ace live in Haiti. So I guess a few of the listeners here are familiar with Philly Dawn, and maybe the other character, I can't remember the name now, that Mr. Untouchable brought up, Bwana Hagasiki brought up. What is the underlying message here, Real Black Gentlemen?
Like the idea, okay, the reason he did that is kind of like a remix. Like, how would you say it? Like, okay, I'm just gonna cut it up the middle, right? When we're talking about, how would I say it? Cynicism, I think, is the foundation of what DMX is trying to say. The idea of like not really believing, just the incredulous of what a black man has to do. When I'm talking about cynic, the root of cynic is a canine, and a canine is what a bee is, but it doesn't necessarily have to mean in a general, like, gendered sense. Just a general cynic. When you know what I'm saying, like I could get on DMX and what he's saying, but I could see on what he's trying to say on, like, and again, he can miss the mark with about some of these guys. So I mean, a lot of these are iconic and we all recognize them, good, bad, or ugly, right? But it's just like, I know what he's trying to do. He's trying to bring attention to black people and just doing it with a DMX spin. That's all I got to say.
All right, thank you for that. Oni, did I get to Mr. Untouchable on this yet? No, I don't think so. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
I'll leave it with the musicians. Oni is a musician, So I mean, for me, Oni, so the only takeaways from this is that I see that he is trying to say that we have a rich historical connection with history and the people who have participated in it. And I would admit that he does look like Malcolm Jamal Warner. That's his doppelganger. Man, he looked just like him.
I agree. Oni?
Nah, so I think that is my I don't know why. I mean, I really think that is Malcolm Jamal Warner. And for that, like, I think because I'm pretty sure it's him, either that, like, oh, it is a doppelganger. But like, my thing is, if I look that much like Malcolm Jamal Warner, I would just like shave differently or something. like I would just try not to. But yeah, I think because that is, 9 times out of 10 probably Malcolm Jamal Warner. I would say, that at least is a good example of a black celebrity doing something. Now, I mean, obviously, like, the list is not, what like many of us might, put up as a list. But the fact that he did this, and he did it, very musically in tune, and it kind of does, like, give somebody the idea of, well, why, how come, like how many years later, you know what I'm saying? as to say that DMX released this and like a million years ago, and like this is like, you know, after he died type stuff, you know. And it actually, now I think about it too, there's this white boy, his name is everybody knows him, bro, but he's this weird Al Yankovic or something like that, and he would like remix songs like right away, you know. Not that Malcolm Jamal, like, not this guy is a musician, because he's not, although this was fire, I'm not gonna hold you, but not that he's a musician or anything, but like the fact that there are so many musicians, so many people that could just make parodies, and like this white boy made a living off of just taking, like, a lot of times taking not just black people's music, but taking a lot of music, like a lot of popular music, and then making like spoofs that were like, you know, comedic. And just to see that, you know, this song where, you know, Malcolm, where DMX is listing off a bunch of women, you know, like, and you know, I think when I was younger, I might have, you know, like memorized it, you know, whatever the names were, right? Like the fact that this is something that people can do, or and just to tie back with the you know, the 1 minute film thing, like this is a 1 minute film. I mean, not a film, obviously, but this is a 1 minute video, and it's good. You know, even though I don't like the listing, I don't think the listing is perfect. I think some of the, you know, whatever, it's good. You know, and I could salute him for that. On top of the fact that, yeah, he's a celebrity, rich guy. And if this is Malcolm Jamal Warner, I could say that's about this dude. That I know he came up on the Cosby Show and type stuff, but like I don't really follow celebrities like that. But I know this dude has been trying to do positive black material. You know, like he's been trying, and to see Marcus Garvey in this list, because, you know, usually I'll be like, oh, it's a lot of African Americans type stuff, right? But like to see Marcus Garvey on this list is like, yeah, you know what? I don't even care, you know? You know, like I don't even care. Like I don't care that Obama's there. like you got Marcus Garvey, you know what? You know, that's fire right there. So, you know, for me, it's like, I mean, like as far as online message, I know I'm black and I'm proud, but it's nice. But, you know, a celebrity doing this guy's always been doing, like, he has like a reputation for doing positive stuff. You know, and like I said, bigging up Malcolm X, bigging up Marcus Garvey, bigging up Nat Turner. Like that's like this is like if you were talking about a spook beside by the door type stuff, like I could see this video being more the prompt than Kanye. That's what I would say.
If it is Malcolm Jamal Warner, and the more I look at the person, I think it is him. He is actually a musician too. Actually, he's like a jazz musician. Just so you know. Did I get everyone on that just now? I think I did. If there's no last words, what I'm going to do is I'm going to post Shoot the Breeze prompt number 6, but I want to go to a station ID just to remind you guys what is what. So let me hit the station ID real quick, and on the other side, we'll discuss Shoot the Breeze topic number 6.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
All right. Also, remember to check out the forecast, Brother Bakari, Considerate Cheek, and our very own panelist, Tanzan African Mind. Check out all of their shows. It's really a good time. I'm not going to lie to you. Check out the House Rally Podcast, the Matron, all of us. Like I say, I rarely listen to other shows outside of KWAZ Radio. So you guys should check it out too. Earlier, Bobby Wright said someone did a video like this one about the brothers and sisters killed by the police about 2 years ago. So you guys could look that one up too. Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 tonight.
Wait, you mind if I say that is Malcolm Jamal Warner? I just looked it up.
Okay. All right. Shooter Breeze topic number 6 is, are Black people in America officially politically relevant? When will that be? So this came with a link. Let's see if it's a tweet. Looks like a tweet. So let's check out the video and then we'll discuss.
Massive luxury tent cities have been put up to house migrants. They've got Xboxes, culturally appropriate cuisine, free laundry service, phones, popcorn machines, coffee lounges. Why isn't this money, we're talking about millions of dollars, being spent to house the thousands of homeless people that are aimlessly wandering the streets in New York City every single day and every single night?
Yeah, Rob, look, this is just another issue of politics. What I would say is, why isn't the money being spent to secure our borders? Look, DHS, the federal government, is doing something very similar since day one, under this administration on the southwest border. They don't have all those amenities, but I can tell you the taxpayer is spending hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars setting up similar facilities to facilitate their open border policy, rather than taking that money to secure the border and save American lives.
I mean, I think the free laundry service is a little over the top. I think a lot of people right now would love to have free laundry service and have their laundry washed, dried, and then folded. Sounds pretty good to me. All right, Mark, this is New York City.
So let me just check. I didn't do it before. All right, so I don't know who it is retweeting. I guess that's the series of X's and numbers. And there wasn't any context, any tweet to it. So let's watch it one more time, and then we'll discuss it. It's only a minute long.
In the East River, massive luxury tent cities have been put up to house migrants. They've got Xboxes, culturally appropriate cuisine, free laundry service, phones, popcorn machines, coffee lounges. Why isn't this money, we're talking about millions of dollars, being spent to house the thousands of homeless people that are aimlessly wandering the streets in New York City every single day and every single night?
Yeah, Rob, look, this is just another issue of politics. What I would say is, why isn't the money being spent to secure our borders? Look, DHS, the federal government, is doing something very similar since day one, under this administration on the southwest border. They don't have all those amenities, but I can tell you the taxpayer is spending hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars setting up similar facilities to facilitate their open border policy, rather than taking that money to secure the border and save American lives.
I mean, I think the free laundry service is a little over the top. I think a lot of people right now would love to have free laundry service and have their laundry washed, dried, and then folded. Sounds pretty good to me. All right.
Yeah, so I guess it's that kind of that ADOS FBA talking point. The prompt says, are Black people in America officially politically irrelevant? When will that be? Kevin Carre, do you what do you take of the prompt in terms of that video?
All I hear is fear. But I must comment about what they're saying about the East River. They're talking about Randall's Island. And on Randall's Island, I go there to cover a lot of soccer. So there's a homeless men's shelter there. Like if you go to you take the Green Line to East Harlem, and you hang around that area, you see a lot of those people that's, they're mentally ill, heroin addicts, or what. A lot of those men, they will go across the bridge to that shelter, and they stay there the night, and then the day they can't stay there during the day, so they have to leave. But they from what I've been researching about that shelter, they say that place is a nightmare. Sometimes, the toilets get overfilled, no one does anything, nothing's clean. I won't mention, but you get the point where I'm saying about the toilets. But right across over, they're building these tents with this luxury for people that are not even born here. People that's coming across. That's not right. I spoke about this when I was by Penn Station. You see a lot of homeless people there. You walk downtown by Chelsea, there's people shooting up. And I got to show you the photos of men just shooting up heroin, right? No one's doing anything about that, but they complain about crime and all this stuff, but yet you're building this thing. But anyway, now about political irrelevance, I don't think we're politically irrelevant at this point. We're not unified right now, to really demand something. What they're trying to say is the new people coming in that they're giving the luxury stuff. It's not them you got to worry about in the future. It's their offspring that you got to worry about. Take a look at what happened over in LA with that woman Nuri Martinez. She's talking about redistricting like certain Black communities where you cut it in half So you kind of split the vote where they have certain representative. Now they get they're gonna get someone worse. But for now, if we don't unite, we are going to be politically irrelevant. For now, those people can't vote; they're not legal here. But I'll pass the mic on this one.
In the chat, D Webb said politics are irrelevant to those outside of the power dynamic. 90% of black people already pledged their vote for Democrats. The Hispanic population will be dominant within the U.S. within a decade. He said, and honestly, it's a damn tent with an Xbox. You can get free laundry if you go to prison too. Gas them up. What say you to this?
Yeah, you know, I said these things so many times. People get angry, but it is what it is. This just proves. Look, I'm sorry to say, I know it's not popular, but Donald Trump, and I'm not a Republican or anything, he was the only one that would have stopped all this nonsense. You know, for everything that people got their feelings hurt, they're so sensitive like crybabies. It's like the guy built the wall. He wanted the corporations to come back. White people aren't going to work in these factory jobs when they bring the corporations back. It's going to go to black people in America, right? And low income whites. Those are who are going to work in those factory jobs to make products that they're making in China, and they would have been making them in the United States. This is common sense. But because people want their feelings, you hurt my feelings. And it's funny. I saw a clip the other day that said the difference between people from the East Coast and the rest of America is that, particularly New York, New Yorkers, we're not nice, but we're very kind in general. Of course, these generalizations. But people outside of the East Coast, particularly New York, they're very nice, but they're not kind. Right? So, you know, I'm just saying, we had a guy in office that none of this nonsense would have happened. But because he said a few things that hurt your feelings and hurt everyone, they were crying like little babies. You know, like, what did Trump do or say that was worse than George Washington and Thomas Jefferson? You know what I'm saying? Like, you lived under Bush. Like, I don't understand this. Like, people got to just stop acting like toddlers when it comes to politics. You know, so now what the game is, like the brother Kevin was saying, you know, they're bringing in these people. Their kids are going to be citizens. They're going to give birth to children here. The kids are going to be citizens. And they're slowly, listen, black people are not relevant anymore. The black vote means nothing. Only thing that matters now is black women. And that's a whole occult thing. You know, I'll probably get on that on my channel later on. But that's the only thing that's relevant to them is black women. Right, but they don't care about the black community. Doesn't exist. It's a fiction of people's imagination. It's, you know, like it's just not real. So people have to me, face the reality. How can the black people in America figure out a way to create regional or local systems and setups that allow them to define themselves and that allow them to determine their own movement politically, which may mean the black vote may be split 4 different ways, because the needs for black people on the East Coast might not be the needs for black people in the South. And people need to understand that. Like, are we that politically childlike that we can't have differences on a regional level? You know, like, it's silly. I think people have to just grow up. But yeah, I mean, you know, we voted out the guy who would have stopped all this nonsense, because everybody couldn't handle a tough New Yorker. But that's just my opinion.
Right, I appreciate that, Gas. From one pentagrammer to another, Tanzan, what say you? Black people in America officially politically irrelevant. When will that be?
Well, I wouldn't say at this moment that they are, only because their votes are still being quoted one way or another. So even if the one party automatically assumes it, I think that in a general way it's still being appealed to. It's becoming less and less relevant. I think it's only figure. Sometimes it's only like they're propped up to give somebody a kind of legitimacy and then put back in the box. But I think that there is still some kind of power and leverage that they could have if they, if they had a particular purpose and a vision. And I think right now it's mostly just reactionary or speaking about things that are no longer, very relevant or, within the political possibilities. So in some states, much less than others, especially on this side, it's the population is now, I think, 6% and declining, and I think that trend is going to continue. And basically, even in the LA board, they have been basically replaced by Latinos at every level, where they used to dominate more than maybe 10-15 years ago. So in California, I would say that yes, they are. I think the population in the South is much bigger, so maybe the numbers might be a bit more, relevant. But here, it's really, it's very bleak and very, it's not even a drop. So, yeah.
I appreciate that, Tan. Zan, real black gentleman, what say you? Unmute your mic, bro.
Yeah, I'm here. Officially irrelevant. Oh, geez. If we are, then it's because of our own utter lack of political discernment. And I mean, this goes back to Garvey. I mean, it's like why is it that we do not play the long game? Why can we not play the long game politically? Why is it that there's like, how would I say? I want to see. I'll tell you what. I want to see a black governor. I want to see not just one. I want to see 5 black governors in the United States at the same time. That to me, if you could get, I mean, just in how, I don't care how you go through it, how you go through the process of your campaign. If you can do that, it'll show me that you actually have like 10% of the states. It shows a sense of, I don't care about black presidency in this country. I really don't. I think it's you have to hold your weight. You can't try to punch above your weight and just, throw haymakers in the air. That's not how it's done. You can't do that. You actually have to have a concentrated base. And I mean, I'll say this. I don't want to see a Stacey Abrams, but at the same time, I still want to see, I don't know, I can't sit here and put myself in people's positions where they are in the country and how they live their life. All I'm saying is that if we cannot be in any kind of executive stance in the United States, then I mean, what's the point? All this senatorial legislation, we have a lot of people, a lot of state senators, and I don't, senator, the wise people. There's no reflection of wisdom in a lot of this senatorial, experience. I feel like, I mean, ever since basically Reconstruction, I don't like the jingoism, the in politics. I don't like it at all. I loathe it. It disgusts me. The cliches, the slogans, the jingles. Oh my goodness. Black people in this country have got to truly, I want to say, we can't be like, we can't play we can't do this where we try to be media personalities and try to be attention, try to be noise makers. We can't be noise makers. We have to be thing makers. I mean, Garvey, Marcus Mosiah Garvey did it, and we had our chance. And Du Bois, you had a Du Bois just broadside him, just like just like Booker T. Washington. He broadsided Black progress. And until we can get our train going again back where it's we're actually productive, we're critical, we're out here being a problem. We're contenders on any given day out here in these streets as far as the world and how the world sees us. It's not going to be. So as far as it being irrelevant, if we're not irrelevant now, we are definitely on our way. We can get it back. It's not. It's like we are putting ourselves in a political narcolepsy. That's foolish. Let me pass the mic.
All right, thank you. In the chat, the Hashadi podcast says this is why empowering states and reducing Fed power should be tantamount to black people politically. We are concentrated in specific areas. Empowering the local politics helps us. He says Hispanics are going to be dominant at the federal level. Sleepy Joe already told you this. Lastly, he says also speaks on to how population matters. If you are being outbred, your political power will wane. But our people riled up about Roe v. Wade. Ridiculousness. With that said, Bwana Hagaziki, what say you to this?
Yes, sir. I don't tend to pretend to want to speak for Black Americans, but from the outside looking in, I would say that if you give your vote to the Democratic Party election after election at 90%, that means they don't necessarily have to work for your vote. It becomes an expectation. So it renders you really irrelevant. They don't even have to work for your vote. And it seems like the political landscape of Black America is either it's BLM, which is LGBT and Marxism, or it's staunch republicanism, which is Thomas Sowell and those kinds of things. And from what I could hear, in this social media hemisphere, it seems like a large contingent of Black America is asking politically for reparations. And it seems like the response from both major parties in America is like, are you having a laugh? They're not even taking that agenda seriously. And because of the rise of the Latino Americans in America, and which is they outnumber the so-called minority, the major majority minority of Black Americans now. It seems like America is going towards listening to the concerns and needs of the Latino community. That means that economically, Black people will be castrated in America. So I think that it's a dangerous position. I think that after Barack Obama and Kamala Harris, if you believe these people are Black, you know what I mean? I think that they carry water for the Democratic Party. They carry water for the Democratic Party. But I think that Black America politically has seen their best day, if I was to be honest, because I don't hear the unique, authentic, revolutionary voices like the Dr. Amos Wilson's, or the people in the 80s, like the other intellectuals and political intellectuals that existed, in that time. I don't see any progression. In fact, I see a digression. I see us going backwards. I see the rise of these nativistic cultish organizations trying to latch on to the last vestiges of Black integrationism. And they call it militant Black integrationism, but it's integrationism nonetheless. And that's an old strategy. And at this time, when obviously the dominant community in America are ignoring the black political voice wholesale. They laugh at you when you talk about reparations. I feel that they need to take an approach that's independent of both parties, and I don't think that they are willing to do that at this point. So I think that puts them in a very precarious position, because if you are a group of people without a state politically, if you're a group of people, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? And that is yet to be answered, because I really don't know what direction they're going to take. If the Democratic Party you've been very loyal to has basically turned their back on you, to your political interests, and the Republican Party say, well, get it how you live, what are you going to do in that position? So I think that their voice, they're seeing their best day. Now, I'm an optimist, and I hope and I wish for the best that the situation turns around. But at this point, it seems like that our interest in America is more focused on entertainment, party, and dance. And politically, that's just not gonna cut the mustard. I don't think.
In the chat, D Web says it's not a large contingent. That Marcel Dixon dude ran in a 60% black area on a reparations platform and came in third. Oni, what say you to all of this?
Well, speaking of Marcel, the reason why I saw this video is because of Marcel. And yeah, because of that whole ADOS FBA stuff, I'm just gonna do what they say in HNI. Wait, no, was it HYON? You know, like hold your own nuts. You know, no, I mean like, but my thing about what these Latinos what they do is that they support their immigrant population. They support the population from other nations. They unite across ethnic and national barriers. And because of that, they eating better and doing better than other people. Now, obviously, I'm gonna agree with Harsh where he says it's just the Xbox at a tent. You know what I mean? It's not, it ain't, Xbox tent and some laundry. That's not the, that ain't the that's not a, like a lot of us
That's
live
the
better than
American
that.
dream, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of us live better than that. You know what I'm saying? We got PS5, you know what I'm saying? But even so, it's like because Marcel is, oh my gosh, why is this happening? Blah, 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 why don't blah blah blah. It's like, you know what? Good. If another people are being politically intelligent, right? If another people are saying, hey, you know what? We're gonna vote according to how we're gonna get our interests. If another people is like, we're not gonna be loyal to the party that's like both parties are trying to appeal to us, and we're gonna look at it critically, right? Then on the flip side, when people like me, for instance, I can tell y'all this. I was a part of I tell you this all the time, but I was a part of the Freedom Party, right? If those of you don't know what the Freedom Party is, it would have been the first all-black political party in America, or probably the second, depending on if you consider Fannie Lou Hamer's organization, right? Freedom Mississippi, something like that, Freedom, some part of the party. But if we second it, if that were the case, right? And even I was like struggling. I'm a young man at the time. I'm like, hey, we need the Freedom Party. Black folks, well, aren't we free already? Or, but I got to vote for the Democrats and type stuff, So it's like, what do you want? If the people online, particularly the people online, are like, hey man, don't vote, or hey man, it's either this or hey man, you black immigrants, why don't y'all hold your own nuts? You freedom, whatever. Right? If they want to push us away, that's fine. But then the thing about the Latinos is that they are the second biggest population in America right now. You know what I'm saying? And they've been that way for like the last decade. And everybody else is trying to court them in order that they can, so that they don't have to worry about what black folk, like the black vote anymore. And notwithstanding that, we still, because see, the thing about us is that we can be scared, like we can be frightened by the Republican, Democrat routine. We could be frightened by the wolf and courted by the fox. So I mean, it is like for me, like I said, I'm when I see stuff like this, especially knowing all the xenophobia being directed towards me and all that kind of stuff, I'm just like, yeah, okay, well, you told me hold my own nuts, right? Now what? You know what I'm saying? And like, because personally, like I said, it's not really that serious. It's just a tent and an Xbox. But for people to be like, damn, where's my tent and Xbox? Like anybody would be in a motherfucking tent and Xbox. But like for those people, crying them tears, you're like, yeah, shit, I'll enjoy it. You know what I'm saying? I'll get my popcorn.
Thank you for that, Oni. If there's any last thoughts, let's speak them now. If not, let's go.
Yeah, let me say something real quick. I mean, it's just I'll say it's frustrating because like when we think about everything going on in Africa, especially with as far as the United States, with you know what I'm saying, everything, it's like black people's again inability to really like be like a hard halt on it, a hard check to had put the stop the spigot on it. I mean, I think the 60s really was really it sealed it sealed this whole path towards irrelevancy. We can go into the social issues in this country, and I just think that it can be changed. I mean, a mind is a real. You can't get into the slogans and even a lot of the look. We're gonna find a way to change our minds, or we're gonna be doomed. That's it. And so, the stubbornness of our people to course correct to turn that boat around, but it's going to take a long time. No, go ahead and move that wheel one fucking degree, and we're going to change direction. We're going to do it, and you just have to be optimistic about it. I'm done.
Can I say? I want to correct something about someone says that the Hispanics taking each other. Not really, because I went to high school in Manhattan. And I used to play soccer up near Spanish Harlem, near Randall's Island. That area, when you cross the bridge from Randall's Island, you know, by Manhattan Center High School, that they call it, I think El Barrio. When that used to be mostly first it was Italian, then the Puerto Ricans came in, then the Mexicans came in, and the Puerto Ricans used to give them hell in that neighborhood. So I'm saying not all those Hispanic groups like each other at all. Even in California, I think the Serrano versus other Mexican, they don't like each other. They will unite against you, but at the end of the day, they will not like each other. But here's another thing too. If you looked at last year's governor's race in Virginia, those Hispanics and Asians they were looking for to come out for the Democratic Party did not come out. So they can court them all they want. They're not going to always get the votes. And if you've been looking at different groups' Twitter, a lot of the Arabs, a lot of the Asians, all these other groups, they're talking out against the Democrats. So it's the future is not guaranteed. And the other thing people are not looking at is technology, how technology is also making politics very irrelevant.
I'll just quickly say this. I'll say that most people groups kind of don't like each other, to be honest, but they know how to unify against the threat. And I think that's the idea with the Hispanics. They, you know, because I remember back in the day, Guatemalans and who's it, El Salvadorians, or some combination like that. They pull knives against each other. They hate each other for some reason. And you know, so we get that. We get that they'll fight against each other and stuff, but they get together, especially when it comes to the African population. I remember years ago, it could have been a show like Power or something, but they had a scene where a Spanish dude tells a black dude, "Yo, the future is brown, yo. The future is Latino." So they've been putting that out there, even in the media and stuff like that, to let you know that the focus is going to be on the Hispanics, you know, in the near future, if it hasn't started already.
But
that's
to reiterate, as I look at Virginia, they didn't come out like they were predicting. So you really can't really believe what the media is telling you anymore.
I feel you on that. If there's no other last words here in the chat, Tanzan says she'll be right back. Bobby Wright says African people in America will be irrelevant without unity. Trickhappy262 says Hispanic is a meaningless term. I don't know how we lump Central Americans and the Spanish Caribbean. Central America has African minority populations, but it's more indigenous, adjacent, or indigenous. The Spanish Caribbeans, as much as they want to cope, is more African adjacent. We have Zaire, OM, Toure, Muguzi Channel has joined us, and he quotes, this is our country now. Yes, they said that on Power. All right, thank you for confirming that for me. Yeah, I knew it had to be Power. A couple years back they said that. Let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 7. I think we're making good time tonight with the show. I want to thank everyone who's tuned in, and those who had tuned in earlier, make sure you hit the like button for me, please. And share the show, man. Let people know what you'll be listening to on a Saturday night. And I dropped the link a little while ago for anyone who wants to join the panel. Shoot the Breeze. Topic number 7 is the future of warfare. What does this mean for Africa? How do African countries face emerging threats? This came with a YouTube. No, I'm lying. Sorry. I messed that up. Let me grab that link again. Where is it? I have to go on the Discord to find it now. Okay, here we go. Sorry about that. Let's share this link, and then we'll watch it on the other side.
The United States especially has been now accustomed for 25 years as being the universal and unitary superpower. That's not going to last forever. I think most people know this, even though some may be in cognitive dissonance over this. The truth is there are rising powers like Russia and China, but there are other rising powers too. One of our problems is that we live in a state-centric view of the universe. International relations, for most of us, is run by states. Nation states are the global political, unit of the international order. And this is what we learn in social studies as kids. But that is actually not the way the world has worked for most of human history. States are actually about 300 or 400 years old. Before there were states, there were empires and there were tribes and everything else. The reign of states, and only states can wage war legitimately, that is coming to a close. We're actually going back to the status quo ante of when global order was a free-for-all, of like the Middle Ages, of antiquity, but what became before. And one of the things of that free-for-all is that who else were superpowers? It wasn't just states. So like in the Middle Ages, the papacy was a superpower. Rich aristocracies, were superpowers. And we're going back to this world again. So, we have random billionaires today who have as much power as states. There are 62 people in the planet who own the equivalent of half the world's wealth. 62 people. You can put them all into a bus. You have, multinational corporations. We have the Fortune 500, which are more powerful than most of the states in the world. Of the 194 states in the world, most are fragile or failed. We only think the top 25 states, like the US, Western Europe, Eastern Asia, etc. But that's an anomaly. The vast majority of states in the world are more either regimes hiding inside states or just outright dumpster fires. So what we're going to see in the future is those who have wealth and political power, who can also hire their own private armies now, become superpowers. The world used to wage a lot of private war in military history. In fact, most of military history is privatized. Mercenaries have always been a major component of war. And what happens when you privatize war is that now military strategies blend with business ones. And this puts us at risk because our 4 stars who are in charge of our military and our policymakers they're not prepared for that type of warfare. So mercenaries are around for millennia. Mercenaries are forever. And it's anomalous in history that 150 years ago, they sort of went away. And why that is still a mystery. People say, well, after the 30 Years' War, after the Peace of Westphalia, 1648, where mercenaries ran amok, both rulers and ruled were tired of them. And rulers and kings started to invest in their own standing armies, which is very expensive. I mean, mercenaries are cheaper than standing armies, just like it's cheaper to rent than to own. And countries started to invest in large national militaries. There are reasons for that. Some of it was technological, some of it was political, but they monopolized the market for force. Over the next several hundred years, they pushed out mercenaries. They went underground by 1850. And we saw them pop up around like the 1950s and 60s in Africa during wars of decolonization, but they were always in the shadows. Now they're returning and they're up front, whether it's Blackwater for the United States of America or the Wagner Group for Russia, which is a powerful mercenary corporation, or Executive Outcomes in South Africa in the 1990s. We're seeing mercenaries come out of the shadows. And what can put them back in the shadows? Well, only one thing could do it. If all the nations of the world got together and band together as they did in the 1600s, 1700s, and said no more mercenaries, which I think world peace is easier. So I don't think that's going to happen. Some people put their faith in international public law, the United Nations, the laws of war. I am not one of them. As much as I would love to see that happen, the truth is that international law around war is already very feeble. And let's not forget that mercenaries can shoot your law enforcement. They can shoot them dead. Force is the only commodity that you cannot regulate because it can resist law enforcement. And this is what makes it so dangerous. And by the way, who's going to go into Syria and arrest all those mercenaries now? Is it going to be the United Nations, the US Marines? I don't think so. So I don't think law is the answer. I think the most we can do is we can shape the market to incentivize good behavior and blackball bad behavior. But the market for force, which has been with us through all of human history, it had a brief hiatus, but it's returning now, and we're not prepared for it. It is one of the biggest security threats of the 21st century, yet we're still focused on ISIS. In some ways, CEOs in Wall Street have more to say about strategy in a future private warfare than does the Pentagon. And we're not prepared for this. So, for example, one of the things you got to think about private warfare as a market for force with supply and demand. Demand are clients, supply are mercenaries. Mercenaries don't want to work themselves out of business. They want to start and elongate wars for profit. When they're out of work, they become bandits, creating artificial demand for the services. One of the things they do a lot in the Middle Ages, for example, when mercenaries were rampant, is they would get involved in racketeering and extortion. For example, a small private army of mercenaries, say 5,000 mercenaries, shows up to the city of Siena in Italy, and they'd say, "We want 5,000 pounds of whatever. We want 5,000 pieces of gold," sort of making that up. And then the people of Siena would run around and say, "Okay, we'll give you all our gold just so you don't sack us and take our women and children and kill us all." And the mercenaries would say, "Thank you, we'll be back next year." Right? And so a world awash in mercenaries is a world with more war. And the resurrection of private force is symbolic and emblematic of durable disorder, because they'll keep persistent conflict going. They'll contribute to entropy. And let's not also forget that there are clients who do this as well. So now you have random billionaires, multinational corporations, the extractive industry will start to use private forces to secure their people, their assets, whatever they want to do, or they can wage war for whatever reason they want, no matter how petty. And having mercenaries available in the world meeting with money lowers the barriers to conflict. It makes going to war easier, and it makes stopping war harder.
Interesting. You'll hear I have music playing outside, so please try to ignore that as much as you can. But the prompt, this is Shoot the Breeze, prompt number 7, says the future of warfare. What does this mean for Africa? How do African countries face emerging threats? So in the chat, I put the YouTube video. So you guys could click that and figure out the title and listen to it on your own. Harsh Rally Podcast says the sassy gringo is about 30 years behind. JB is out in the chat. He says, meanwhile, he calls the most countries dumpster fires. All right. Peace to Jay for being out. I know it's pretty late where he is, so I appreciate him tuning in. Kevin Carre, the future of warfare. What does this mean for Africa? What say you?
Well, my thing is, it will be costly for any country right now to galvanize an army to go invade other country or even try to invade Africa. You know, if you look at the rest of the Western world and, you know, Asia, their population is shrinking. So, and what Russia and Ukraine, their population is really exponentially shrinking because of this war. There can be other ways of war. As someone mentioned in the comments about AI and robots, that's the future. Why send human when you can send those over and get things done? So, but I would say for Africa, we must, you know, in Africa and the Caribbean, learn this technology. It's good that our kids are learning coding, but we must learn other things like machine learning, how to build these things, and start to sharp our defensive. We have to get, you know, we have to move ourselves more into the century, or we are really going to be left behind or is extinct. I'll pass the mic.
Jay says a party in his neighborhood will come up. Yeah, I sound like I have a party outside right now too. Real Black Gentleman, what say you? The future of warfare, what does this mean for Africa? Unmute your mic.
Well, I mean, the only reason that a lot of people, I mean, the only reason I suppose, I mean, I'm not really, you know, trained in, like, you know what I'm saying, like military tactics, anything like that. But I suppose if you want, there's something in a place that you want. That's generally why you send in a personnel to do things. If I want territory, if I want resources, you know, you could send in a whole bunch of guys, or you could somehow make things unstable in the area and cause conditions and economics and price values to plummet, so that, you know, land that was a prime real estate is now all of a sudden very, very cheap. And then, you know, you have the ups on that, and you somehow, after the chaos has been established, go ahead and buy that up. I mean, the mercenary doesn't necessarily have to be physical. It could be cyber mercenaries. They could just upset systems and stuff. Just, you know, there's a whole lot of that. The bots and all that. There's a lot of ways to think about it. I mean, as far as Africa is concerned, I mean, as long as Africa, it doesn't rely too much on like electronic, like strong networks. I mean, if anything, I wish that Africa could learn from like other places around the world and not do too much in certain areas. Like, you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket in certain industries. You don't want you know, too many bottlenecks. You don't want like power supply cutoffs, like, you know, supply chains, you know, you don't want things like that. You got to have some strong sense of decentralization. You don't want monopolies. You don't want to be that greedy guy who you gotta allow a little bit of space. You know what I'm saying? And instead of, if you're worried about your one business, well, maybe you should try to diversify so that you're not trying to crowd everyone else out just because you have that one business. There's ways to think about these things. There's ways to try to be strong and be prosperous without, you know, snuffing out everyone else, without dampening everyone else's fire. As far as the warfare, let me get back on just as far as like being strong against things like this, because you don't want to be targeted by a mercenary and not have other people around you be able to give you support. That's just my best take. And I think more African unity would strengthen against that. Strengthen diversity. You don't want to, Africa can't become monocultural in a lot of ways. We should encourage variations in culture. We got to be able to like see things differently, because like they're continuing to come at us. They come at us every way. Africa is the first place that everyone around the world, I swear, that's where they go just to bother people. And so just, you got to keep our eyes open, pay attention to the world, and if you know what I'm saying, let people know what's going on with these things. That's all.
Thank you for that. Let me switch up a little bit. Oni, what say you to this? The future of warfare, what does it mean for Africa?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think like D Web was saying, you know, is this the future or is this the past? Like, what's going on? Dudes gives you a whole history lesson of how the past is, you know, what it is. what I could say is, yeah, I mean, mercenaries and standing armies and inability to regulate force. I feel like this is all like common sense. I mean, I wouldn't say common sense, but I feel like it's like we all know this. I think this white boy, I think he kind of misunderstood why mercenary armies went out of style. Apparently, the white folk learned from El Andalus. What happened in El Andalus is that they only had a mercenary army, and the mercenaries turned on the state because the state couldn't defend itself. And so white people kind of learned, oh yeah, don't do something stupid like that, Um, and I mean that's also something that we should figure out for ourselves. Uh, but but yeah, I don't see this as a future per se, or even I just it just happens that it's part of the present circumstance because in this world where you can make a profit doing anything, you can also make a profit selling military experience, and that's just a thing. Uh, but there's also like for me, um, I would say we have to be mindful of the reality that we're going to need to defend ourselves, and the reality that people will send mercenaries, send assassins, use force to exert their will on this planet. And if you're not willing to join that sort of space or that sort of field of thinking, then unfortunately, you know, whatever they taught you, you know, educationally, they did you a disservice. That's all I would say.
That's one of my issues with us as a people now. If you're not willing to fight for your freedom now, what makes you think you're gonna, well, first of all, achieve any kind of power, any kind of nation, and then what the hell makes you think you're gonna be able to defend it? Be in fact, be even willing to fight. Like it's either you're gonna fight or not, right? What's the response again? Flight or fight. It's either you're gonna fight or not, and that's the question we have to really look within ourselves and answer. Man, are we gonna fight or not? Because one way or the other, you're gonna have to fight anyway. Are you gonna fight now? At least you'll be prepared to fight later. But if you ain't ready to fight now, you're gonna lose later. Buena Hagaziki, what say you?
Yeah, I was doing a quick Google search as everyone is giving their opinions on this topic, and I found out that the average Russian soldier, he earns $36,000 a year, and the average U.S. Army employee earns around 65K a year. The average salary of a mercenary is between 75, based on his experience, 75 to $100,000 a year. Now, why do I say that? I feel like Africa is up for grabs. It's up for grabs. People, the Elon Musks of the world could employ and has the capacity to employ some of the best soldiers, mercenaries, slash soldiers, and pay them 75 to $100,000 a year to go and occupy or take over a country or even stage a coup to extract the mineral resources of a country. He could request the best of them. So I think that there is an external insecurity that exists with Africa, and I think as a solution to what was to come in considering that financial arrangement that we know some people have the ability to create on the continent, I would first of all I would train every citizen as a duty of being a citizen of a country, as they do in I think Greece and Cyprus. To after you graduate, you have to go into some kind of military training. I would
Israel too.
Israel. I would say that would be something that's necessary for the citizens of a country, and I would have to
And
create,
Eritrea.
yes, and I would have to create a situation where they are more or less nationalistic, and devoted to the nation and securing the nation itself. So I would have to, on the one end, try to educate and train the people of the importance of the nation and maintaining that nation, and also equip them with the tools that is that they could defend their borders from people coming from the outside. Now, or at least make it interesting. You know, you may not necessarily be as good as, but you could hire people with the ability to ensure that your country is secure. Train your people, and I would also, and I think that this is this is going to be controversial, but I would arm my citizens. I would give them the ability to to have weapons, arms, just in case. Now, I'm a I might hold back on allowing these people to have the ammunition, but I'll at least give them the arms and that is necessary to defend anyone who would try to come in and invade their territories, because that's a great possibility. And I think that there's a big insecurity that exists in Africa. And I think that the training is necessary. And I think that people like Kagame know this because he was in the School of Americas. So he would have learned certain things in the School of Americas that he could pass on not only to his generals, but to the rest of the people of Rwanda. And I think that kind of thing should remain consistent with our Africa. I think that they are fearful because they feel, many of the African leaders feel like once they get this training, they'll turn it against them. I think that's fair. I think that's the fear. But I think that you should create a situation like that where where any citizen has the ability not only to defend himself and his family, but to defend his country as well if he needs to. So I think that that's what I would say to that particular point.
Thank you for that, Bwana Hagaziki. Bobby Wright co-signs Zahir, saying Zahir is a good brother. So I'm glad to make your acquaintance, Zahir. Your channel name does sound kind of familiar. I'll have to check it out sometime. Thanks for checking out mine. And make sure check out all the channels on KWAZ Radio if you don't mind. Zahir says corporations will probably take the place of colonialists and take over territory using groups against each other to take over state power. The Hashwadi podcast says, hell, military contractors like Blackwater are in six figures. I personally supervised people that made double what I was making for keeping up the cable. Marcus Garvey is the way says they go into twerk. Trigger Happy 262 says North Korea too, I think, has forced conscription. Yeah, I think you're right. North Korea does have it too. Yeah, but Israel and them, you gotta. I don't care if you're a big ball player in college or something out in America. You gotta go home and serve your time in the military. Marcus Garvey is the way says, why fight when we can till ourselves twerking for clout and views? Tanzan agrees with Bwana Hagaziki. Trigger Happy 262 said, this is why in any nationalist project, history is never a lesser important thing. History is therapeutic. History is what you build self-esteem with. History is collective memory. Marcus Garvey's way meant TikTok. They could twerk on TikTok. Trigger Happy 262 says, one thing about North Korea or China is that they beat into their populace their low years. For China, it was a century of shame. And for North Korea, they always remember the Korean War. Trigger Happy 262 also says they make their children know who the enemy is, America, and they take them to, I think, the National Museum and look at the atrocities of the Korean War. Now, that's the kind of information I like right there. You know, again, when you talk about African-centered education and curriculum, which I always find myself talking about, that's the kind of thing we need to have as a part of it too. You know, Trigger Happy 262 says we have to do that when it comes to the collective scramble of Africa, the Ma'afa, and even the Arab slave trade. Added to that, the enslavement of our people in the New World. Bobby Wright says to Zahir, glad you checked out the show. Join the panel if you can. I can't get my phone to cooperate. Yeah, we've been trying to get Bobby Wright straight for the panel, but for some reason it hasn't been working out. Bobby, we'll try again this week. All right, we'll try again this coming week. Zahir says political and economic stabilization is probably best, and decentralized nations can have powerful armies, but if the people are not happy, there's always room for internal overthrow. With all of that said, Tanzan, what do you have to say to everything you've seen and heard?
I think that Bwana Haguziki really got to the core of the matter.
Talk
And
about it.
the first one was the idea of corporations being, the next force of, decision making. When an individual, powerful individual like, Bill Gates can go into a country and actually, make policy or put so much money into something, forget economic hitman. This is an economic dictator. He can just come and not just change your economic, but your health policies, your farming techniques, your eventually your leadership and so on. So before it took, an East India company, now it just takes a corporation with somebody at the head to take over a country. So the economic warfare is going to be even steeper than before, because not only now are you fighting the international corporations, the UN and so on, but you actually have to contend with individuals who have power to, to control the destiny of a nation. And then the second thing, when it comes to mercenaries are really the last resort of a country that has lost the morale of their people. Because when you lose that idea that to voluntarily get young men, who have their lives ahead of them, to put that, to put that on the line for whatever it is, the ideal of the country or the state or of an idea, that takes a lot of, either propaganda, persuasion, or a belief in something greater than the individual. So, in the belief of the nation and so on. So if a country is not able to, produce its crop of warriors from its own men, and, you have to almost pay, bribe some of them to go into warfare, then you've already lost that, that moral high ground. So when you see a country relying more and more on mercenaries, it's just become, like a free-for-all. They're not hiding behind, the message anymore. It's just now it's the money is showing its face. And then, the danger with that is that mercenaries have no loyalty either to, the people who they work for, or to the people that they're being sent into. So you see this, and most of the UN and all these forces nowadays are just mercenaries. They go into these countries and they commit, horrible atrocities on the people that, they go to. That's why, partially, I think, that's why, the Haitians revolted, because the UN so-called peacekeepers, and it's always an oxymoronic term, like peacekeepers, and yet everywhere they go, they spread war. But these are sort of the mercenaries that are being sent out. They have no morals, they have no code, they have no, loyalty, and they just go and wreak havoc. And then the third, and I don't know if it's worse or, equally as bad, is the internal mercenaries. And Africa has been plagued with these ones for quite a long time, from the janjaweed to, the current crop of, the terrorists, Boko Haram and so on. These are people who are paid by, some outside force to pretty much go and wreak havoc, whether in their country or in another country. And because we don't have this idea of loyalty, the easiest way to take over a country is not actually to start internal, dissent. It's just simply to go and get another country, that has ties to, this one country, and then just work within that and invade the country. And even right now, there's, I think Ugandan forces in Congo, there's Kenyan forces in Somalia, there's all this, nationalistic mercenaries that are used to do the dirty work of the larger corporations and international bodies. So in terms of Africa, facing the threats, they have to realize that the threat is not just from the outside, but also within it. How can we use, our mercenaries to fight wars for us instead of us being at their mercy? So, I just wanted to bring that to the attention. I'm not a defense expert or anything, but yeah.
Thank you for that, Tanzan. In the chat, there's been a few comments here. I'm sorry. How Should Podcast says war doesn't benefit most corporations. It's specifically the military industrial complex. Real Black Jump Out in the chat says their white boys halo jump into Africa and call themselves a tourist to the people they encounter. I swear. He says Africa needs Doppler radar. If there's no last words here, let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 8. Thank you for that conversation. You guys in the chat, if you're liking the conversation, drop a 1 for me. Let me know you're here. Let me know you're liking the conversation so far tonight. Shooter Breeze topic number 8 is technology or tradition. Is STEM teaching Afrocentric or more Europeanism? This came with a link. The link, no, sorry. I put the wrong thing in there. Let me grab the actual link. Okay. I got the link now. This takes us to a YouTube video, actually. Let's check out the video and then we'll talk about it.
Hello guys, welcome back to another episode. Hashtag I'm back for another episode. In this episode, we'll be talking about the Ghana Minister of Education and what has he been doing for Ghana schools, and also like Ghana's new reform on education, African education. We're going to be talking about all of that. But before we get into that, shout out to the new channel members. Say hi in the comment section. But that's what we'll be talking about in this episode. Hello guys, welcome back to another episode. In this episode, I wanted to talk about the country of Ghana again. I have multiple videos on the president of Ghana and what I think he's truly doing for Ghana, for Africa, for everyone, and also just the things that have been really changing the way that we look at Ghana, we look at the continent, all in all. But in today's video, I wanted to talk about the education system in Ghana and the Ghana Minister of Education, him coming out and saying that, we need to change our education system in our country. We need to drop the British education system because we know all our countries were colonized by colonial masters, whether it's the British, whether it's the Belgians, whether it's the Portuguese, boo, 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 boo. All these people came and colonized us. And us, as African people, we haven't really taken the time, do you get what I'm saying, to say, hey, let's drop this education system that we still keep around for no reason. Let's drop it and actually teach African education, Pan-African education. So I'm going to let the video of the Ghanaian Minister of Education play, and I'll come back with my thoughts.
Everything. Wow. In fact, the school is amazing. We are all happy being here, and we thank the Honorable Minister for building such a school for us. We always want to come to the lab to learn because it's very great when we are learning here because we find everything easy because of the avocado board.
Wow. And the man behind these STEM schools and the STEM education in the country is this man called Dr. Yawase Aduchu, who is the current Ghana's education minister.
Tony Blair just wrote a piece talking about the fact that the British education system is not fit for the 21st century. But before Tony Blair wrote this piece, we've been talking about the 21st century education. We've been talking about the fourth industrial revolution and why we need to tweak, change, transform our high school curriculum to ensure that we can meet the goals of the 21st century. So if you look at what we are doing now, if you look at the STEM students that are coming up, these are addition to the free senior high school intervention. Now we are creating a better opportunity for young men and women to go to high school and get quality education that they could not get in 2017, ensuring that new senior high schools.
So this video we are watching, this is where?
This is Abomusu.
So this is what?
Abomusu. This is a senior high school. Like Abomusu.
Community senior high school.
No, this is a full boarding senior high school, which is going to serve students from across the country. And this is Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo, free secondary education. This is one of the best in the world.
It looks interesting.
I never saw any high school like this.
He talks about dropping the British education system, and yeah, I think one of the things that fascinated me was what Ghana is doing. It's creating high schools that teach STEM. Kids are so excited to learn STEM and develop these things and just have the opportunity. I think a lot of our African schools don't even think about those things. Like, we cannot keep on going to universities, to high school that don't cater to everyone. If I want to learn STEM, I should be able to have the opportunity to learn STEM. If I want to do photography, I should have the opportunity at school to do, you know what I'm saying, photography. If I want to learn how to build architecture stuff, clubs, whatever. It's really exciting to see them creating high schools that give kids the opportunity to learn about computers, to learn about these things, because again, those are the future leaders. You get what I'm saying? So these kids are really, really excited, and they're super excited to have the opportunity. And I think a lot of these things, it's just opportunity. We want the opportunity as young African youth. We want job opportunities. We want opportunities at our school. Like all these things that we're always complaining about. It's just annoying. So creating better opportunities, as he was talking about, creating boarding senior high schools that are just catering to kids who are excited for technology, excited to do stuff, excited to just explore learning, because learning does not just mean books. It could be visible in another way, right? So with STEM, you're doing so much, and these little learners are gonna become developers, become web designers, become graphic designers, become bigger and bigger things, just because they got those opportunities to mess around with STEM in secondary school. Do you get what I'm saying? And then at the beginning, he literally said, and I quote, "I've never seen a high school like this in America." And I think that's how we don't really realize how revolutionary we are, because we are always thinking, oh, it's African, it's not that important. Oh, this brand is African, it's not that good. Oh, this shoe brand is African, it's not that good. We didn't believe in our Afrobeat music until it started going worldwide. For a period of time in Africa, we were not listening to our own people's music. We just, oh, Chris Brown, American rappers, American this, American that. But after a while, we decided that no, our music is actually beautiful and it's celebrating us. Do you get what I'm saying? So once we take the steps to actually create beautiful schools that are teaching Pan-African, yes, we will not realize how revolutionary it is. We will not understand how revolutionary it is until, do you get what I'm saying? Until it's actually happening. So I think we need to go back to that mentality of understanding who we are and being proud of who we are and making it ourselves for us at the end of the day. Because again, we are thinking about creating opportunity. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, we need to create opportunity. He said, I've never seen something like this in America because it's not provided. So why don't we create it in Africa? Do you get what I'm saying? I'm always talking about governments losing money. But we have seen what governments can do when they're actually being serious, when they're actually trying to make change in our nations. Do you get what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm proud of the Ghana Minister of Education, even though he's not all, he's not perfect, and I've seen records of him, allegations of him stealing money from the government, all of these things. So he's not perfect, but I really love his mentality of just promoting Pan-African education, promoting secondary schools that cater to us, that cater to how brilliant we are, and that cater to providing opportunity for our youngsters in our community. One of the things that I hate is that some of our schools don't give us opportunities, internships, all of these things. So we go out into our society not ready to figure things out. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm glad that Nana is taking a stand. He is also agreeing and making change. Berna said we need our schools to teach us about us. So we need to drop the colonial education and start teaching Pan-African education and start providing opportunities for our youth. Do you get what I'm saying? Check out my Berna video if you haven't. But he goes deeper and says we need to teach our youth about ourselves. We need to teach our history because it's really, really important. You can try to take me out of the continent, but you can never take my knowledge. Is that not what ancestors said? It's knowledge is very important. And if we don't know our history, we will continue with that trauma. You get what I'm saying? Until we try to wash it away. Anyhow. I'll see you guys in my next episode. Comment down below your thoughts. What do you think about this? Ghana is saying no to British education and saying yeah to African education. Let's provide opportunities for our youth. and that's what I support. So yeah, tell me your thoughts in the
That video is called "Ghana is saying no to Eurocentric education." The channel is the kid from Africa. I can't tell if that's a grown woman or maybe I should just assume that is a kid because she says it in that title there. Technology or tradition, is STEM teaching Afrocentric or more Europeanism? Let's start with Kevin Carre on this one.
Well, I look at it another way. Why don't we just use the STEM and just take out the whatever European part and just make it fit for us? You know, science is what? It's not emotional. It's just get the facts and get things. I'm not a scientist. I'm an artist. So when I do my art, it's geared towards our people, Black people. So same thing with STEM. It can work. That's the thing about technology. We can make it work hand in hand with the traditional phase of things. We don't have to get rid of one thing for the other. If all you think about is science, then that's not going to work. You need culture, sociology, politics, and all that stuff. You can make it work. But I'll stop here.
I know Oni has to drop off. Let me see if he's still here. If he's still here, just give me your thoughts on this prompt right here.
Oh no, well, I mean, yeah, I mean, I think, like you said, I don't know if it's a kid or not. But yeah, I mean, obviously, I think that it would be. I mean, it's good to see young people talking about us going through like our own education type stuff, But yeah. I don't really. But I was just saying that I might have to step. I'm gonna step down off the panel for a minute.
Yeah.
But I appreciate you hosting us and giving us this platform and giving us this space.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and of course tomorrow I got a program starting soon, right? 11 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully everybody could check it out.
Yes, sir. Yeah, make sure to check out the Pro-Black Perspective. Doing the Enemies Within Sunday mornings, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Always a good time as well. Thanks, Oni, for joining the panel tonight. I heard from Kevin Carre. Let me hear from Real Black Gentleman.
I would say, a lot. If I'm thinking that like classic education means like talking about, Greek history and as far as like all that, yeah, I mean, definitely. I mean, if you're just teaching the kids just like basic, just fundamentals of just hard math and just take out and having up-to-date materials to work with, like circuitry and stuff. You can definitely, history, you'll be history. You know what I'm saying? You will become history that their children, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you do have to think outside the box. The best way to get ahead is to really like kind of give the young people the best that you can. And they will be creative and out of thin air come up with new solutions to the problems that they see, in spite of all the talk about what's negative. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, I would also, trade schools, for people who like, where I am, there's something called like they call it it's like a vocational school for young people where you like learn trades like carpentry and masonry and like heating and air conditioning, welding that like high schoolers learn. So like these are things that are good. You want to be able to like say that you graduated high school, worked, work with your hands, you basically were an apprentice for 4 years. Okay. You do that, you know what I'm saying? After your 4th year, you get a loan, you have your own business. Now that you have your own business, you know what I'm saying? You're making a lot of money doing something that's very, very tangible in a implicit benefit to the people around you, and you're an economic beneficiary to the people around you as well. anything that would do that. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to. You don't want to sit here and have your kids just learn random stuff and say, I'm going to go to college and for this, and then they go and get their major in that, and then after graduation, has a piece of paper that say, yeah, I have a such and such in this. It's like you go out there and get a job, and after you're in debt, I mean, that's not the tip. I gotta go to Europe and try to get a job. Like, really? No. No, we, like dude said, if you can take all the whiteness out of STEM and make it pop, make it pop. I'm gonna pass the mic.
Appreciate that, real black gentleman. Bwana Hagaziki, what say you? Before you go, Harsh Ready Podcast in the chat says, but the point, my biggest issue with STEM is that it treats history as a redheaded stepchild, when in reality is just as, if not more important. Balance. My art, Trigger Happy 262 says, we have to use all our tools. He goes on to say, I'm not well versed on the STEM being either European or African, and that's largely due to a lot of people's rejection that there would even be such a thing as quote unquote white mathematics or science. He goes on to say, even though ethno mathematics exists. Bobby Wright says, I think that we can present STEM in an Afrocentric or African-centered way that's relevant to our children, and that's what I agree with. I think we can give it that Afrocentric slant and connect with our kids and connect our kids back to the culture, back to the tradition, back to the people. So I think that's possible. Bwana Hagaziki, what say you?
For me, I think to watching this, it was refreshing. It was refreshing to see a young person who is so hungry, for education and opportunity. She keep on hitting home the fact that this will give us the ability to receive education in another way, and it give us some access to opportunity. She keep on hammering these things, and she did briefly mention an entertainer, but the entertainer Burna Boy, who she mentioned, was suggesting that the school should teach about the people. They should teach about themselves. And
African history.
Yes, and she did reference a few times. She did reference the fact that the education she will receive will be a Pan African one. Now, this is a young girl, talking about these very sophisticated things at her age, and I this for me is a very refreshing thing. The only and let me also say this: I think that with people like Dr. Obadele Kambon, because Obadele Kambon he talked about how science is taught in Latin or is taught in European terms, and he was basically saying that that it should be taught in the language of the people so they could get a better understanding of what's actually going on without having the translations. And because he is a linguist, he was able to tell his interviewer the different technological terms that could be translated into the native language. And I found that fascinating. I know he's making a big impact and inroads into the Ghanaian society as a professor there. But let me also say this: the tricky thing is with the ministers of education. Ministers of education, like any other politicians, are not elected, but what's the word? They are chosen. They are in particular when you're dealing with the Westminster system. They are chosen, and they only have a period of time when they remain as a minister of education, and then some other person comes in to replace them. And I just hope that the person, if who replaces this minister of education, doesn't roll back all this technology and education back to the whole British standard. I hope they maintain the course that they're in or the direction they're in to continue trying to advance the young people of their country, because obviously there is a hunger there is a desire there, and really it's refreshing to see such young people have an interest in these kinds of matters as opposed to shaking your ass and smoking marijuana and being on drugs. So I find it to be a refreshing thing. You could take this sister and you could place her in any place in the world. And because of her hunger and because of her drive, I'm sure she'll find success in the world. And I think that if you take many other people like her, they would find their place in the world because they have the hunger and the desire for something better. And really you don't find that. So I think that this is rare, and for me, this is a refreshing prompt.
I'll tell you the truth. I wish I could connect to some of these youth. I wish I could connect, and I wish I had the means to kind of, take care of them and use their exuberance and for these topics, use that to our advantage and for mutual benefit for them as well.
Well,
But that's, go
Koku,
ahead.
you have a inroad in getting connected because I think you interviewed Dr. Obadele Kambon, and I think that he he would be interested if you was to propose something to him because you don't necessarily have to go to the continent. You could do it online as a scientist to give your whatever he may ask you or whatever kind of connections or links that you could make over the internet. So just try to see if you could reach out to him, man. You never know. Propose to him something.
Yeah. I feel you on that. Trigabi262 Plus says, I do think that another thing too is that science and math, in terms of historiography, is very draped in a European paradigm. Everything from the names to the theorists are white. That does something. It really warps our people psychologically that these, I guess he meant disciplines, are European when we know we are the oldest scientists and mathematicians in the world. A real black gentleman was out in the chat saying, plus, Negro calculus built Kemet. Trigger Happy 262 says, yep. Real black gentleman says, abstract symbols, check. Scalar numerics, check. That brings us to TZ, Tanzan. What say you to this prompt?
Yeah, I firstly agree with what was it Trigger Happy who said about the STEM being very
Eurocentric.
European.
Yeah.
Yes, very European centered. If you only studied to be in the STEM fields, the only minds that you will know are European minds. The whole history of science, begins, from Archimedes, Euler, Newton, Hertz, all these people, and not to mention even if they did teach you the history of science, which they really don't. That's one of the easy subjects. But science, you only hear the names, and French, German, English, all these names, and whether or not you're taught, you know where it came from, you know where, and he's right, it does do something to you, even if you don't want to think that we were not capable of doing it. Even if somebody tells you about some Kemet 10,000 years ago, you are steeped in a very completely European, centered paradigm. All your mathematicians, your Gauss, your, Euler, they're all Europeans. So when you look at that, you almost come to associate rationalism and thinking to Europeanness, and you do get steeped in that European reverence, so to speak. So when you talk about STEM teaching, one has to also realize that, and I do agree that you have to have a balance between the two, where you are taking both STEM and the context together, but even the context is still European. The only thing I would say is that when it comes to the African, and also another thing that one also encounters in the STEM fields is this certain snobbish attitude towards these other subjects, like trying to teach. Even the history of science is looked down upon as one of the subjects that you have to take just to satisfy your GE requirements, not a serious one, and forget psychology, sociology, all these other subjects. So it's even difficult for STEM people to have any some respect for this contextualizing of information, because when you look at it, it's supposed to be just the raw data application of it, and the rigorous precision. That's it. So this other trying to make sense of the data, of of the history aspect of it also goes against how STEM is now taught in schools. Maybe somebody will come with a more Afrocentric view, but the way STEM is taught right now is usually a very cut and dried, very logical, and even though it does not teach you to look down on your Africanness, it does teach you to sort of look up to a certain white logic. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel you on that. I remember, I forget, is it Robin Walker who has the book on how to teach mathematics to black children and stuff like that? There is a way to get through to our kids where we get rid of at least some of, we'll need some deeper study of history, because I know there's folks who say that it was an African who came up with Newton's three laws first. I don't remember who the African is now, but we have to connect with that history too, to study the history of science, to figure out who did what and when, and to take from it our people, right? Our examples of great minds, and also to take that cultural relevance to science too, how people culturally went about studying science. The European has, Bobby Wright says Robin Walker from the UK. The European has a culture that permeates through their telling of science. They have a step-by-step way of looking at things, and that's how they teach science. They teach a scientific method, which is a step-by-step routine, and that's what you follow. And because of how it's set up, you don't include things that the African probably would include, which is like, the supernatural stuff. You know what I mean? So there is a way to do it. We have to connect. And this is why I'm so frustrated in how little our people care to do this work. There's so much areas of study that should be of such intrigue to our people, like to get down in there, to pull out the things from history that we need the most, and put it, curate it in such a way that we can access the information and we can apply it to ourselves first and then to our environment. But we're not doing that work. We're not doing that work. Yeah, actually, I said Newton. Real Black Gentleman mentioned Galileo. Yeah, I think there's an African who came up with Galileo's stuff way before Galileo, but gets no credit for it. Is there any last thoughts on this topic before we move on? In the chat, JB says the who did what and when is the whole problem. Science will be science in 10,000 years and the name will be nothing. He says the who did, he says, oh no, that comment repeated 3 times. Trigger Happy 262 says there is a book I got that I plan on reading that is relevant to the topic, Decolonizing Science, Technology, and Engineering and Mathematics, STEM, in an Age of Techno-Colonialism. I was thinking about bringing back the book club. I've been thinking about that for a while, actually. There's only so much one person could do, though. So I was thinking about just being the host of it, having 7 or to 10, prefix questions, and having someone who's a fan of the show who read a certain book, have them come up and I just ask them these 10 questions about, these standard 10 questions or so about a book, and they kind of tell the story of the book, give the synopsis and their take on it. And if other people, who are on the live stream want to come up and speak, their truth about the book, they could do that too. I've been really thinking about that, but I'm kind of hesitant because it's already a lot of stuff I'm doing now. I don't want to take on too much. Is there any last words on this prompt? All right, let's go to Shooter Breeze topic number 9 then. Look like we might actually finish early tonight. Shooter Breeze topic number 9 says health is the first step to being a rebel? Question mark. Is health the first step to being a rebel? This came with a link. Let's check it out. So I'm going to play it one more time just to make sure everyone gets the story. I was fiddling around for a second there. All right, so I'll play it one more time. All right, I think we got it now for sure. Kevin Carre, is health the first step to being a rebel?
Yeah.
And by the way, who posted this on the Discord needs to come up and talk about this too. This prompt is kind of strange to me a little bit, but Kevin Carre, what say you?
Yeah, you need, if you don't have health, you have nothing, whether physical or mental. But what I got from this video is you really got to watch what you put in your body. You know, I don't know how, you know, what chemicals, I'm not a chemist, what they're putting in foods these days, or the product for it to cause a 2-year-old to go through puberty. That's crazy. You know, it's like they don't care anymore. Like, but as I said, I really don't know anything further to say. I'll pass the mic here.
Yeah, chemicals making a 2-year-old go into puberty is kind of wild. But what's also wild, it's if I'm not mistaken, I think they said it was essential oils, which essential oils is like, you know, one of the main thing you'll find, especially conscious people kind of using. That's their fragrance, you know. So that's I think it was essential oil. It could be essential oil essence. I could be wrong. I don't know if anyone remembers or not, but that's kind of the scary part of it too. Real Black Gentleman, what say you to this?
Yeah, that's wild. Like, I this is the second time I've heard of something where lavender like triggers like your hormones and your endocrine system. That's wild. The poison spreads evenly. You know what I'm saying? In a lot of this fragrance industry, we don't know what this stuff is. None of this stuff are real flowers that you see your people grinding up and using our own solvents with our own chemists to make these salves and ointments. It's all bad. It's all bad. I mean, it's all bad. I'm a pass.
Bwana Hagaziki, what say you?
Yeah, I think that being a health rebel is something that all of us should be something that we should invest in. Being a health rebel, considering the fact that many people in our community suffer from different kinds of diseases and ailments, and for a lot of the times these are lifestyle choices, not something lifestyle choices that we choose to get into, and I think that many of us are, as far as the health go, we are illiterate when it comes to in terms of things we ingest or put on our bodies with perfumes and bleaching creams and perming our hair and different kinds of things. I think that we are illiterate and we seem not to really have the will to investigate some of the things. Not only the things we consume, but just things that we put on our bodies and wear and different things like that. I think that these are things that we should investigate and invest a little bit of time in. You don't have to do it every day, but just sometimes. You might prevent a whole lot of illness and diseases and things of that nature. I found that many people in my country have gotten overweight, just in the past 20 years. And I think it's mainly to do with the things that we consuming, and it has had really a terrible effect on our health and even our health industry in the country. So I think that one of the things we should do is seek being a rebel and stay away from the general consensus of the things we consume, we eat, we put on our bodies, just a regular fray of what the typical person decides to consume in any which way. I think that we should try our best, and I say we gonna always succeed, but try our best to stay away from these things and choose the way that would lead to longer lives and things of that nature. So for me, I try my best every day, to be a health rebel. I'll stop there.
Yeah, D Web in the chat had asked a question. He said simple iodine deficiency causes hypothyroidism. But what is she doing ingesting essential oils? What's her diet? A lot missing from the story. I kind of got the impression it had to do with her hair care products, and maybe she was absorbing them through the scalp or something like that. That's kind of what I thought when I was watching it. I could be wrong. Tanzan, what say you?
Yeah, I can't say I know enough about lavender or, to say whether it was good or not. A lot of these things sometimes people just don't know, and then maybe she had a reaction to it, or it's hard to know. But you have to be careful with everything that you take in, and especially try to take in as little as you can, because most of this stuff is already compromised, and you shouldn't expose especially young children to things that you're not sure about. Sometimes it's out of ignorance, and sometimes it's not from investigating. But even things that are purportedly good for us, a lot of the times it is merely packaging. It's merely put as but even but especially with children, even toothbrush, it's written that you're not supposed to use it on children who are less than 2 years old, and that's regular toothbrush. So just one should be more careful when it comes to it. I'm not saying that they're to blame. I'm just saying that you don't know what you're getting into. Sometimes things that are okay for adults, children are still vulnerable, and you don't know how they're going to react. And maybe this was just an allergic reaction. So yeah, I'm not a medical person, so I can't say.
Bueno, what are your thoughts on this?
No, I think the sister is correct. I think that, she says that, we don't necessarily investigate and put the essential time that's needed to really find out, how these things could really compromise us. So I agree with her. I agree with her, and it may be, she may have had a reaction towards it. I just feel sometimes we are at the mercy of the producers and the sellers, and we don't have sufficient people who are able to inform us of the things that we should be informed of before we just apply these things. We buy them from the stores and just either eat it or apply it to our bodies without really understanding or knowing the effects of it. And because of that, we are at the mercy of whoever sells us something that's sparkly and glittery and smells nice. And I think that shouldn't be the case, because we are living in an age of information, and we just shouldn't just be just dumb consumers all the time, man. You know what I mean? Take the time to find out. Yeah, it's necessary. As you can see with this video, it's necessary.
I appreciate that. If there's no other last words here, we could go to Shooter Breeze topic number 10 tonight. Shooter Breeze topic number 10 is, do you know who profits from black hair products? Like I said, I think that last prompt was about hair care products mostly, but let's see who profits off of the.
Some of these popular brands: Shea Moisture, Dark and Lovely, African Pride, Sulfur 8 Blue Magic, Aunt Jackie's, Cantu, Main Choice. Look who owns some of these popular brands: Shea Moisture, Dark and Lovely, African Pride, Sulfur 8 Blue Magic, Aunt Jackie's, Cantu, Main Choice. Look who owns some of these popular brands.
I ain't gonna lie, but the African Pride one hurt me a little bit.
Oh goodness, the blue magic hurt me too, because my pops been taking that for more than freaking, and since he had hair until he lose hair, and I didn't know that.
Man. The matron in the chat says we don't pay our thinkers, and Hot Shorty Podcast says wait till somebody tells her who owns Black Entertainment Television. I know, right? Man, but the African Pride one, for something about that just kind of stung. Kevin Curry 42, what say you?
It just shows that we think we know who owns what the product we use, but you never know. Like a couple of years ago, I said I used to photograph a lot of black women with natural hair, and I came across something called Miss Jessie. Come and find out they just sold out to a white corporation. And we're talking about something, the prompt before, how that little girl is going through puberty. When we had all these products, or some of them, we knew what was going in, but now when you sell out, you never know. Huh?
Yeah, most of them we knew. There was one in New York here that went at least national, I think international. Forgot the name now, but Mary J. Blige eventually bought into that company, and then I think they sold it to like a white company that started to add all kind of different types of chemicals and stuff like that. So it kind of betrayed the customers used to go to that company. I can't remember the name now. Someone's daughter or something like that it was called. And Carol's daughter or something like that. And they start putting all these chemicals, and the women who purchased that stuff felt betrayed because they went to that brand just because it didn't contain all the damaging chemicals of the major brands. I think it was Carol's daughter.
All of a sudden, Kansas pop up, and you ain't know where they come from because these people put cheap shit in your stuff, and these people don't have your best interest at all. I tell you.
Yeah. Provide triggers for evolution said Carol's daughter is correct. Yeah, I thought so. Thank you for that. KW Don 7 said, damn, I use Shea Moisture. Real Black Gentleman said, I know Blue Magic. Real Black Gentleman, what else do you have to say about it?
I mean, I kind of knew about this before, like, what I'm saying? Like a lot of these companies, were definitely, they were, I know, like, what I'm saying? Like, I know, people in my family who use a lot of this stuff. I mean, I put Blue Magic on my hair growing up. I ain't gonna lie. You gotta grease up your scalp.
Ain't they should use Blue Magic? God dang, they got me too.
Man, you know what I'm saying? Keep it a buck. I mean, and this is unfortunate. This goes back to and it's hard. I mean, there's no way of like truly as long as we are unable to value the products that we make at the price that the market dictates that it has to be sold at, then that's just, you know what I'm saying? It's always open for temptation. It's always open for betrayal. We can sit there and build up something genuine, sincere, wholesome, competitively priced, you know what I'm saying? Our people, you know what I'm saying, might have a tight check at that company, but we got a good product out here, and just something, why doesn't it hold up? Because it smells good. Oh, they got another scent to the stuff that we have. I don't know how to just speak it into people that you know what I'm saying? This is the wisdom of people. I mean, I don't want to sit here and be like, oh, I'm ultimately like what I do kind of feel like I just being aware of what I'm talking about. I read the ingredients. I know that you have to be careful of these chemicals. Like you wash your hands and stuff. There's again, like you see it, it's like you're looking at these faces, and it's like these people don't use these products. These aren't the people who I see who use this stuff. And I mean, once again, the economics in the United States for is really the idea of regulation. I was seeing how in Tennessee, you have to have a license to do hair. Basically, you have to have a license to do hair. I mean, these are little things where like we're being squeezed on both ends, where we can't actually do the kind of thing. So if we, if Black people can't even if it is like a you go to a salon or whatnot, a barber shop, a hair care facility, you know what I'm saying, and we can't even like operate that without regulation, and then because of that we have to use substandard products that isn't even has anything to do with us, that doesn't benefit us. You see how this goes? It's like it's hard. It's like there's so many different angles that when we're talking about one of these subjects, it's like there's different filters and there's different levels, and the levels aren't necessarily hierarchical. They're just like they're superimposed upon each other. It's like different filters that you can see, that you can remove the economics and keep the social. Like, why wouldn't we like boycott? I mean, we used to boycott. Black people in this country used to boycott everything. Boycotts work, but because we are not dominant in the way that communications aren't, like, it's not like we can drown out the radio or the internet. The internet's always on. The radio station, the TV used to shut off at like 12 o'clock. We as a people are being, we once again, it's like knowing this, and a lot of times we know about this stuff 40 years ago, but we get lampooned and we get marginalized, and we tend to use the white man's tools to beat ourselves in a lot of ways. Even though the old saying, you can't use the white man's tool to beat them, we seemingly use the white man's tools to beat ourselves. But I know I'm just taking up some time, but we just, again, just, you always have to start from scratch. You do, and if you want to beat the white man at his game, sometimes you do have to just play his game better than him, and not worry about, well, he invented the game, and his champions have been the champions of the game for the last 1,000 years. Like, well, go ahead and just play the game and beat him this time. That's all you got to do. I'm passing.
If these products, like the sister was saying, provide triggers for evolution. If that product was created in Brooklyn by a black woman, right? I am curious to know why she would have sold that product to a corporation, because I'm looking at it like this. I'm scratching my freaking head, because if the issue was money, to as far as trying to get money for distribution, things like that, right? She didn't have to sell a controlling interest. All she needed to do was either solicit the funds for anyone who wanted to buy into that corporation to get the money, so she would need to either maintain it or expand it. Don't just take the big check, man. You know what I mean?
Or Mr. Untouchable, there's another thing. Mr. Untouchable?
Yes,
there's another thing also. It's called licensing.
Okay, it's expensive, Kev.
Well, licensing. If you're the owner, you can license out your stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. So she could have done that, but see, the white boys can come to her and probably give her a big check, and she's gonna look at that check and say, well, this is gonna be the cure to all my problems, all my stresses. I don't have to manage it. Let the corporation do it, and then worry about distributing it, etc., etc. But I'm saying that in one generation or two generations, you might blow that check, but you could eat for generations off of that product. And that's what these corporations know, at least the people at the top. So I mean, if you don't want to just sell it that way, I would have put that shit on the the S&P, and have any person who is interested in buying my products to be a minority share owner, and then at least keep the majority share of my business, and I'll still be able to operate. If I can't do it myself, then I employ managers or whatever to continue that business. But I would not let that business go out of my generation, because if you lose that, my great grandchildren can't eat no more. And that's ridiculous. You give away the game for a big check? Come on, man. You remember I was telling you the other day that we make terrible deals? I feel like black people make the worst kinds of deals, man. All goodness.
You're on that, Ziki. Yeah, we make some real bad deals, man. These politicians in some of our countries back home, man, these guys make the worst. I mean, Kevin Curry brought up earlier, I told him a story about Stevie Wonder's lawyer, white guy. He put in Stevie Wonder's contract that Stevie Wonder had to pay him and his family into perpetuity.
Perpetuity. Do you know what that means? That means forever. That means for freaking a catalog like Stevie Wonder. And this dude ain't had to make the music. He ain't had to think about the lyrics. You just pay him because he represented you while he was alive. But you get to pay him forever. Not only him, but his great grandchildren. Imagine them having a piece of Stevie Wonder's catalog, and they had nothing to do with even creating the music or even, oh goodness, man. I don't understand.
That's why I said earlier about the copyrights. When you shoot something, a video or whatever, you got something that went viral, you must immediately copyright it, because the vulture's going to start swooping in. And sometimes they're not going to tell you, like let's say NBC, they'll say, oh, well, we found the video on the internet. Like, well, my lawyer's going to get involved now. Leave it to your lawyer, get your money, but never sign anything that has the word perpetuity unless you put in your contract that will benefit you. Never sign anything from anybody else, especially if someone's coming to you. You always have them sign something that you make, not them.
In the chat, Bobby Wright said it was Carol's daughter. I think Bobby Wright is on a little bit of a delay. He said his mom used to use Blue magic on us too. Raw Idol Vegan says we shea butter and black soap in 5-gallon buckets from Mali, West Africa. Pick up in the customs department at the airport. See, that's nice. That's really nice. Y'all are able to create a little economy going on there with shea butter between Mali and Jamaica. That's nice. I like to hear that type of thing. I like to hear that. It sounds like there's an opportunity in that too. I like to hear that. The matron says we have to understand the value of ownership. Ownership is freedom, and we send our children to hell because we five away our franchise. She said we send our children to hell because we give away, I'm sure, our franchise. Harsh Ready Podcast says creatives and inventors are easy targets for quote unquote businessmen. They aren't business minded to that extent. They simply want to create and move on. Absolutely, Webb. I agree with that.
This is why I respect the I'm sorry for cutting you off.
It's all right. Go ahead.
This is why I respect the story of Master P. Master P said that his first business deal, his first record deal, that he was offered $1 million, $1 million, and he was at the time he was broke, and he told the person who offered him $1 million, no, I'm not going to take that. And his brother, as they was leaving, his brother was like, "Man, we ain't got no money. Why you give away? Why you allow this guy to just not give us a $1 million?" He's like, "Listen, if he offered me $1 million, that means I'm worth probably $100 million. He's giving me pennies." Yeah, and so he had the business acumen to see further, and that's why he became such a wealthy individual. Maybe because he was in the business arena before and things of that nature, or maybe because he was around business-minded people. He wouldn't allow he wouldn't allow or give away his future just by looking at that immediate check and his situation. Because I think that Master P said he only had $300 in his pocket at the time. He was able to see the bigger friggin' picture. And I feel like this sister in Brooklyn wasn't. And it's like that guy who didn't create the product is gonna eat off of that lady's invention for generations now because she didn't see the bigger picture. So I would say that if people who are inclined to create things and create products, you're living in the time, you just patent it, but don't give it away. Don't give it away. You know what I mean? Don't give it away. Hold on to it. Your grandchildren will kiss your picture if you hold on to it.
Yeah, look at the late Stan Lee. Had he not given away the rights to Spider-Man and all that stuff, he'd have retired. I mean, he retired rich, but he'd have been retired a billionaire. He regretted doing that early in his career. So that's what I'm saying. If anything we can learn from this, never ever surrender under any circumstances your intellectual property, because you never know what happens. As soon as you give it away, that's when it blows up.
Yeah, that Spider-Man deal was a bad deal in the end. A real bad deal. Tanzan, what say you to this? Did I get it from everyone? Did everyone respond?
I think so.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then, you know what? Do me a favor. Do me a favor. Let's do a bonus round tonight. Give me a bonus round. Bonus. The Awakening. Africans packing the bag of Christianity and sending Jesus back to Europe. This came with a link. This will be the last topic tonight. This came with a link.
Oh, so I'm not reacting to the last one. Okay.
No, hold on. I just asked the question.
Okay.
Did everyone respond to that? Did you say no?
No, I was waiting for everybody else to respond.
Okay, well, hold on then. Let's go back. Let's go back then. Let's go back. Apparently, I missed Tanzan. Tanzan, do you know who profits from black hair products?
I didn't know before, but I do now. And it just goes back to show, I'll be brief. that we are good at some things, but we don't recognize our weaknesses in other things. So, this lady might have been good at creating products and doing business, on a small level, but she wasn't, privy to the bigger picture, especially the longer, the long term. So unfortunately, a lot of us are not taught how to to do business, especially negotiating skills. This also goes to African governments. I don't know if maybe they're getting better or worse. It depends, on a case by case basis. But when we go to the table, we don't go with an aim of getting something. We are only going off of protecting what we have. And then if somebody offers us something extra, then we're almost grateful just to get it, instead of seeing what exactly they have and what we can get from them. So we need to learn the art of negotiation. We need to learn the art of of concealment, of not putting all your cards on the table and letting somebody be aware of your plans and so on. So unfortunately, that's what happens. We start something and then they come up and they take it and then they use our faces to sell it back to us. So it was just a shame that, and then the other thing was this whole idea of, man, I don't want to go too far into the matrix, but about this whole thing about the controlled opposition, where you think that you're rebelling, but actually you're just partaking of a different part of the system. So like people who think that they're shopping at a certain store, I would name it, and yet that store has the same terrible reputation as the rest of the ones that they decry. So you think you're doing good, but you're actually just feeling good. So in the same way, sometimes with the natural hair movement, for example, I know that one of the brands, Kantu, was big in that movement. And sometimes people are thinking, oh, I'm doing, which is a good thing. The image of it was obviously definitely much better than the artificial look, but at the same time, even that natural look is still benefiting the same people who are benefiting from the weaves. And I know a different group of people benefiting from the weaves versus the natural. So unfortunately, when you don't control the supply chain and your products, you're going to end up enriching somebody else, even if you look good in the process. So yeah, that's all.
Yeah, sorry, Tanzan. I didn't mean to cut you out of the wisdom there.
No, it's okay.
But again, I'll ask you guys to hang with me for a few more minutes. Let's do this bonus prompt, and this will be the last prompt tonight. There's another prompt on the Discord, but I'll make that the first prompt next week. It's about my country, so we'll talk about that next week. The bonus says the awakening: Africans packing the bags of Christianity and sending Jesus back to Europe. This came with a link. Okay. Yeah, so link is up on the screen. We'll watch it and then we'll comment on it.
Are we watching it or am I frozen in time? Okay, there we go.
Jesus Christ is a stranger in Africa. You will definitely pack your load and go.
And we are telling our people, a black man, you cannot serve a God that was given to you by your slave master. How is this possible? Think, Africa, think.
So we are seeing a shift here on the continent. The tides are changing, although slowly, but certainly. Africans are denouncing foreign religions, so Islam, Christianity, They are backing out and want absolutely nothing to do with it ever again. An awakening is going on, guys. Africans have been asleep for a very long time, but they are finally waking up. And we're talking about all across the continent. It's happening. I have 2 clips right here I'm going to put up for you guys to see from Nigeria here and from Congo. These clips are from. And this is happening because Africans are slowly, finally starting to realize that these religions are nothing but a tool that was used to colonize, enslave, and subdue them. As you could see and hear for yourself, this is happening right now on the continent, guys. Slowly but certainly, it is happening and it is spreading. The minds of the people are getting decolonized. Like I said, it's an awakening that's going on. If you go on TikTok, you would see numerous young people making decolonizing content, hitting it back to back with accurate historical events that they would rather we forget that are not being taught in schools. African children are deconstructing everything from South Africa to Nigeria to Ghana. You see people making content on TikTok and it's beautiful to see. Right now, I'm just going to get out of your hair and let the next clip roll so you guys can see and hear for yourself. And this next clip is coming from Nigeria, actually from my state, Edo State. It's happening and it's happening somewhat majorly. It's like an overnight change. We are seeing this new turn of events. It's almost as if someone just snapped their finger and everybody's waking up, like the veils are just falling out of our people's eyes, left, right, center, and I'm here for it.
Jesus Christ is a stranger in Africa. You will definitely pack your load and go. We are telling you today to pack your load and go. All those evil havoc you have becoming, the committing in our community, committing in Nigeria, committing in Africa. We tell you Jesus Christ pack your things and go. That you and all your followers, all your agents, that you people are fake. Those fake miracles that you people are doing state manage, it is fake. We know it's fake. So if you know you can heal any sickness, Jesus Christ, we are putting this question to you. If you can heal any sickness, if your reverend fathers can heal any sickness, if they can heal any person that is sick, if they can cure any sickness, let them come and meet us on the 1st of November in Irua Specialist. I challenge all the reverend fathers, I challenge all the apostles, they should come so that they can heal any kidney patient there, they can heal any person that have liver problem, any person that have kidney problem, any person who is sick, so that they will just pray and the person will get up and go home without paying anything again from the hospital. So I want you people to come and I'm challenging every of you. You say you can raise up the dead. Yes, come there. They will bring out a dead person for you all to pray and let the person walk. You say Jesus Christ can give us life. Yes, we will look for one dead transformer so that you stretch your hand on it and pray for the transformer so that the transformer will give us life. So, don't do that. They tell you that Bible did not burn. If you put it like this, it will not burn. But when you tear it one after the other, it will burn. So the Bible is just like other novel. If you carry any other book and put it just like this, it will not burn, it burn because it comes together. So as they come to Africa, come to Nigeria, kill our mother, use our children to feed newborn baby. You can see this little child here now. This little child. If it is in abroad, they will be paying this child. So they put us in zero condition. So we don't want that any longer. So we want our children to train them from school, and those our children will get jobs. So it's money. Yes. They say we know, but it's money. It's money. Look at it. It's money. They have killed so many of our mother by tricking them in Benin. Even when the Hausa was alive, Archbishop Idahosa, he brought so many of our mother to Loki, destroyed them, made them to mad, killed them without saving them again. It's money. Look at it, it's money. So if you want to burn it, you tear it like this.
So guys, this is a little update from the continent. Of course, not every African is here yet, but we are seeing that this thing is spreading. Of course, everybody is not going to get to this mindset overnight, but something great is definitely happening on this continent. Our people are standing strong and saying no to things they do not want anymore. We see as well what's going on in the political realm, what's happening in Burkina Faso and Mali, the beautiful changes that's going on. Of course, the damage done is severe. The changes may not happen overnight, but we are starting to see that there is hope for the future. There is hope for the next generation, because when the minds of the people are starting to change, that affects the next generation, right? So I'm very, very hopeful for a better future for the continent.
There are most times that we are trying to tell our people, the African people, that the Bible was used as a major tool to destroy Africa. And there is this new generation of Christians who have come who think they know everything but don't understand anything. Come and refute our claims and be saying everything that they like. Today, I want to touch on this important Bible chapter, Genesis 11. I call it the Genesis 11 code. Okay, once upon a time in Genesis 11, there were people living in a particular location. They were so united that they speak one language, did everything together, and this unity made them very strong. Then there was this God who saw that, no, this thing was threatening. How can people be united? Even the God stated in the book that this is the old beginning of what they can do with this unity. They will be so powerful that the God feared how they would be. So the God decided to go down there, cause confusion among these people so that he can scatter them across the earth. And he did. Using the language barrier, he went there, caused confusion, changed everyone's language so that so far as you cannot understand what I'm saying, then we find our way, we part. This same code was what was used in the Berlin Conference in 1884 to 1885 to divide Africa. The British, the French, the Portuguese, the German actually played God with Africa. They were the God. They came, saw this united Africa, and decided to divide Africa into regions using this language barrier so that they could rule over us. And this is what they did. So they divided Africa among themselves. They take one British colony, surround it with a bunch of Francophone colonies in order that we might not be able to communicate with them in case we want to break loose. Because if I speak English and I go to a Francophone to actually tell him we should unite, it's not going to work because of the language differences. This is what they did. This is how they destroyed Africa using this same Bible. I'm not even going to the Negro Bible or anything. Let's just stick to the Genesis 11 story. See how everything played out until today. This division has cost us our unity because why? The African unity is a threat to these people because once you are united, you gain strength. Once you are united, people cannot fight against you. So they made sure they use this Bible to actually make this thing possible. And we are telling our people, a black man, you cannot serve a God that was given to you by your slave master. How is this possible? Think, Africa, think.
We are thinking, though.
Are you thinking? Are you thinking?
Yes, we're thinking very hard.
I'm glad this is happening all over the continent. You know, however slowly.
If I go to Kenya, I would see some Bibles getting burned.
We're not as crazy as in the West, you know. They're way more, you know, on that stuff than us. We take it as a casual thing for the most part.
Is that right? Okay, okay.
Yeah, you know, we're not over there. We're over here killing each other over, you know, what was written in a book 2000 or 1400 years ago, you know, for the most part. So in that case, in so many ways, you know, we in the East are just more mature, more peaceful, you know.
Is that right? Is that right?
Okay. That's all completely correct. Yes.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, now we can. We were just making medium talk.
Oh, all right. Bobby Wright says, I only hope they send Muhammad back along with Jesus. Real Black Gentleman said, Congo stand up. Trigger Happy 262 says, this reminds of the Bay Fall topic from the other Shoot the Breeze. It's very interesting that we are seeing this happen in Christian-controlled African countries, but not Islamic countries. Bwana Hagaziki in the chat says, one pants leg at a time. Trigger Happy 262 says, what would be our strategy if this was absolutely the case? I say absolutely because maybe it is the case that there is resistance to Islam in other regions of the continent, but we aren't aware. Provide Triggers for Evolution says, for sure we have been praying to the wrong gods, from Christianity to Islam. I personally have a low tolerance level for Africans who are Muslim and pray 5 times daily and fanatically and no answers to their prayers. He says the religiosity on the continent is a bit extreme. Bobby Wright said that sister Ivy Anita has a great channel. She's a Pan-African Nigerian and she's race first. I got to keep that in mind. Remind me to check out that channel, Bobby Wright. Ivy Anita. I don't know if any of you other guys are familiar with that channel. Real Black Gentleman in the chat says, we all pray 5 times a day. We just don't think about it. Trigger Happy 262 says, I hope that the people push for the real spirituality or our real spirituality and push the place that as our guiding sacred systems. Real Black Gentleman says, I don't mind religion. In fact, I wish Africans could find more to bind themselves to as Africans. Bind themselves to as Africans. I'm not going to let perfection be good nemesis. Provide Trigger says there is something to our psychology and humanity that makes us susceptible to outdoing both our white Christian and Arab Muslim counterparts when it comes to our manifestation of religion. Provide Trigger says a total loss of critical thinking. The matron says religion and spirituality are different. Similarly, public and private administration are different. Provide Triggers says, I would also argue that religion is a barrier to Pan-Africanism. I agree with that. I see it in Senegal, where it is clear to me that one's religious identity takes precedence over one's African identity. It's a pity. Lastly, the Real Black Gentleman says to the matron, that's the thing. I'm starting to believe that spirituality is in fact a disguise to dissolve social bonds. Everyone has their own spirit, but religion or church is 2 or 3. Real Black Gentleman, expand on that a little bit here for us.
Yeah, and not to knock it, because again, I know, look, I hear what our peers are saying. We do have to have a way of having I'll say liberating our perspectives in our expressions. However, it cannot become a free for all. It cannot be the words I want to say is just free flowing, where everyone and anyone can kind of just have their own spin and can just be contrary, just at a drop of a dime. This is what I feel like spirituality turns into, and I feel, in modern, again, I there has to be some sense of binding. I get it. The Bible in church is 99% of us see church is nonsense, talking about, you know what I'm saying, like good works, and we're cosplaying, these white people in what we think, you know what I'm saying, we're supposed to do. But I mean, how would I say it? It's not that we have to go about the whole process of making a Jesus. We just have to, we'll do something at some point where it's just that this is what Black people do. We've, you can look at how, China with their, little black book or something like that, saying the little red book. I mean, I've seen, we'll say, I've heard Black people say, well, we need our little black book. It's not like that, but we do have to, we'll find a frequency and a phasing to our culture that will make it a bind. It will be that Black people just don't do certain things. There are things that a binding, a social covenant onto ourselves, to the things that we will do amongst ourselves, and these are the rules. That is what I'm saying is against when I say spirituality, because again, everyone has their own spirit, but church is 2 or 3 people together. It's at least a couple of people trying to have a bond amongst themselves in spite of everything around them. That is what I have to say. And again, I know what people say. We got to have a spirit. You have to have, spirit comes from breath. You aspire, talk, breathe. Got to have spirit. But it can't just be that I'm just going to express, these things. And I think that X, Y, and Z is good. And I'm just going to say, well, if I'm like, whoa, that's just foul. And it turns into my spirit and your spirit, and that's not binding. That's conflict. That's all I got to say.
I appreciate that, Real Black Gentleman. Afro Native World is with us tonight. He says, our study group is reading the Sankofa movement, Re-Africanization, and the realization of war, and a lot of deep thought in that book on religion and African spirituality. Afro Native World, if you don't mind me asking, are you working on that from a PDF? If you are, can you get that PDF to me? I'll put it in the Bitter Medicine library on the Discord. If you guys aren't on the Discord is going to be revamped soon. I'm putting a young person on that task right now. The Discord is going to be revamped and more responsive to people's interests going forward. So I'd like to put that book in the library if you guys are working off of a PDF. With all that said, Let's go to Bwana Hagaziki next. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, I don't necessarily take well, let me say this. I have a different view from the brother um, who just spoke. You know, I don't necessarily believe that everyone has to have one or take one particular uniform faith or belief. I believe that people have a right to freely believe as they want to in whatever God they believe in. And I think that as far as America does that, America says freedom of religion. But what binds America is the U.S. Constitution. They are bind nationalistically, and they are bind politically, as a nation. And I think that that's where the uniformity would come in. But as far as religion, I think that people have a free right to express themselves as long as it doesn't harm anyone else, or as long as it doesn't affect anyone else in a way it prohibits their freedoms and their rights. So I believe that I believe people should freely have a right to have any religion that they feel that they should have, because it's just a belief, as long as it's not harmful and as long as it is not destructive to the nation state. I believe that they have a right to do that. I wouldn't, and I think that the binding would be whatever constitution that they would create, and I think that they should unify or create a semblance of uniformity around the nation state as opposed to religion. That's when you get into trouble, because people have a right to worship a tree if they wish, you know. And I just and that's my position on that. But I'll stop there.
I appreciate that, Mr. Untouchable. In the chat, Trigger Happy 262 Plus says, who says spirituality doesn't have bonding? African spirituality is some of the strongest social bonding and binding ever, stronger than Abrahamic religions, in my opinion. Afro Native World says he has a physical copy of the book, but it looks like there's a PDF on Scribd. Okay, I gotta remember what Kevin Carey taught me about that and go get the book off Scribd. The matron says religion or church is a tool for humans to relate to each other peaceably. Spirituality is how you relate to God. Afro Native World says, to Trigger Happy 262, one of the most important things I read in that book is understand an African spiritual system is an entire cultural system that cannot be compartmentalized, turned on, and off. With that said, Kevin Curry, 42, what say you?
I'll keep it simple. I'm loving this decolonization of mine, however slow. This is what we need. And as we said in the first or two prompts ago with the young lady from Ghana, we need more of her and more of this combined. Get rid of that's always been our problem, is these religions that tell us how to be, to turn the other cheek and be soft and all this stuff to these foreigners. No, that time has come where we have to be nationalistic. The world is becoming a very nationalistic place. Why can't Africa be? We have to nationalize all our resources, all our mines. We can't allow the way we're going right now. We can't keep allowing to go that way. But this is a great start, and I'm loving it. And that's what I got to say.
I appreciate that. To finish Afro Native World's earlier thought, he said it encompasses your whole life when you are at work, going to sleep, etc. Not only Sunday church. Trigger Happy 262 agrees. Essentially, the profane and the sacred is intertwined as opposed to other systems compartmentalizing it. Provide Triggers for Evolution says a symbol of divinity or God must always look like oneself. It's psychologically problematic when that is not the case. Tanzan, what say you to all of this?
I think it's a promising development. For me, my only hesitation would be the fact that sometimes if you get rid of something, you should have something in mind, to take over. It's like a power vacuum amongst, the either the gangs or the government, you always need something to take over it. So sometimes, unfortunately, when you get rid of something, this is a perfect opportunity for for hucksters and con artists to step in and come in with their own brand of manipulation. So if it's the view is with re-Africanizing your congregation and starting something to replace it, then yes, I'm for it. But if it's just getting rid of something for the sake of it, then we have to be cognizant of the dangers and the risks that come with that, and sometimes it may be worse. So you know and also when it comes to this one, it may also expose them to certain vulnerabilities, because before, while it's not been like a clash, but it's been a difference between the two major religions on the continent. But if you leave yourself open, this is how the smaller tribes were able to be conquered, because they belong to no particular religion, so they were open to being conquered because they stood alone. So I'm glad in the mentality part of it. But I do hope it's a start towards a specific direction, and not just a throwing off of the old system, but replacing it with something that works. So yeah, because the other aspect of it is, if it's left simply as a oh, we don't believe in this, and you don't replace it with anything, it's going to be an atheistic stance, which is also a very anti-African position. Africans were not generally, atheistic. So yeah, so that's all I have on that.
All right, I think that's everyone, right? Did I get everyone on that prompt? Is there any last words on that prompt? All right, so that's it for tonight. I will drop those 2 episodes of Black Man, White Woman on Wednesday. I'll probably drop it around 8 p.m. Actually, you know what? I may drop it earlier. Maybe I'll drop it at 5 on Wednesday, so that the 2 episodes can play back to back at a decent hour for everyone. So I'll drop it Wednesday at 5. Did someone want to say something?
Yeah, I'm curious about that conversation, because I really would like to hear what the ladies had to offer in that analysis. You know.
Yeah, it's coming. So the ladies will be premiered first, and then the men. So I think I might do that 5 p.m. on Wednesday. So everyone has a chance to hear it that night, and then maybe a week later on Wednesday we can do a live stream where we have that discussion between the men and the women concerning that video. Not a beat by beat of the video again, but just going through and people having their thoughts from start to finish. So look out for that. Look out for that this week. Is there anything you want to shout out, Real Black Gentlemen?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely white Jesus, all that monotheism, all them books can definitely, you know what I'm saying? That's, you know what I'm saying? You want to save the earth, don't make a Bible. You know what I'm saying? You want to save the earth, save a tree, don't do that. Don't print a Bible. How about that? It's like, I just want to make sure, I think you guys know what I'm saying. I'm listening to all you guys. Like, I definitely, as far as the binding of our spirit and how we talk to ourselves. It goes back to the indoctrination, though, of what happens to us as young people. And a lot of us grow up, and I would say that a lot of us say and do things that are aberrant to what we would say is Black or African culture. And so I know I'm not saying it's either the Bible or queer theory. You know what I'm saying? It's not that. It's not that. What I'm saying is, like, we have to be careful when we talk about spirituality. We have to look at people. You can't say spirituality and say everyone does have their own lives, because I can't kill someone and say, well, spirituality made me do it in the spirit. It was good. You can't do that. You know what I'm saying? There's covenants and ligatures that we have with each other that allow us to have rules of engagement of just things that we just can't say. I can't ask people their mother's bra size. It's just totally inappropriate. Even just to say, well, I was just asking a question. I was just asking, people will say that. You know what I'm saying? People will say really inappropriate. So I was just asking a question. There's perturbances that cannot be allowed in the name of spirituality. That's all I have to say.
Sounds like real black gentlemen have a case going on, but
yeah, he had to get it off his chest.
Bwana Hagaziki, you want to shout out anything this week?
No, I appreciate the commentary tonight, and I appreciate everyone who has offered their sentiments as well, as well as the other night with the ladies and the men, in their analysis of the conversation between the black man, white woman analysis. I appreciate the fact that everyone who was interested showed up for it, and I appreciate the fact that we are creating a new paradigm and putting it out there to the world, and at least we are making a recording, so when people look back at these kinds of videos, if YouTube is still around, maybe 50 or 60 or 100 years from now, they would see that there was real thought going on within our community. So I appreciate the time, Koku, and I appreciate the panel.
Yeah, I appreciate you for coming through and suggesting that symposium with the special report on black man, white woman. So I appreciate that. Tanzan, you want to shout out anything this week?
Just the usual. My program on Tuesdays, SNN on Saturdays, the Pentagrammers on Fridays, Shoot the Breeze on Saturdays, Matron on Monday, Oni on Sundays, and I think Brother Wakarian Focused every other day after that. Hash Reality on Sunday. Wow, I think I've gotten everyone. So yes.
And Cassandra Cheek.
And Cassandra, yes. Cassandra's Chicks, of course. Yes.
Yeah, Afro Native World is saying to back up the videos off of YouTube. I've been doing that, and something screwed me this week, man. I clipped up all these episodes of Shoot the Breeze and thought I transferred it to a flash drive, and it looked like transfers went through, and then all of a sudden, turns out it didn't go through. So I'm gonna have to try to redo that. But I'm trying to clip all of the Shoot the Breeze episodes from now on, at least, and I'm putting them on a separate channel, Shoot the Breeze Clips channel, so that you can share the individual clips, which are 20, 30 minutes long, which are, I guess, a little bit more palatable than seeing a 5.5 or 6 hour show. So look out for that. You'll probably see that come up in your suggestions and stuff like that. Shoot the Breeze Clips channel for all the clips for all the different Shoot the Breeze segments that we do, or at least the ones that don't get a copyright strike. So yeah, look out for that. Kevin Carr, you want to shout something out this week?
Yeah, as a people, if we stick together, we'll get through all of this.
All right, I appreciate that. Hey, I appreciate all you guys in the chat. Afro Native World, Bobby Wright, Patriotic Podcast, Sister Raw. Brother Bakari was on the panel earlier. Gassed him up was there earlier. Jose was in the chat. Yana B was out there. Provide Triggers. Trigger Happy 262. Real Black Gentleman was up here with us. Bwana Gaziki, Tanzan, Kevin Carre, Zuliism was here. The Forecast, Brother Bakari. If I missed you, it wasn't intentional. I thank all of you for being here. The Matron was here with us. I thank all of you for being here. I think Bibi Rodriguez was here early tonight as well. Marcus Garvey is the way. I'll be back again next week. Next week I'll be back, and that 1 minute film thing, I think I'm going to indulge in that. So look out for that too. I do want to
get Razuli. Yeah, he'll be good at that.
Yeah, you see, Razuli doesn't buy into it. I talked to him about it the other night, but I think I think with many people, you have to create the content that makes people buy into something. So I'm gonna have to go at it, give it a try, I think, and then we'll see. But I think it's useful. I think it's useful. I think I'll be trying it out. So look out for that. The KWAZ radio site is being built right now. We're trying to finish that up. So look out for that as well. All right. I'll see you guys next week. I'll probably see you throughout the week on different KWAZ radio shows. But until next week for Shoot the Breeze, you guys be good. Peace.
Have a good night.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.